All right, everyone. Our music has stopped. Your final answers are in. Right. Welcome to day 3. Another exciting day ahead of us. There are no announcements today, so I'm going to turn right to Ms. Gilly Lyons for our first HMS, highly migratory species topic, G1. Gilly, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, council members. This is agenda item G1, National Marine Fisheries Service Report on Highly Migratory Species Activities. Under this agenda item, NMFS will report on regulatory and other matters related to HMS management, including updates on deep-set buoy gear permit applications, exempted fishing permit applications, and reports from current EFP holders. As noted in the NMFS report, 2 EFP applications were recently submitted to NMFS, although neither application has yet been deemed complete at this time. During a joint session of the HMS-AS and the HSMT at this meeting, the HMS advisory bodies had an opportunity to speak with both applicants, ask questions about their EFP applications, and provide some informal feedback. The materials in the briefing book for this agenda item include the NMFS report, a report from the HMS-AS, and written public comments in the briefing book. Also, while not included as part of this agenda item, we wanted to just flag 3 items in the informational reports section of the briefing book that may be of interest to council members and others. There's an HMS Drift Gillnet bycatch performance report and annual report submitted by 2 HMS EFP holders. The council action today is council discussion and comment as appropriate. For the agenda order, Mr. Ryan Wolf will provide the NMFS report and will then turn to the advisory body reports, followed by any public comment, and then we'll move into council discussion and action. And with that, I will just look to see if there are any questions about the agenda overview, and if not, we can turn to the NMFS report at any time.
Thank you, Gilly. Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any, then I will turn to Mr. Wolf for the NMFS report. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. We do have an NMFS report that is in the briefing book, so I'll speak to those items that are on there, and then I have a couple other updates that I would like to share with the council. Regarding deep set buoy gear limited entry updates, we received 26 new permit applications in Tier 9 during the last period, and we had 9 applications from the previous period on the wait list. We did have a small number of previous permit holders choose not to renew. So we have issued 31 permits this cycle, which brings us to our current cap under the limited entry program of 125 permits. The rest of the applications we've received through that program will remain on the wait list, as there may be some other opportunities if others chose not to renew, still with a little bit of time left on grace period. That's the current limited entry system. The next update on our report regards EFP applications, and I'm going to talk about a few things here. What we have in our report really is referencing what I would call kind of new EFP applications. These ones have not been seen by the council. We have received 2 of those. We have not yet deemed them complete. As I noted, nor has the council seen them. That would happen in November and/or March cycle. However, we did recommend, and there's a little bit of a description on that in the report, so I won't read that. That's been in there since the advanced briefing book, but I did want to note we advise the applicants to come in and utilize this June meeting, talk to the advisory bodies before we get to the formal council discussion. It would help them learn a little bit more about what the process, maybe what the council might be expecting. And this is consistent with some of the ideas that have come up in the Fisheries Innovation Working Group. And I think you'll hear more about that in the AS report. Now for EFPs that the council has already seen and endorsed. Though we have one of them in our report, and then I'll update on some others here. The one in the report is for what we are calling now the ring tackle EFP, as it proposes to use monofilament rings as an alternative form of terminal tackle. And you've seen this now. It was at the November and the March meeting. Since then, we have posted that application in the Federal Register. We received 2 comments, and both of those were outside the scope of the proposed EFP. So we've completed that part of the process. We are still working on our environmental analyses within the agency, but we do hope to complete those shortly and issue this exempted fishing permit later this summer. And again, that would be the use of ring tackle in deep set buoy gear formations. Okay, so those are what it was in the written report. A few other updates for the NMFS report. Continuing with EFPs that the council has already seen and endorsed. The suite of modified longline, midwater snap, extended link buoy gear EFPs. We have reissued those permits and their terms and conditions as of just less than 2 weeks ago, consistent with council guidance from November and March, as they did before. This was always a 2-year permit that went through the end of March 2027, but we did make some modifications based on council guidance and recommendations in your motions in both November and March. However, these are not effective yet. Many of these are not effective yet, but should be shortly, so we hope to get them on the water for year 2 of that EFP fishing. We have been working on, obviously, diligently on that, but we will, as soon as they are all effective, update our EFP webpage so that that will all be out there and available as well. So that should all be coming very shortly. And then finally, we also issued again for night set buoy gear EFPs for the next cycle. This is the same as previously with these night set, deep set buoy gear EFPs, and the council has seen those previously. The last 2 updates, I would say, Kelly noted in the SITSUM, there is some informational reports regarding kind of reports from the EFP holders on their first year of fishing from the extended link buoy gear. Those are informational reports. They are not required by regulation, but they provided it to us, and we thought the council might want to see that. We are working on a more, shall we say, structured reporting process in the FIW that will involve, when we have kind of annual fishing seasons, how that information will generally get back to the council in its overall EFP related cycles. But those are there for anyone to review. And then finally, as of June 2nd, we did issue a Federal Register notice to close the Loggerhead Conservation Area to drift gillnet vessels. That goes through August 31st, consistent with regulations. This has been a long-standing regulations, right, when you see sea surface temperature signaling El Nino. So we had a little bit of a delay with Federal Register notice, so we published June 1st instead of June 2nd instead of June 1st. Which is in our regs, but anyway, it's in effect, and typically the drift gillnet fleet is not usually even in that area until the last couple of weeks of that season anyway, or that closure period. Okay, so I think that covers the suite of things that are in the informational report, or excuse me, the NMFS report, as well as the additional updates that I have, but I am happy to take any questions. Chair, thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wolf on the NMFS report? David Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the report, Ryan. I was just curious about where the CP EFP proposal for fishing south of into California, where that might be. I haven't heard any reports on that in a while.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Sones, for the question. That is a groundfish exempted fishing permit, so that's why I'm not reporting on it here. But that process, that application is still under review with NMFS, and we'll be discussing that probably at a future council meeting under groundfish. Thanks.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Good morning. My question is regarding another informational report on number 2, the HMS Driftgill Net Bycatch Performance Report. And I noticed that was done by the HMS MT and not provided by NMFS. And I was curious if you could just provide for the council a little bit of background on sort of how that report came to be, why the MT did it, just some background.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I actually don't have enough of that information. Maybe perhaps after the AS report, when we get to discussion, I could provide that for you.
John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks. Little background on that. So the council, and I don't know when we made this decision, but a while back, decided that that report should come in as informational rather than being discussed on the floor. It's been part of the ongoing process as DGN is sunsetting. And in terms of why the team puts it together, there were some NMFS staff involved that used to do some analysis to report on some of the species, and then the team was reporting just strictly on the observer bycatch. Yeah, so that's why it's in an informational report.
Thank you. Other questions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the report. It's great to see the progress. Just a reminder that the driftgill net fishery will be gone a year from December, so we really need to ramp up our efforts, as was part of the pledge, to find some new gear types. Just a detailed question: to what extent has the availability of resources for other than human observers, constrained any of the on the water work of the CFPs? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Lim, for the question. Yeah, appreciate it. It's something that we paid a lot of attention to ensure that we'll have observer coverage, especially since one of our terms and conditions right now is for 100% observer coverage requirement on these EFPs. We do have plenty of sea days available on our current contract. We are not worried about that. In fact, one could also argue that the use of these EFPs is actually really helping with our observer contractor and keeping observers on the water, given the continued reduction of effort, like you've noted in some of our other fisheries. So I don't have any concerns on resources there. But since you raised the question, I would also note, and I think we'll have this more fleshed out for the November council meeting, but in particular, well, you might be well aware that our Hawaii longline fleet, for example, is transitioning to electronic monitoring. We have always foreseen, if there is observer coverage, is there the ability to utilize electronic monitoring. We do have a couple of these EFP vessels that have cameras on them already. We also have some potential funding that would allow us to potentially simultaneously test EM with 100% observer coverage. So we are looking into what a pilot project on that might be. Again, that would not replace the humans that are on there. It would just be to try and be a little bit forward-looking. If we did have resource shortages in the future, is that something we could utilize on the HMS front? So I'll have much more on that in November at the council meeting, because we're still trying to flesh that out, but wanted to at least, I think that's connected to your question, so thank you.
Corey Ridings.
My question goes back to actually something that came up under Groundfish with the bycatch report that we had from them under their NMFS report. And we learned a little bit about it. We had some good feedback for them. It sounds like they're trying to bring back a product they used to have to provide sort of an overview of bycatch in that fishery for the council. And they talked about, I guess they used a Bayesian time series method to look at their bycatch. And a question on the floor came up, and I asked actually about HMS, if that's what NMFS uses sort of unilaterally to estimate their bycatch and report their bycatch. And I looked at the National Bycatch Report as was suggested and actually didn't see HMS species in there, and I might have missed it. It was a long report. So that's just an intro to say, I'm curious if you could just answer my question about sort of what methodologies are used to estimate bycatch in the HMS fisheries, and just as we move forward, try to think about being more efficient. Would it be possible to get a similar report around something that the Groundfish folks are doing for HMS2? I'm not saying we should do that, just thinking more about some efficiencies and learning about the methodologies that are being used.
Yeah, to Chair, thank you, Ms. Ray, for the question. I mean, if you're speaking specifically to the drift gillnet report that's in the informational section, I mean, that's never been a NIMS product. They're utilizing observed data. Okay, you're speaking just in general. I mean, you know, we have our observer data. We collect this information. I'm happy to look into this based on, you know, the comments you made and take a look back at the other reports. I'm not sure we use the Bayesian approach for HMS, but we have developed some methods to evaluate bycatch and performance with that. So I could look into that and bring back some additional information for you. I'd also note that when it comes to these EFPs in particular, right, there's, you know, we have a whole process we're undergoing over the coming months here on the FIW that will relate to benchmarks and collection and presentation of bycatch data. So that will also be coming back to the council in November.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you could bring that back. And yes, sorry, I was not clear. It was a general comment, not necessarily about EFPs or about GGN.
Yep.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Ryan. Next, we have Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel report, Mr. Clayton Wraith. Good morning, Clayton.
Good morning, Council folk. Through the chair, I'd like to say I've had a wonderful time at this meeting. I think that it's been very productive and y'all are doing an excellent job. We have a brief report to add to the NIMS report. We considered skipping even submitting it, but we felt that it was important to bring this EFP application process back to the discussion, particularly since we had a robust conversation with the two applicants. So the report lays out that the opportunity to provide an understanding for their ideas and being able to answer questions helped in this process. As the field has been developing ways to increase efficiency in our EFP process, the applicants were able to address issues that potentially would have been brought up at a council meeting, and I think that we have saved some time by doing this. I also believe that we have been given an opportunity to get a better understanding of what their intents and potential hurdles may be. Both applicants displayed enthusiasm for the new opportunities and methods for harvesting HMS stocks. There were concerns expressed regarding potential issues with fulfilling observer requirements due to their own financial and observer availability. To the extent electronic monitoring could be a tool to alleviate those concerns, we were supportive of seeing that as an option as it was brought up. This is obviously future casting in some sense. We understand the importance of obtaining quality data as these EFPs are going forward. 100% observer coverage is how we are proceeding. We just brought up the fact that there are some potential options down the line. We view this as an example of a positive benefit. The work of the FIW has been doing, and we look forward to reviewing the completed EFP applicants in November. There was some clarification here just in the report itself. We referred to the two potential applicants. These applications were submitted. We were a little bit confused as regards to needing more information from NIMS, which was clarified. So the applications have been put forward. That is the extent of the report from the AS on this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise as a result of this report.
Thank you. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Wraith, for your testimony and reporting out from the HMSAS. I'm wondering to what extent are the markets for these species a constraint in trying to get these EFPs going? I know that these are not necessarily great money-making ventures. But are there concerns about the prices, the seasons, the competition with imports that you actually had an opportunity to discuss in the advisory subpanel? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Economics is always an important aspect of fisheries, obviously, but also particularly when trying to establish new fisheries and using exempted fishing permits. One of the applicants did bring up some specific examples of his own efforts to try to expand markets and to market his fish at a premium. We have consistently had to deal with the reality that we import a lot of our HMS species, and that oftentimes the products that are being harvested and would go to domestic markets are finding stiff competition from an economic perspective, and sometimes that leads to challenges as far as finding opportunities to really make the most out of it. We've discussed at length that the quality of the American fish that are being harvested through these methodologies is top-notch, that the international markets oftentimes would value them much higher than what they can receive here. The idea being that if we continue to produce at a level that can sustain some of the local markets, we may be able to achieve greater value for the coastal communities, and understanding that the methodologies that are being used oftentimes have been resulting in, like I said before, a superior product. So to answer your question directly, yes, that has been a challenge at times in these, but it's one that has consistently been addressed as the participants have been going forward, and again with enthusiasm. I want to make sure that was clear. Both of the participants were excited to try these techniques, and they were encouraged by the results they had seen so far.
Thank you. Other questions? Ryan Wolf.
And another question, just a comment. Thank you, Claim, for the report. And I just wanted to thank the advisory subpanel for constructively engaging with them, listening with them, giving them your feedback. I think it's really helpful as we try to gain interest in domestic HMS action in these EFPs, for them to also see that it's not just a process with NMFS, but also a process the council's interested in, and to see what this fora expects of them or can help them with. So just want to thank you for taking time in your meeting to do that.
Through the chair, thank you, Ryan. I think that it was a productive activity and engagement for everybody involved. And I know, again, that these participants were aware of the process because they had been speaking with NMFS, and there was a better understanding potentially of the next steps, but they still had questions. And they were happy to get those responses, and were excited to potentially speed things along so they could put these gear types on the water. That was something that we saw in those conversations, is that they were looking to go fishing and give it a shot. And when they discussed it with us, they had specific questions that we felt were appropriate to be asking, and we were happy to answer them in the best of our capacity. So we'll continue to do that, and we felt it was time well spent as well.
Thank you. There's no other hands, Clayton. I do have a question here. It's on the observers. We heard earlier the response to Ms. Lent's question. Sounds like the contract from Mr. Wolf, the contract is good, there's plenty of observers, but you identified a concern. I'm a pretty good guesser. I can maybe guess what the bottleneck is, but maybe I want to hear from you. What's the bottleneck with observers? And then you talked about EM methodology. Is that, does the AS see that as a pathway to resolving some of these maybe constraints with observers?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. There's realities that we have to deal with on the water. Weather patterns, tides. Oftentimes, we don't know if we can go fishing until the day or two before. So there's timing elements that go into it. Sometimes there's delays that are caused when those participants have to wait for those observers. And by and large, the program has been well funded and it seems to be appropriate. And quite frankly, I don't have personal knowledge of these 2 individual EFP applicants having any trouble getting their observers. But it was brought up to us, and I'd heard it before on numerous occasions from previous members of the AS and through talking with fishermen. We mentioned the EM in this particular report because we recognize that the EFPs are to obtain information and to really help get solid data. We understand that, recognize that as a priority. At the same time, if the economics, particularly on some of these smaller vessels, have limited space, constraints on the timing, the hours that are available, such that the reality doesn't allow them to potentially fish them to their ultimate opportunity, we feel that there is room and potentially it's worth exploring other options that could help facilitate the coverage that's required in a meaningful manner, but allows more flexibility for the fishermen and potentially reduces the economic impact on them. If there's other methodologies for reducing some of those burdens, we're all ears as well. I think it's a continuing conversation and one we're happy to participate in.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. And just because I don't deal with observers, I don't understand how from the time you request the need for an observer, how long does it take? Like, how soon is one typically available? Like, how much notice do they need to get to you guys on a boat?
Through the chair, I appreciate that question. There's a range. I think, I would not want to speculate on the specifics of these individuals and their experiences. I have heard anecdotally that at times it can be a few hours. They can get down there if they have something scheduled. Other times there's nobody available and you're gonna have to wait till the next day, or they have to travel down from, say, the Bay Area or somewhere specifically far away, and so there's traffic concerns and whatever. And then also at times there are personal conflicts. So I would reiterate less about the timing piece and how long it took, but the timing of when the fishermen are trying to go. And so I know that there's a balance there, and I understand that, it's one that needs to be addressed. But to answer your question specifically, it could be anywhere from hours to days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Clayton.
Thank you.
That completes our reports. And if my computer worked, I could look and see. There's no public comment signed up here. So that takes us into our council task, discussion and comment as appropriate. Any discussion to be had here? John Ugoretz.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And thanks, Ryan, for the report and for all the efforts in the HMS arena by NMFS. I just wanted to point out something that Ryan said, it's regarding the loggerhead closure. And we as a council are often asked, how can we implement fisheries regulations that are responsive to the environment? And people act or say that, we're never making regulations that have environmental triggers. And I just wanted to highlight that this is a long-standing regulation that goes into effect when the NOAA Climate Center predicts an El Nino event, and a fishery is closed from fishing in a large area of the ocean to protect a sensitive species. It is the exact type of responsive regulation that people have asked for. And so I just, I don't think we get credit for that very often. I don't think NMFS gets credit for it, and I just wanted to point it out. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks. And thanks, John. That's a really good point, and it's an example I think about as well. The information that goes into that, I know, is brought in from, I believe it's Dr. Elliot Hazen's work, and I'm forgetting the name right now, but the tool that he's developed to do that. And I don't know, Ryan, if you happen to know, but we heard earlier in the meeting about the dismantling of some of the ocean observing capabilities and the buoys. And I'm learning to John's point about how this has been a really good example of how we've been able to use environmental data. It's an if-then we already have in practice, if that is going to be affected by the dismantling of the observation systems.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Ms. Wright, for the question. I heard that as well. I think it's too early to note right now if we're going to see that. I mean, but I appreciate the comments, right, and I appreciate also the comments by Mr. Ugers. It is something that we've had not only as a result of that data, but also it's been very effective. But also we've heard from fishermen, right, that they're on the water sightings too, have shown increased sightings of these species during these types of conditions as well. So yeah, so I think we'll know a little bit more as this plays out, but it won't help, that's for sure.
Thank you. Other discussion? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to recognize really the creativity and ingenuity that we have seen in our EFPs. When I started in this process, it was deep set buoy gear, and we had 70-some, 60-some EFPs that were very, very similar. And we have seemingly moved away from that. I can remember going out there saying we should have drones with nets dropping on swordfish, and people all snicker. But we now have people that are out there trying flaming rings and helium balloons and just some really creative and fun stuff. And I think it's worth pausing just for a moment to recognize the inventiveness, but also the willingness to go out there and play and try and create in an environment that is difficult on the water, but also difficult in terms of regulation and management. So just worth mentioning this morning briefly.
Thank you. And on that encouraging note, too, I guess I was a little encouraged to hear in Mr. Wolf's report about opportunities to look at electric monitoring, or EM, for some of the observer coverage there. And I guess in my mind right now, it's sort of a proactive, seeing the ability to do that and test it simultaneously. I think here it's an important, and under the EFPs and who knows what future conditions, when you require 100% observer coverage, then the lack of ability to find that coverage shouldn't constrain the fishery, and so it expands the toolbox of methods available. So I encourage NMFS to pursue that and see what opportunities there are. And as I said, it's kind of get the sense it's a little proactive, seeing how it could be used and the opportunity to develop it. So thank you. Other discussion? I'm not seeing any. So Gilly, does that complete our work?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it does. You've received a report from NMFS and had some good council discussion and provided some comments and a couple of questions to NMFS. And I believe with that, your work here is done.
All right. Thank you very much. Then I ask you to turn the page and let's move to G2.
Great. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And hello again. This is agenda item G2, international management activities. As described in the situation summary for this item, several recent and upcoming international meetings will include consideration of important issues relevant to the Council. These include preliminary results of the North Pacific albacore stock assessment and possible harvest strategy revisions, the pending management strategy evaluation for North Pacific swordfish, a potential harvest strategy for big eye tuna, and a preferred Pacific bluefin tuna harvest strategy, which currently remains unresolved. The NMFS report under this agenda item summarizes several of these meetings as well as key issues and lists potential U.S. priorities for submission to the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission. Ms. Krista Svensson, U.S. Commissioner to the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, will also provide additional information on upcoming meetings and international issues pending before the WCPFC. The materials in the briefing book for this agenda item include the NMFS report mentioned above, a supplemental NMFS report, summaries of 2 recent U.S. stakeholder meetings, one on North Pacific swordfish management and another on North Pacific albacore management, and a report from the HMSAS. The Council action today is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and other forums as appropriate. For the agenda order, Ms. Svensson will provide an update on meetings and issues before the WCPFC, and then Mr. Ryan Wolf will then present the 2 NMFS reports mentioned earlier and the stakeholder meeting summaries. From there, we'll turn to the advisory body reports, followed by any public comment, and we'll then move into council discussion and action. And with that, I will just look to see if there are any questions on the overview, and if not, we can turn to Ms. Svensson at any time.
All right, thank you. First, any questions on the overview? Not seeing any, then I will turn to Ms. Krista Svensson for the report from the Western and Central Pacific Fish Commission. Krista.
All right, thank you. Well, firstly, 2026 is shaping up to be a significant year for the international management of HMS fisheries. And I continue to hear from other commissioners that this is the busiest agenda that any of us have either experienced or can remember. So as the briefing book shows, there have been a number of meetings and the topics are increasingly complex. Although we do continue to make progress on key issues such as harvest strategies and observer coverage. So this work does include substantive discussions on specific species, including North Pacific albacore, North Pacific swordfish, and Pacific bluefin, and those you can see outlined in several of the supplemental attachments, including NMFS Report 1 and the HMSAS report. In addition to all of the scheduled meetings that we've had and will be having, along with the work that they require, I want to thank NMFS for its willingness to engage with West Coast stakeholders in particular. I'm sure they are meeting with everybody else, but I sit here on the West Coast and have been very blessed to be involved in some of those consultations. And I was particularly encouraged with a consultation that occurred with the vessels and other stakeholders related to the South Pacific albacore fishery. It was an opportunity for them to really connect and discuss what those vessels needed in terms of support for successful fisheries, particularly with how far that they are traveling. I think there are a couple of areas over the course of discussions this spring that should be flagged for council consideration, particularly related to albacore, and that's because so much work is going on in the South Pacific and the North Pacific. Firstly, the South Pacific albacore fishery is in the midst of negotiations on the topic of allocation for fishing opportunity. And I think, as we all know, in this process, allocation discussions can quite often turn into fights. And so just making sure that we have the ability to prevent that when at all possible and still cover the needs of our stakeholders is important. We also need to be aware that this should be considered separately and independently of the North Pacific fishery. They have a number of things that are similar, including participants, but the North Pacific fishery for us numbers in the hundreds and encompasses bait boats, pull on line, and troll fishing, whereas the South Pacific fleet in the last couple of years, due to a number of considerations, has had fewer than a dozen participants that are bait boats. These boats do, however, hail out of West Coast ports, They are within the jurisdiction of PFMC. A number of their landings come back here, and if they don't, then they typically ship in containers back to West Coast ports. So they are a pretty unique fishery in that they are artisan. This is not something that is particularly typical even for other nations traveling that far into the high seas. They also have the opportunity to collaborate with American fishermen from American Samoa, and that fleet has historically fished within their own EEZ. So it's an opportunity for both of our fisheries to work together to create a unique strategy that allows our negotiators the best chance of success. And then longer term, our council will need to work with the region and NMFS to ensure our West Coast stakeholders have ongoing access in the South Pacific to a fishery that they've participated in for over 40 years. So the decisions and work needed to be successful for South Pacific might be and most likely will be different than the strategies needed for most of our stakeholders here on the West Coast and the North Pacific. And care does need to be taken so that we can set our recommendations accordingly. We're fortunate that North Pacific stocks remain incredibly healthy and resilient, and we continue to show fish stocks in the green on Kobe plots. This gives us more flexibility in negotiations because we're not managing from a position of having to try and fix things. We're managing from a position of trying to maintain and keep everybody out there doing what they love and providing healthy fish for all sorts of people. I think there is concern that management's restrictions that may be placed on South Pacific fisheries could result in fleets moving north, and that we do need to prioritize actions that guard against this so that stocks do continue to remain healthy for the bulk of our fleet. And with that, I will take any questions on my report and say, again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to represent us in this forum.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Svensson on her report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Svensson, for the report. If you're comfortable addressing this as a member of the U.S. delegation, to what extent is it challenging for you when discussing things like allocation or measures when the U.S. fleet, I'm not sure in terms of albacore, but in terms of other tuna species, when the U.S. fleet is not catching basically what is allotted to them? Does that put us in a weaker position? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So firstly, I'm going to segregate myself because I definitely am not the one that is representing the U.S. delegation. So I would be happy to provide my own personal expertise on that, but I'm not certainly not going to step in there as a delegate, I guess I would say. What I can tell you from my observations as a delegate at these forums is that it can put any delegation in a difficult spot, meaning not the U.S., could be Mexico, could be Japan, could be anywhere. If it is an ongoing position of, hey, we have a lot of allocation out there and we never use it, or you never use it. That does not mean that people don't retain. We certainly have instances where the U.S. has made decisions to essentially use their allocation for conservation purposes on some species. But we are very clear that we're essentially retaining our right to use that as a conservation component. So I also don't think it's a year-by-year thing, meaning if you don't use something for 1 year, you could have extremely high fuel like we do this year. There are things like COVID. There are any number of a variety of reasons. But I do strongly encourage people to go out and capitalize on the opportunities that are afforded to them. And I do think that we need to make sure that we provide those opportunities for fishermen who want them. And I believe we will probably hear from a few of them this morning about the importance, particularly in the South Pacific, where, you know, historically we've had up to 54 boats, I believe, and just due to a number of conditions in the current market, we are not seeing as many as have maybe historically gone, but considering they've been doing this for decades, it is still incredibly important. And it's incredibly important for some of our processors here on the West Coast who have access to U.S. flagged fish all year, as opposed to only during our summer season with North Pacific albacore. So hopefully that helps in terms of answer, and thank you for the question.
Thank you. Danny Evanson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Krista, for that update. One of your final comments, I think I heard you say, as the fleet moves north, we'll need to, something along the lines of, we'll need to take any action. Can you expand on that a little bit, on what you meant? Thank you.
Certainly. So we have two very different stocks, the South Pacific and the North Pacific. We are currently in a situation where we are discussing allocation for the South Pacific fisheries. And that's a variety of different gear types. It's a variety of different places that are engaging in that fishery. But as that allocation discussion occurs, currently the North Pacific is not having allocation discussions. And so if people do not have the ability to fish in the South Pacific, they certainly may choose to consider moving north. And it is important for stakeholders that have been engaged in northern fisheries for many, many, many decades to continue to have those opportunities without essentially risking changes to the stock through additional fishing pressures.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Krista. Next, we have the NMFS reports. So I'll turn to Mr. Ryan Wolf. Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We have two reports, one that was in the advanced briefing book and one with a few more updates as a supplemental, but since they touch on some of the same issues, I'll just kind of combine them into an overall report here. I'll actually start with the bottom of our report first, because as we'd always do, I think the table's really helpful if you want to see the upcoming dates of all of the meetings over the coming months, a very detailed table there of when and where there are opportunities to engage and when and where we will be at other fora. Also, you can see locations have now been confirmed for almost all of those meetings as well too, whereas they were TBD, I think, in previous reports this council had seen. So I won't go through those. You can see the long list of related HMS meetings on the international front over the coming months. And I think that also speaks to Krista's comment that this will be a very busy summer for HMS international discussions. So for starting with North Pacific albacore, as we've announced in our report and told the council before, we had planned to host a virtual webinar on May 21st, again, with U.S. stakeholders on North Pacific albacore management to prepare for both the IATGC meetings, the Northern Committee of the WCPFC, and then, of course, as that carries through into the WCPFC itself. So we had a very good meeting. You could see the summary in the briefing book, as well as a link into the preliminary results of the North Pacific albacore stock assessment. When it comes to North Pacific swordfish, When I said we before hosted one, we've done both of these stakeholder webinars, both albacore and swordfish, with the Pacific Island Regional Office as well as the West Coast Regional Office, obviously, since Pyro is the lead for WCPFC and the West Coast region is the lead for IATTC. So we do that jointly. Pyro did take a little more of the lead for the North Pacific webinar in April, specifically to gather feedback on inputs for the management strategy evaluation there. So a slight difference here. Albacore is focused a little bit more on the remaining components of a harvest strategy that's already got some components in place internationally. On swordfish, we're looking a few steps back on inputs to an MSC process. And so the U.S. may propose candidate inputs for a swordfish MSC at this upcoming Northern Committee in July, or some other countries will. It is on the agenda for the not the Joint Working Group, excuse me, for the Northern Committee, which immediately follows the Joint Working Group on bluefin in Nagasaki, Japan. And advisory bodies are starting to look at what draft proposal text might look like. For those that are not aware, North Pacific swordfish, like many of our HMS species, is not assessed by NMFS. It's assessed by the International Scientific Committee, the ISC, and they assess it as one Pacific-wide stock. The geographic scope, however, of the MSC is a little bit still undetermined. There'll be some discussions on that, in particular about how catches of swordfish in the Eastern Pacific versus the Western Pacific will be addressed. And so they're looking at a couple different approaches for how they might do that and coordinate. And that will be the focus of the discussion in the Northern Committee this year. So those are the main species that will be a little bit more Northern Committee dominated as we shift to the joint working group between IATTC and WCPFC on Pacific bluefin tuna. We did host here in the U.S., I think it was just after the March Council meeting. We had a meeting of the joint working group here in California, in Newport Beach, California. If you look in our NMFS report at the end of page 1, in that table, you can see what is being referred to as the Newport Beach Management Procedure at the moment, because those were the elements that we did agree to, at least tentatively, of course. There's still a list of other issues that need to be discussed and addressed before a long-term harvest strategy as a whole could be adopted, and you can see that list in our report. I won't go through that, but I'm happy to take any questions on those components that we expect to be very big components of the discussion in July. But the goal and the momentum, hopefully, is to adopt a long-term harvest strategy at this upcoming meeting in July. There's another reason from the Eastern Pacific side. The current bluefin measures in the IATTC expire at the end of 2026. So we have two options. If we get a long-term harvest strategy in Nagasaki, that will give us allocation numbers, and we would work on draft proposals there that would then be taken to the IATTC to start to implement that, both in the near term with tax, but also with long-term harvest strategy being then enshrined in the IATTC, followed by the WCPFC. If not, we'll have to figure out, if there's no agreement, what we do for the calendar year 2027, so that we don't have no management measures in the Eastern Pacific. But all of that will be discussed, those two situations, once we see if we're close or not on a harvest strategy this July. So that's bluefin in particular in the joint working group process, which is where we really do the main negotiations for bluefin and those proposals. For other species and other priorities as it relates to the IATTC or the Eastern Pacific, we've put in our report a number of potential proposals. These highlight a range of issues you've heard from us before to get council feedback on. We also go over this with our advisory committees, with the public, about various issues that the U.S. is concerned about when it comes to international management of tuna and tuna-like species in the Eastern Pacific. Things such as I already mentioned, the bluefin measure. Obviously, there'll be a proposal one way or another on that. We'll be discussing electronic monitoring, high seas boarding and inspection, potential shark additional measures, and add, of course, the albacore as might come out of the NORA committee or anything else that we would want to potentially put forward. So we're looking for input here, of course, from the council, and then we'll discuss this further at our advisory committee meetings, our scientific advisory subcommittee and general advisory committee, affectionately known as the SAS and GAC. Will meet on July 20th and 21st. We're actually going to do that in a hybrid format this year. We will have a little bit of an in-person option in La Jolla. So that's when we will get feedback. And then we'll have a quick turnaround because the IATTC proposal deadline is July 30th. So we'll try to get draft text. And then between the 20th and 21st, we will be briefing our leadership in the agency and then submitting draft proposals for the commission. I did want to note on that front, for those that may not be aware, our Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Affairs, Drew Lawler, has recently stepped down and left NOAA. So he will not be the delegation, but Genio Pinheiro Soler, who is our assistant administrator. He was at our last council meeting. He's already been engaged on ICAT and very familiar with the tuna RFMOs. So he will be most likely with us in Portugal at the IATTC and be kind of taking over and overseeing things from this administration's perspective. And the rest of their delegation, you know, myself and others are still engaged and will be supporting him. And then finally, sorry for the lengthy report, just last week, actually just ended a couple days ago, we had the Scientific Advisory Committee of the IATTC, also in La Jolla. They completed an update on the big eye tuna stock assessment in the Eastern Pacific with data through 2025, with the results of the risk assessment there, summarized across 36 reference models, which shows a 0.3% probability that fishing mortality exceeds the target reference point, so stock looking good. And then also, as I noted earlier, the ISC presented the albacore assessment there, which notes the stock is not likely experiencing overfishing still. And then finally, the last thing I have to highlight from the SAC of the IATTC is there is a staff report, a draft harvest strategy presented by the IATTC scientific staff for Big Eye that will be discussed at the upcoming meeting. There is hope by the commission at its last meeting when it adopted its tropical tuna measure that it would have a harvest strategy for Big Eye that it could look at this year. So that will be a discussion at this upcoming commission meeting as well. And we just saw the presentation of that last week. And I think that covers the range of aspects of my report, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the NMFS report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the report. Just a quick question on the potential U.S. priorities for IATTC. I note the high seas boarding and inspection and the shark fin measures sunsetting. Are you anticipating an uphill battle on that, or is that something that the member countries are open to considering? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Dr. Lynn, for the question. High seas boarding inspection has been a challenge. I mean, the U.S. has been one of the big champions of that. You know, it is something that we feel has been in not just this administration put forward last year, but previous administrations. So it is something we feel is an additional mechanism that helps prevent IUU fishing. And so I think that's a strong consideration for the U.S. We welcome comments from the council as well as our advisory committees as we look towards that. It's also one, of course, as you can imagine, is you want it to be consistent with all the RFMOs, right? It's a measure that is not just relevant to the Eastern Pacific, so there is a lot of coordination with other existing RFMOs measures and efforts. For sharks, I think what we're highlighting here is in particular when we did get, we've had a lot of measures at sharks. We've been relatively successful with that at the IATTC and others. One of the areas we have not been as successful getting full consensus on have been regarding certain exemptions as it relates to keeping fins naturally attached. There are certain countries that have wanted very specific exemptions and the ability to continue to do what they do. Those exceptions will expire this year, so we are going to see. We have been told that they're open to bringing it into a little more consistency, but I do anticipate there will be a little bit of discussion on that. But it's something we continue to push forward, to combat shark finning like we've done both domestically and internationally.
Any other questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Maybe not a question on any of the specific topics, but yeah, I've been doing this for quite a while, and still, it's figuring it all out is a bit tough. But so what you mentioned caught my ear is that Pacific Islands is the lead for Western Central Pacific. You all are the lead for IATTC. I'm thinking, yeah, that makes sense based on where your offices are located, but does it necessarily make sense based on what fisheries we're talking about? So I'm thinking of albacore, North Pacific albacore, and the Hawaii longline fleet catches really not that much compared to the West Coast fleet, well, combined with Canadian fleet. So I know you guys work together well. So can you maybe describe a little bit more on how they said, you guys work closely together is the other part of it. And so how does that all work with using North Pacific albacore as an example?
Yeah, to the chair. Thanks, Mr. Niles, for the question. It's a good point, right? When I say the lead, I'm also looking at a little bit more from an administrative side, right? I mean, for the substance of who's doing all the facilitation of the delegation setup, the aspects related to the upcoming meetings that are specific to the WCPFC, right? With staff in the Pacific Islands that focus on that for the WCPFC, with staff in the West Coast region that focus on that for IATTC. But when you're talking about substantive issues being discussed by the Commission, yeah, we do look at it more as a fleet basis. And so, for example, there may be certain issues being discussed at the Northern Committee that are really touching more on fleets that are relevant more to the Eastern Pacific, and we would be much more heavily engaged. They coordinate with us, and we do the same with them, right? I mean, when it comes to bluefin, for example, we're harvesting in the East and not much in the West, right? But there's some very heavy discussions on bluefin in the WCPFC, so that's part of why we created the joint working group. So when it comes to albacore, same thing. We're trying to work through that now that we got the strategy, and not just North Pacific, South Pacific too has come up. So yeah, so it's not quite as cut and dry as they do everything on one thing, we do everything on the other. We are very coordinated across the board. We always usually have members of each other's region on delegations, definitely to these committees and working groups that are specifically designed to touch on species across Pacific before they get to their respective commissions. So that is generally how we work, and that's why every single stakeholder webinar you've seen is always co-hosted. So if I say one's the lead versus the other, that means just they're the one setting up the webinar versus us or something like that versus, the substance of the conversation.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. So, Ryan, I think that completes all the NMFS reports then. Thank you. That takes us to the HMS Advisory Subpanel report. Mike Conroy. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. I am Mike Conroy, and I am one of the co-chairs of the HMSAS. Given the length of our report on this agenda item, I'm going to summarize its content. I'm going to fall on the sword here. We inadvertently neglected to include content on South Pacific albacore in our written statement. We caught that error this morning. I forwarded what we agreed upon and thoroughly discussed to Gilly, hoping that it can be added as a second supplemental, but I will summarize our recommendations on South Pacific as soon as I'm done with the other species. We offered a number of recommendations that we would like you to submit to NMFS in advance of this summer's slate of critically important efforts and/or meetings that will be addressing bluefin, North Pacific and South Pacific albacore, and North Pacific swordfish. With regard to bluefin, as Ryan noted, the third intersessional joint working group on bluefin tuna was held in Newport Beach. A number of us were able to participate, and we thank you for your support in ensuring that the council and West Coast stakeholders were able to be involved in shaping the important outcomes from that meeting. As Ryan alluded to, the big news was out of that meeting was agreement on a framework of a management procedure. And we just wanted to note that we applaud the efforts of Ryan, Drew, and all the others that were involved that helped us get there, where I think on the morning or the evening of day 2, no one ever would have thought that we got where we did. As noted in the NMFS report, there are 6 issues that remain to be considered during this summer's meeting of the Joint Working Group, which starts in a little over 3 weeks. We reiterate the recommendations that we provided you in March, in addition to the ones that are included in our report. With regard to an east-west fishery impact, we support immediate actions to get to a 30-70 east-west fishery impact ratio. We realize the likelihood of that happening of being agreed upon is very small. So in an alternative, we would recommend taking a stepwise approach with a long-term goal of getting to that 30 to 70 impact ratio. We strongly recommend that implementing measures in the Western and Central Pacific Ocean clearly disallow any increases in the age 0 fishery, while including additional measures to protect those small and age 0 fish in the Western and Central Pacific Ocean. The AS remained concerned about the increasing uncertainty in recruitment indices. Within our report, we included some 2025 length frequency data collected by the Sport Fishing Association of California that is part of a data set spanning over 10 years. This data shows a significant recent recruitment event. We would like to see this data incorporated in support of a new recruitment index for the stock. And we also recommend that robust exceptional circumstances be adopted as part of the management procedure. With regard to the conversion factor, we recommend limits be placed on this to ensure that the stock is not negatively impacted. And we remain interested in potential additional discussions on the need and value of adding additional size classifications. We recommend that the Joint Working Group discuss potential informal reference points, kind of a sort of a check-in type of thing, with no management action being triggered, but would allow conversations to begin on how it would respond should a threshold or the limit reference point be breached. As we've seen over the course of the last 10 years with regard to bluefin, getting anything done typically takes a while, so it's best to start that early in the process. And then with regard to implementation measures, we support the schedule for reviewing the management procedure, and we recommend that the Joint Working Group consider and recommend harvest levels for the EPO in 2027. Switching gears to North Pacific albacore, assuming that the draft stock assessment is blessed by the ISC later this summer, we were happy to learn that the stock is healthy today and at very little risk of breaching any of the agreed reference points under the 10-year projections provided in the stock assessment. With regard to the harvest strategy, we provided a link to a document submitted by Japan just last Friday in advance of this upcoming Northern Committee meeting. We appreciate that it covers all fisheries north of the equator. We recommend the Council encourage the U.S. delegation to work with Japan and other interested parties in refining a future conservation and management measure implementing the harvest strategy. Through our discussions, we still have concerns regarding the lack of a clear definitions and implementation mechanisms surrounding effort controls and how they may be applied across fisheries and jurisdictions, how management will be applied to fisheries that target North Pacific albacore as opposed to those that incidentally interact with them, concerns about potential impacts that could have on the U.S. surface fisheries, how potential management measures affecting the South Pacific albacore fishery and a likely shift in effort and or participation from the south to the north, as Krista alluded to. And then we also have concerns about the accuracy of data being reported to the ISC and RFMOs. With those concerns in mind, we offer recommendations. One, that surface fisheries using troll or pole and line gear types would be defined as targeting albacore, and absent any other evidence, all other gear types would be deemed to be interacting with North Pacific albacore incidentally, non-targeted. We recommend maintaining and strengthening the existing 2002 to 2004 baseline for effort controls. We questioned how those effort controls are currently being enforced and how they would be enforced into the future. And then continued stakeholder engagement. We threw some information in there about the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty. There is no regime this year. State Department intends to have conversations later this year, so we just wanted to provide you an update on what's going on with that. All right, North Pacific swordfish. We included a number of recommendations pertinent to that based on the MSC workshop that was held earlier this year. We talked about management objectives, safety, status, stability, and yield. Reference years, let's put some time into thinking about those, what the scope is, it'd be comprehensive. Reference points, yes, in short, we want those, or we would support those. The shape of a harvest control rule, make there be enough space between a target and a threshold such that it supports natural availability and we don't overreact to things that don't need overreacting to. And then, as I said in the start of our statement, we neglected to throw stuff about South Pacific albacore in there, so I'm just going to read you what our recommendations were to that. That the allocation frameworks that will be agreed upon for South Pacific albacore recognize both historical participation in future fishing opportunity and consider reference years that are favorable to the U.S. surface fishery. That the U.S. delegation actively pursue recognition of the U.S. South Pacific albacore fleet as an artisanal small-scale fishery. That management measures recognize the substantial difference among fishery sectors, and that transferability provisions be reasonably constrained to prevent excessive consolidation of fishing opportunity. I know there's going to be a couple folks that have signed up for public comment that intend to talk more about South Pacific, so I'll leave it at that. And I'm hoping that the document we mailed to Gilly and Carrie can be posted as it was in an inadvertent omission. And that concludes my brief summary.
Thank you, Mike, for the report. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you for the report and thank you for summarizing it because it was a long one. The question that I had really centers around the conversation that you all had regarding targeted versus non-targeted and what the importance was for that, along with did you see anything that would potentially negatively impact targeted fisheries by calling out versus not calling out fishing behavior?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Krista. As you know, throughout conversations that have led up to where we are today on North Pacific albacore, we get wrapped around the axle at times on what is an incidental fishery, what is a targeted fishery, and what isn't a targeted fishery. Is it 50% plus one, make it a targeted fishery, a directed fishery? So our notion was if we clearly defined our fleet and potentially the Japanese fleet that operates using the same gear type as targeted and everybody else absent any information as incidental, then it may help when we get to developing the harvest control rule part of it. It's kind of proactively envisioning what may happen down the line and trying to put roadblocks up against that.
Other questions? Corey Niles.
Excuse me. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mike, and to all the subpanel. I was curious, so I looked up the PACFIN website landings for 2025, and West Coast wide, there were about $44 million in revenue earned. 39.9 of that was albacore. I'm guessing mostly North Pacific albacore. And it strikes me that the amount about we spend time on these other species is inverse. So I'm glad we spend, and swordfish, unfortunately, is about 800,000. So we don't spend a lot of time talking about one of the most valuable fleets to the Northwest and the West Coast. I'm glad you guys got time at this meeting to do that. And it's, really appreciating the efforts noted by Krista and Ryan about the workshops being held on various questions going on with North Pacific albacore. But so we, as many of us have said, this is somewhat like a magical fishery that just is has a stock that's above target without really intensive management at all. And Krista mentioned it a little bit earlier about the possibility of South Pacific albacore effort shifts. And so, yeah, just wondering if you can help. I try to track it as much as I can. It's confusing. But yeah, can you spend a little more time talking about what you all see as the next steps? And one, as I think Danny was maybe getting to earlier, of how do we keep the stock, where it is, and then how do we, some of these topics that are coming up on like what do we do if it gets worse? So can you just help us with the bigger picture here and the next steps? And I'd probably be asking the same question in discussion of Krista and Ryan, but yeah, it's tough to follow, and even for those of us who try to follow. So yeah, if you could spend a bit more time, I do appreciate the summary, but would like to hear more on the thoughts.
Through the chair. Thanks, Corey. I'll try. I very much appreciate your highlighting the value of HMS Fisheries off the West Coast. I think that we often lose sight of that. And as you noted, the albacore fleet is a valuable fleet. In terms of what's next, I think that's a good question. The perspective that we talked through during our AS meeting was, thankfully, the stock is in great shape. The next stock assessment is in 3 years. There's no immediate need to rush forward and finalize something today. I think we, industry stakeholders, would benefit from learning more and thinking through this. There's a lot of confusion, as noted in our report, and as you've heard throughout our, these stakeholder workshops. And I think every effort that we can take to add clarity will be useful in eventually getting buy-in on establishing a framework that can be called upon if and or when the stock starts to show signs of problems. We don't envision that happening, but as Krista noted, as we noted in our report, and as you noted, this looming specter of management of South Pacific albacore, it's not unreasonable to think that vessels that currently interact with South Pacific albacore could interact with North Pacific albacore. There are controls in place right now, agreements made in 2005 that cap effort that flag nations can expend on targeting or harvesting North Pacific albacore. As noted in our report, we have questions about how that's enforced and are other nations going to abide by that, or will they just say that seems to read more like guidance rather than a hard and fast rule? So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one more question, and it is not probably directed towards the representative for the HMSAS, but it is directly related to the initial statement of, hey, we had comments and recommendations with regard to South Pacific albacore that did not, for whatever reason, get included in the report, and how to handle those specific recommendations, whether they will go into the briefing book afterwards, if we should just take a minute to kind of work through those. I do think, having seen what they were, it might be important to include some of those in future guidance. But if that is not appropriate, I just think it would be worthwhile while we have our representative here to ask that question, whether it's to our executive director or our chair, on how to handle a report that is missing a few, well, specifically 4 points.
Well, I'm just refreshing my browser to see if it's showing up, and maybe I can check with Gilly, but we did hear the report on the floor. I suspect Mike may be available when we get into the discussion if we didn't capture everything and it's not available to us. But Gilly, do you know the status of that supplemental piece?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The status is that we were just sort of chatting about the fact that Mike would include the comments verbally and that we would endeavor to see if we could do a supplemental or addendum to the AS's report in the briefing book. It doesn't appear there yet. I was just checking on whether that's something we could do right away or if we would have to wait until, maybe a little bit later in the day. But if there's a way to, we could maybe put something up on the screen just so that folks can see it, if that would be helpful, maybe. I don't know, I should look to the Tower of Power to see if that's an option, but I'm just assuming that it might be easier to look at rather than just hear verbally. But there is not yet a revised statement in the briefing book.
Right. And I don't know how long things take to get through space, but we do have public comments yet. We'll have council discussion and, we have some time to capture that. But as I said, Mike will be here. So let's wait. It's been noted to us. We know it's there. We want to make sure we capture that. Ryan Wolf.
Yes, I didn't want to cut you off there, but may I ask a question? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike, for the AS report. It's very detailed here. I appreciate it. I had a question too, and I apologize if you spoke to this because I noted the reference to that Northern Committee proposal that just went on the website 2 days ago and was looking at that while you were talking. So if you said this, please do correct me or confirm. But I get how when you're looking at that proposal from Japan that will be discussed, how you like the coverage, including all the fisheries in the easy North Equator. I get that. But I also look at that proposal and see it shows if the stock goes below the reference point, you're now using TAC, a catch limit, as your control, which I thought we had heard from the stakeholders was not the preference of the ES to use catch limits. I know that's been the preference of Japan and some of the other countries. We had been focused on more effort control. So it says the recommendation is just for us to work with it on the strategy. So I don't think that, but I wanted to see if you could speak a little more to, did you note that or are you just highlighting the pieces of the proposal you like versus any kind of color around? I know you only had 2 days to look at this. So if there was any discussion, just thought I'd give you a chance.
Yeah, through the chair. We actually noted that. As noted, we loved the fact that it applied to all fisheries north of the equator, not just 20 and north of 20 north. As I read that, it says TAC, but it also says, and correct me if I'm wrong, that nations may choose to implement management by effort controls. But we did discuss that, and that would be one of the things that we would suggest before this document is agreed upon, that it be, that it ensures that effort controls could be a form of management should the stock breach the threshold. But it's in our eyes, it was a good starting point. Now let's work to refine it and get it to a place where folks can live with it.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. I might have this during council discussion too. So 2 questions here. First of all, since Krista brought South Pacific back up, this is a lesser, more curiosity type question, but I'm curious about the significance of the term artisanal. But Cindy, if you can explain that. Second, on what Ryan just noted, we've been wondering why it seems like the international decision would be if, like you said, if the threshold or whatever is crossed, what is each country's share of the total allowable catch? That sounds like the international decision. How then each nation then responds to it sounds like what this council should be doing. And we don't have a management team report here, but this question to you is, would you see benefit in having the core type of discussions we have at this council between the management teams and you all, and figuring out different options and how to translate? Because if it's an effort control, you're still aiming at some kind of overall level of catch, right? So it's just a different way of getting at there. So do you do you have a view on how that would work? Like you mentioned, like the TAC might be the international part, but certain nations might choose to use effort. So do you think that? Sorry, I'm trying to get to the question here, but could you envision the council process being used to help hash through the issues if that situation were ever to arise?
Through the chair. So the short answer to your question is yes. The longer answer is yes, but I think it's going to, at some point in time, it'll be critically important for the council to weigh in on domestic implementation on whatever's agreed upon at the international level. I think that the region through Ryan and the folks at Pyro have been very helpful in engaging with stakeholders and trying to ascertain what their needs and concerns are. I don't think that we're not there yet today. We don't need to be there yet today, and I think we need to build up more information, a better understanding on these topics before we'll be ready to have those conversations domestically. But I think we'll get there, and we have the time to get to where we need to be. I hope that answers your question. And your first one with regard to South Pacific, I know there's going to be folks offering public comment who are far better situated to answer that question than I.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any hands here, Mike. I have one, and it might be, fall in that curiosity category. You talked about the Pacific bluefin uncertainty and recruitment indices. The graph that's there is the length, frequency, and certainly it shows, based on that, an abundant year class, but I'm not sure what fisheries that represents and how fish, when they're fully recruited to the fishery. Are there other indices of recruitment that we're seeing, and what's the signal from them?
That's a great, through yourself, that's a great question. And I'm hopeful that Ryan will be able to add more clarity here. I think the historic recruitment indices that existed, and I think it was based on a Japanese troll fishery, those data sets are not as robust as they were. So I think there are efforts underway to reconsider how recruitment index for that fishery would look like. All we're saying is we've got 10 years worth of data, and as the slide that's in our presentation shows, there was a very strong recent recruitment event. So let's figure out a way to take what SAC, the Sport Fishing Association of California, has been doing and use that to help inform recruitment indices wherever they may be.
Thank you. Right, any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. Next, we'll go to our public comment. We have 2 sign-ups, 3. First is Jeremy Brown. Jeremy.
Yeah, good morning, councilors, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeremy Brown. I'm a commercial fisherman based in Bellingham, Washington, and I fish albacore. I fished the albacore since the early 90s and have participated in the South Pacific fishery on and off since 1995. So I think the advisory panel and especially Commissioner Councillor Swenson are really on the ball with this. So I want to give them a attaboy and cut my comments short on this, but to talk a little bit about the fishery and our concerns. I appreciate Corey Niles saying it's a magical fishery. We believe that very strongly. This is the culture of the albacore fleet is quite unique. And this, the notion even of being able to go 5,000 miles with my wife and another deckhand to take our chances halfway around the world. You can't take that to the bank, but you can take it to your grave as something you're very proud of. So I would like to reinforce on the international management, North Pacific, the earlier, whatever you want to call, baseline of 2004, I think is important. We've seen new and expanding efforts, and as a fishery that's been around for over 100 years, the surface fishery feels that last in, first out should kind of apply in that. As far as the U.S.-Canada treaty goes, which is a great example of the uniqueness of our fishery, the Canadians are fishermen too, and would still be dealing with the same number of boats chasing the same amount of fish with or without a treaty. It would just simply nobble the other guy's opportunity. It's not a zero-sum game. One fish on my boat is not one less fish on a Canadian boat. So the treaty is important to us. Giving up area is an opportunity is never a good idea from a fisherman's perspective. So I think, to get back to the basis here is we've got a great fishery and we really appreciate everything that's going on. The challenge is let's not screw it up by making precipitous commitments and so on. We understand we've got to be part of any kind of management, but we don't want to hobble ourselves unnecessarily because it's the physics of the fishery. Availability is what constrains it, and we're pretty proud of that. So thank you so much for everybody's work. I'll end it there.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Brown on his testimony? And seeing no hands here, thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Johnson. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. A quick introduction. I sit on the HMSAS seat representing commercial fishermen north of Point Conception. And I feel it's also necessary to say that I believe in supporting and promoting our coastal towns that hold the lifeblood of our fishery. I've visited many towns from Nome, Alaska to San Diego, and I have witnessed firsthand what happens to coastal communities when poor or over-restrictive management measures are applied to U.S. fishermen. Infrastructure disappears, community economics collapse, and eventually people and families relocate. I've been fishing albacore for 11 seasons, and I'm still considered a newbie in the fishery, according to some that have fished albacore for several or more decades. I cherish these relationships with the seasoned fishermen, and they have educated me on many issues that albacore fishermen have faced throughout the history of the fishery. Okay. Sorry, this is a little out of my wheelhouse of comfort, but I'll do the best I can. So the U.S. albacore fleet, in terms of number of vessels, has decreased drastically in the last 2 decades and has been managed fairly through economic attrition and availability of surface feeding albacore. As someone representing the industry, please hear me when I say the U.S. albacore fleet is 100% on board with conservation and measures that will protect this incredibly unique fishery. We are, however, very hesitant to commit to management measures and harvest control rules that will benefit bad actors and potentially cause the burden of conservation to fall upon the world's most regulated and enforced fleet. U.S. fishermen possess a memory that continues to remind us of past international treaties that haven't worked the way they were originally intended or sold. For one example is that in the fall of 2024, the U.S. banned 17 nations from utilizing U.S. ports because treaty measures were not being adhered to by participating members. Examples like this strain U.S. fishing businesses and create the burdens that affect U.S. fishermen and coastal communities long term. U.S. albacore fishermen and stakeholders invested in albacore-related fisheries and businesses would like to be reassured that the U.S. delegation headed to international settings and negotiations this summer promote strong positions and measures that would benefit the U.S. albacore fleet. The U.S. surface troll and pole fleet is nervous that international measures adopted in the near future could potentially have lasting repercussions, while failing to meaningfully restrain the fisheries and fleets that actually drive the need for these international harvest controls, largely new and expanding foreign fleets, incomplete data reporting, fleets operating with obviously much less transparency. The U.S. fishermen desire the U.S. delegation to take a hard line on keeping and enforcing the 2002 to 2004 baseline years as agreed upon in 2005, which caps fishing effort accordingly. Another no-go is the option to exclude the area south of 20 degrees north to the equator. And another is the U.S. surface troll and pole fleet receive harvest based on total allowable effort, TAE, versus the alternative to total allowable catch or the TAC. We need assurances that all foreign fishing fleets would be managed with transparency, that measures would be enforced appropriately across the board, diminishing poorly documented fishing activity and data. Practical enforcement mechanisms to bring foreign fishing fleets into compliance will relieve U.S. fishermen concerns that it won't be just us to pick up the tab to conserve. Having a healthy stock assessment just completed for 2026 and beyond, the U.S. fishermen feel comfortable using the 2005 international agreement to cap fishing effort to 2002 and 2004 levels. And we ask that internationally that agreement be enforced on any expanding fleets which may consider migrating and fishing for albacore in the North Pacific north of the equator. The U.S. surface troll and pole fleet would also like to ask for flexibility and time, including additional stakeholder discussions with NOAA and NMFS, to consider carefully all the options of how harvest control rules applied domestically will impact the U.S. fishing fleet. Thank you for giving financially invested members like myself this incredible, that are involved with this incredible fishery, the chance to make public comment.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Johnson on his testimony? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Johnson, for your comments and for your efforts on the advisory subpanel. Just quick question. It sounds like what you were just recommending is aligned with the advisory subpanel recommendations. Was there anything in there that I missed that differs from that view?
No, I would say the industry is had some confusion at first based on what information we got, and I have to say that I was guilty of this. I paid my $400 to WFOA and for years, and so they supported me. And when I got involved in this process a year and a half ago, I was like, whoa, I'm way out of touch with reality and where things have gone. But I can say that U.S. fishermen do feel concerned that with past historic treaties and different things, it's like we really want to just be careful going into this to make sure that we're not the ones, paying the brunt of conservation, being that we're the most regulated, most heavily enforced fleet. But the AS and the people on that committee are awesome and informative. And yes, I do understand the importance for the industry to get, all we can from our historical catch. So, yeah, I wouldn't say there's anything outstanding. I mean, we would love to utilize the agreement of 2005, 20 years ago, and say that's worked for a long time. Let's just use that. But I understand with, increasing fleets and foreign fleets and, all the interests and, more people in the world that need to be fed. We're going to need very strong management language moving forward to protect our fishery.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson, for being here, for joining the AS. This is your wheelhouse, so thank you for taking the time and talking with us directly. My question is regarding, you talked about the number of vessels has decreased, and that was due to, I think you said, attrition and also lower numbers of surface feeding albacore. Can you tell us a little bit more about both of those things? Sort of, are there cultural things at play? Are there climatic differences? Just a little bit more from your perspectives about why those things are occurring.
surface availability is not a guarantee on our coast. Sometimes we have fish and they're just down, and they're down all summer, and we can't really access them, so we don't know how many fish are out there. The economic attrition is just a fair way of saying, if you can make it work, go fish. And there's been a lot of people that have gotten out of the fishery because it's expensive, and it's getting more and more expensive. And so we need that surface availability, which nobody can predict. And so we see a change with our fleet size shrinking. We can't actively get out and see what kind of recruitment we have sometimes because we're covering a very small slice of the ocean. It's a large ocean. There's fish all the way up into Alaska last year being caught and sold, and so that has happened before. And, who knows, maybe we'll see with this El Nino, maybe it'll push fish with all the warm water, the fish get spread out. They're not on an edge where we can access them easily. So, yeah, that's why our fleet size has diminished is most certainly because of just sheer economic attrition, and that's what limits us. We're not a government-subsidized fishing fleet yet. Hopefully, never will be. Thank you.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your testimony and for serving on the advisory subcommittee. I think the picture that I'm getting here is this council process is a great opportunity for the industry folks to get together amongst themselves and with the scientists and to talk out what are some of the things for the international bodies. And that's a really important process. I'm wondering to what extent, in addition to this council process, you are able to provide input directly to the commissioners, to the people who go to these meetings on behalf of the U.S., the delegation members. Thank you.
Certainly in a learning process, I'd say. So getting all the correct people, names and where they serve and at international levels, I'm not there yet, so I'm still learning. But I know that we have good people, and I've met them in the AS room that are very devoted to this, and I take my hat off to them. They work very hard to help the U.S. fisheries and be recognized and get all we can. So, yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Eric. And next we have Clayton Wraith. Welcome back, Clayton.
Thanks so much for having me. Sincerely appreciate it. I'll make it brief. Out of an abundance of caution, I wanted to make sure that I could orally deliver the South Pacific Albacore report just in case there was some technical snafu that disallowed it from being entered into the briefing book. If this is superfluous or unnecessary, please let me know now, and I will save everybody the trouble.
Let's go ahead.
Oh, fair enough. We support a continued engagement in the WCPFC IATTC Joint Working Group on the management of South Pacific albacore tuna fisheries and South Pacific albacore allocation process. As of June 2026, the SPA process has entered a critical implementation phase following adoption of harvest strategy through WCPFC Conservation Management Measure CM 2025-01. While the HMAS supports precautionary science-based management of SPA and continued U.S. participation in the WCPFC and IATTC process, significant questions remain regarding implementation and allocation. Decisions made during this phase will shape the availability and character of future fishing opportunities for the U.S. West Coast Service Fleet participating in the SPA fishery. These efforts should not come at the expense of small-scale U.S. fisheries that have historically harvested a very small share of stock while providing important economic, cultural, and community benefits. The HMSAS notes the U.S. troll fleet current participation levels may not accurately reflect the fleet's historical participation, future potential, or economic importance to the West Coast fishing communities. The Council's previous recommendations emphasizing preservation of meaningful seasonal access for the U.S. troll fleet, recognition of differences between longline and surface gears, and limitations on transferability of fishing opportunities remain highly relevant as an implementation measure are developed and should continue to guide U.S. participation in ongoing negotiations. As allocation discussion moves forward, the AS recommends that allocation frameworks recognize both historical participation, future fishing opportunities, and consider reference years that are favorable to the U.S. surface fleet. Meaningful seasonal access for the U.S. troll fleet should be maintained and opportunities for future participation in fleet building be preserved. The U.S. delegation activity pursues recognition of U.S. South Pacific albacore troll fleet as an artisanal small-scale surface fishery characterized by owner-operated vessels, highly selective fishing methods, low bycatch rates, extensive reporting, and strong economic and cultural ties to West Coast fishing communities. Management measures recognize the substantial difference among fishing sectors, including differences in catch volume, selectivity, bycatch impact, monitoring requirements, and overall contributions to the fishing mortality. That implementation measure focuses primarily on fisheries responsible for overwhelming majority of South Pacific albacore removals. Transferability provisions to be reasonably constrained to prevent excessive consolidation of fishing opportunities, preserve active fishing communities, and ensure that conservation benefits are not undermined through unrestricted transfers, leasing agreements, or chartering provisions. Additionally, the HMSAS remains concerned about the assumption in the CMM 2025-1 assume that the EPO excluding the overlap area will cap catch at an 1,800 metric ton per year. The HMS recommends a reevaluation of that assumption to determine its correctness. Boy, that was a mouthful. So you could understand why some of the fishing community has trouble engaging on the RFMO process. So I'll take the remaining minute just to suggest that the council's investment in this time, resources, and otherwise is well spent. Because as was pointed out earlier, these are important fisheries for the West Coast communities. The sheer number of acronyms is enough to put most people to sleep. I commend y'all for staying awake all day. I hope the coffee keeps kicking and the rest of your day is pretty smooth. And with that, I'll take any questions regarding this report.
Thank you, Clayton. We've got the report, and also you've I assume you support that as the individual here under your public comment and gave us your opinions. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not so much a question for Mr. Wraith, although I will commend you on your speed reading skills. That was phenomenal. We are just about ready to post that, and so I might just recommend, Mr. Chairman, that after we go through some questions of Mr. Wraith, that we stand down a minute, give people a chance to absorb that report. It does look like it's got quite a bit of good information in it that may have bearing on whatever advice this council wants to give to our delegation.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions for Mr. Wraith. Rebecca Lent, then Corey Niles. Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wraith. I'm going to ask you a question in your role as the executive director, is that correct, of the WFOA. Are you looking into any of the programs offered by this USDA expansion of agricultural programs to fisheries? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for bringing that up. I am old school. I get all of my documents printed and sent to me. I was surprised to see a packet that had that information provided. I think it's an exciting opportunity. We certainly, as a nonprofit, every year are stretched to maintain and provide services and programs that we hope to be able to do to represent these coastal communities. The $400 a year mentioned earlier by Mr. Johnson is a significant burden on a lot of the fishermen. Oftentimes, most of our budget is supported by them voluntarily. So if there's opportunities to advocate on their behalf and we can find support to help, that would be fantastic. Additionally, as we go forward and we look at the economic realities, I hope that some of these programs will be modified and some of the language explicitly laying out how it might be impactful for fishermen. As a point of concern, when I was reading through those opportunities provided, a lot of that language was still in the agricultural format and didn't necessarily appear to apply to many of the industries directly impacting the coastal communities that we are living and representing in. Certainly worth investigating, and we will be doing so. Thank you for the question.
Follow up, Rebecca?
Yeah, just quickly, the whole report does have a lot of pictures of fish and shellfish in it, which is promising. But I just want to note, maybe you didn't catch it, but earlier this week, Mr. Pendinger represented the West Coast Fisheries. So I'm sure he's got all the answers for you.
Through the chair, I appreciate Mr. Pendinger's representation and leadership in that role, his continued opportunities to go back and advocate for my little hometown of Brookings in the big Washington, D.C. Capitol building. So thank you, Brad.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Clayton. Mike deferred the question about the significance of the artisanal designation, the South Pacific albacore, and would you be able to remind me or us why that was emphasized? The term artisanal.
Certainly. Through the chair, Mr. Niles, we've had these conversations in regards to the de minimis impact that the surface pole and troll fleet has had on the potential necessity for management in the South Pacific albacore. We have been working with our delegation from the RFMOs to determine what are the best approaches to potentially implement measures that are reflective of our actual impact on the stocks. Artisanal, as defined in this statement that I was just reading, is specifically owner-operated vessels, highly selective fishing methods, low bycatch, extensive reporting, strong economic cultural ties. The idea is that there would be recognition of this when all of the allocation discussions are being taken into account. That being said, we have at the previous meetings, I've been on this process for a few years now, suggested that there would be an exemption for the surface fleet specifically, and that I was informed during the RFMO process, during our delegations discussions, that these rules needed to apply across the board in order to be effective. With that taken into consideration, this is a separate approach that could actually distinguish when we're looking at potential allocations or separations between restrictions that would qualify specific fleets like the West Coast pole and troll albacore fleet. And I'm sure there's some others as well, but that's the one that I'm most concerned about at this juncture.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey.
Just quick, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks, Clayton. And I meant to say, if you mentioned it in your speed reading, it went it went too fast, but I appreciate that. And I also want to acknowledge Jeremy Brown's. I admit I did not know you can't get much further from the South Pacific on the West Coast than Bellingham, Washington. So it was great to hear him and see his written testimony. And thanks. That makes more sense than why you're using that term artisanal. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would also like to recognize Jeremy Brown and Eric Johnson for taking the time to provide public comment. It's not always easy, and it's always appreciated. They're both members of the WFOA and have been doing their part in order to help educate the fleet as to some of these issues in a very responsible and reasonable manner.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Clayton.
Thank you.
That completes our public testimony. I just want to note, if you refresh your browsers for the briefing book, supplemental HMSAS Report 2 is posted. So let's take a 12-minute break, give you a chance, since we're coming back to some recommendations on U.S. positions. You can look on that and we'll have our discussion. All right, hopefully we can find our seats here and get back to business. Okay, we've completed all of our reports, public comments, an additional supplemental report has been published on albacore. I'll look to any hands to initiate discussion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to just jump out there and say I didn't put a motion out because this is recommendations. So more of guidance. I would provide the guidance that we adopt the recommendations from our HMS in both reports, the original one and the supplemental. Certainly don't want to stop discussion on that, but just figured I would start off with, I don't have a motion. If we need one, let me know and I'll wing something together and send it while we're all discussing. But I also wanted to take a minute and talk a little bit about the reason why I think artisan for fisheries is really important, and I appreciate you, Corey, for raising the question a couple of times. I think that there are a couple of pieces to it. Firstly, the U.S. delegation is large, at least at WCPFC. Many of the members have maybe two delegates. Some of them only have one, and it is a function of resources for people who can attend. So at times it feels a little bit like we're the giant entity in the room, and our fleet, at least for albacore fishing, being a pull-on-line fleet, is significantly smaller, and we do really need to continue to raise that issue across the floor in that venue, but also just in general in terms of understanding about what we're dealing with. There's also the second component, just in terms of the size of the fleet. You know, I know when I'm thinking about what an artisan fishery is, in my head, sometimes it's like, hey, it's pangas or dory fishermen off the coast of Oregon out there, you know, in their rowboat or their small vessel. But in comparison to other fisheries in the Western Pacific, our fleet is artisan. When you look at purse seiners, we've got purse seiners that are over 1,500 tons. You know, some of them are over 1,600 tons. These are very, very large boats. We have pull-and-line vessels that are out there at the 400-ton mark, and our own fleet isn't even a third of that in terms of our biggest boats. We have a lot of boats in our fisheries in the North Pacific in particular, just because we have so many more fishermen that are in maybe the 30-ton range or 50 tons. So in terms of scale, you know, a 30-ton boat is functionally the equivalent of a dory fisherman compared to somebody that's bringing in 1,600 tons. And I do think that it is appropriate, particularly in light of hearing testimony like Mr. Brown's, where he's traveling 5,000 miles from Bellingham with his wife and limited crew, that we do recognize the effort and the craftsmanship that these men and women are doing in terms of providing albacore and other species, but particularly albacore, as an effort that is artisan. So with that, I will pause and let others talk, but hopefully that's helpful in terms of why you're hearing recommendations from the AS and people such as myself on the need for really highlighting and identifying what our fleet is doing.
All right, thank you, Krista. On your point about the guidance, I appreciate what you said. We would prefer a motion on that because it is the council's recommendations to the U.S. delegation. So at some point when we're ready, we'll get to that. But more discussion. Danny Evanson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to HMSAS Report 1, specifically their recommendation relative to the Northern Committee proposal that they received from Japan about conservation and management measures for North Pacific albacore to implement the harvest strategy. The HMSAS was recommending that the council encourage the U.S. delegation to work with Japan on this, and they were appreciative that it included the language all fisheries in the EEZ and high seas in north of equator. I confirm with Mr. Wolf offline that only applies to their convention area. They do not have jurisdiction outside of their convention area. And my recommendation would be that the U.S. delegation workshop that language a little bit to clarify that it only applies to the convention area. Thank you.
Thank you. Their discussion on the matter? Not seeing any hands. Krista, I think you're ready with a motion? Nope, just you can watch as they type and make sure they capture it and not go too fast.
All right. So my motion will be, I move the council adopt the recommendations from G.2.A, Supplemental HMSAS Report 1, and G.2.A, is it B? I thought it said A on there. But if it says B, nope. It's A. Supplemental HMSAS Report 2. And one moment here. And submit those positions to the U.S. delegations for their upcoming international negotiations. And that is accurate and correct.
All right. What's on the screen is accurate and complete. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, I think we had quite a number of recommendations from our HMSAS that would be beneficial. That is inclusive of the March recommendations that were included within that statement, just so that we're very clear about that. And I think that it has been proven to be extremely helpful in terms of the international delegations to know what the positions are from our fleets and from our managers here on the West Coast and through the council process. I know on a number of occasions they have referenced those decision points in meetings, so having a clear record for them that they can look at and say, hey, this is supportive of needs on the West Coast is helpful. So I will pause there and say thank you for giving me the opportunity to express those sentiments.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of the intent of the motion. I just want to clarify, and I don't know if it's a question for Krista or for NMFS. Are we submitting positions to the U.S. delegation, or are we providing those recommendations to NMFS to submit to the delegation? I just want to make sure that what we're supposed to do.
Thank you. I'll take a stab at what I believe we have been doing, which is providing those recommendations. I mean, they're coming from the council, but providing those recommendations, and those go in as part of a packet, generally speaking, to the PAC and to commissioners.
Ryan Wolf, something to add?
Yeah, on that point, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Chris is correct. And just as a process perspective, once the council has their recommendation, NMFS also ensures that they are transmitted to the relevant delegation, right? Contained in all of these recommendations here in this motion is recommendations to the U.S. delegation to the Joint Working Group of Pacific Bluefin, the Northern Committee of WCPFC, and also IATTC and WCPFC. So that's 4 separate delegations coming in one motion. So we, of course, understand that. We can parse that out and we can pass it on as appropriate.
Right. Thank you. John?
Yeah, sorry, a different thing. After Ms. Svensson read her motion and said it was correct, there was an "and" that got removed between the 2 reports. I believe what she said was that we're adopting the recommendations from Report 1 and Report 2, and we are submitting those to the U.S. delegations.
Thank you. I did not see that disappear. That's the language you said was accurate and complete.
That is the language that was accurate and correct, complete. And thank you. I didn't catch that something magically disappeared.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on the motion? Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you very much and appreciate the motion as obviously NMFS has a large role in these delegations. I'll be abstaining in general because this is just for the council to make these recommendations, but I did want to note now that I have seen the AS report number 2, which came a little bit late, but I appreciate the break to get a chance to digest that. I do want to flag that the second bullet of those recommendations specifically asked the U.S. delegation to pursue recognition of one of our fleets as an artisanal fishery. And that is something we have not declared, I believe, any of our fleets artisanal at any major international organization. So that is a major change kind of in U.S. Position that is being recommended here. So I just wanted to note that. There is also been, there's no we're still checking, at least in the IATTC, I'm not aware there is even a definition that has been defined. It has been an area that has created many discussions over many fisheries in not just the IATTC, but various fora of what is defined as artisanal and how that component fits in with other specific aspects of measures. So I just wanted to flag that I think it's fine for the council to recommend that, but just note that that term is caught up in quite significant other discussions at various fora, but the U.S. delegation will, of course, take that into account when it looks at these. So thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks for this. Thanks for the motion, Krista. Thanks, Mr. Wolf, for bringing that up. I'm aware of sort of what you're talking about in terms of the definition of artisanal. Does this actually fit this? How is that defined by different management forums, including our own? As far as I know, this council does not have a definition of artisanal. I would maybe turn to council staff to correct me on that if they know. We may not have an answer to that right now, but I just wanted to sort of endorse your thoughts on that, Mr. Wolf, and see, I mean, I don't think that's like a direct thing we need to do. That's not something that needs to happen now, but just note sort of the current vagaries that exist around that definition and provide NMFS and the delegation flexibility in terms of how they're approaching that and their use to best they can benefit our fleet.
Thank you. Corey Niles had his hand up, but if this is on the same thread, then I think, Krista, you were raising your hand first, then Brad Penninger. Okay, then Corey Niles, you were first.
But I think maybe Krista's going to say, but I was made something similar to Corey, I believe, if NMFS has heard the intent that you expressed, that Clayton expressed, the reasons for that. So I would interpret the motion that give NMFS more flexibility to try to bring out that intent in the best way they could in these forums without not necessarily that being the only way of going. And it's recognized kind of the long history of that fleet, the smaller catching power. And your intent would be to give NMFS the delegation to try to get those things recognized in various methods rather than just going after a definition that might be novel and difficult.
And Krista, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, so this is bordering on question for maker of the motion. Yeah, the intention of this is to support the recommendations from our stakeholders that we have heard. It is not to say that we are in any way, shape, or form forcing the hand of NMFS. They can take those into recommendations. Similar, the delegations can take them into the delegation and make a decision. So it is not about trying to change definitions, et cetera. It really is about reflecting the special nature of what it is that our fleets are doing. In listening to this conversation, maybe starting the conversation in general about how do we want to define that? Do we want to start down that path? That's not a question for today by any way, shape, or form. But no, the intention was not to tie NMFS's or anybody else's hands on the recognition of artisan, but just to put that forward as something that members of both the North Pacific and South Pacific fleet have raised over the course of years. And I will also say, having spent 20 years in marketing, North Pacific albacore in particular, that artisan is something that fleet has used in terms of sales, marketing, et cetera. So certainly not part of the council process, but I do think definitely is in the mental mapping of the stakeholders that are out there fishing for that product.
Thank you. Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, just not want to steal the Clayton's thunder, but it does have a nice cachet to it. But it's my understanding that most of our fleet, of all the fleets we manage, most of them are artisanal. So.
Okay. Ryan Wolf?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. That's additional color that I think is really helpful when we transmit it. My only intent in raising this was just to signify in the international realm, sometimes terminology, is very specific and has connotations that maybe are not what you're talking about here. So I just wanted to highlight that here. And I think you've explained that and the rationale is good. And we can pass that on along with the language that is in the recommendations per the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion passes. One abstention. Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Krista. Further discussion. Now we have the set of recommendations. Corey Niles.
Yes, maybe a question for Ryan on the North Pacific albacore and our recommendation we just passed about reflect the advisor subpanels and others' view that more time is needed to understand some of these aspects of the harvest control rule. I know you pointed out at the beginning that how busy this summer is for you all, but I'm just wondering if you might again and Phil Dion here, and a number of us participated in the one of those workshops, the last workshop, and there was some really detailed information which made available in a shiny app online that even gets down to like SPR equivalents per metric ton, which is things we never even talked about in Groundfish even. But so just wondering if we could all think about, after the events of the summer and how that information might be brought to our management team and advisor subpanel at some point this year or next spring. But yeah, depending on how things go in the international forums, I really think that information is still being absorbed, even by us at WFW. So more time with it, and like, so what it. I think that, and to summarize it, what you can really do, think through some scenarios of what would happen if albacore dropped, and look at different effort levels and how to dig out of that hole. And it's the information's all there. And if someone skilled in it, like Dr. Teo or others, could really run people through some scenarios that makes these situations more concrete. And this is a long way, the longest question ever probably, but I'm hoping you all can maybe think about that possibility, again, after the summer and maybe the fall or early next year, if still relevant.
Thank you. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for the question. So the short answer is yes, we can do that. And I think it's appropriate. If I'm guessing correctly, we will most likely leave this summer with some further understanding where the international positions are, but some very technical questions that are still out there in front of us before we can complete a strategy. And so we presented some of those as you noted, to the stakeholder webinars. Appreciate your compliments on how we've done that, but that is something, especially if it's still outstanding, we could work on presenting in more detail through the MTs and to the council at a future meeting, either late this fall in November or early spring.
Thank you. Look around here. Just want to check back the comment by Ms. Evanson on the use of the term or the construct of the convention area. If that was captured, I think that was the NIMS. It didn't need a motion, but we're good there. Thank you. And not seeing any hands. I think Gilly, how did we do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you did great. You've received several updates on international HMS activities and upcoming meetings and considered detailed recommendations from the HMSAS, and you've adopted a motion to provide recommendations on U.S. positions to U.S. delegations at their upcoming international meetings. And with that, I think your work on this agenda item is complete.
All right. Thank you. With that, see any other hands? We're going to close out this agenda item. Some seats will change here, and I will be passing the gavel to our vice chair. So, Mr. Vice Chair Smith.
All right. Thank you. I'll give a minute here for the chair switching. Hopefully it doesn't take 7 years like the gear switching, so. Well, let's straighten up because the big boss is here sitting at the table, so be prepared. All right, so we'll get started on D4. And Merrick, I'll turn it over to you to get us going.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. This is agenda item D4, which is titled the Council on National Marine Fisheries Service Workload Capacity Alignment. I'll take some time to go through the situation summary just in the interest of getting everyone's head in the right place. And then I will paraphrase the supplemental report that was added to your briefing book a few days ago. Some of our NMFS leadership team may have some things to also say about that report, and then we can turn it over to questions and discussion. So starting with a situation summary, just starting from the top. Over the past year, Council and NMFS leadership have engaged in discussions regarding opportunities to better align available workload capacity across NOAA Fisheries and the Council process. These discussions have been motivated by the need to ensure that Council priorities, schedules, and work expectations remain commensurate with available staffing and resources. As workload demands continue to evolve and agency capacity constraints affect multiple components of the management process, these discussions have increasingly focused on identifying priorities and considering how work can be structured and sequenced to maintain progress on core Council responsibilities and priorities while acknowledging resource limitations. A supplemental report for this agenda item will be made available describing options identified through these discussions for Council consideration. The options are organized by Fishery Management Plan and include preliminary information regarding their rationale, potential value, and possible implications associated with implementation. The report is intended to support a discussion of possible ways in which capacity could be aligned with priorities and provide a basis for prioritization and analysis of possible FMP and/or regulatory amendments or changes to Council operations. Staff have envisioned integrating outcomes from this discussion into 3 different possible next steps, each of which is ongoing or is familiar to the Council. These include, in a bulleted list, incorporation of future Council efficiencies agenda items. Changes considered relatively minor operational change would be incorporated under future consideration of Council efficiencies and would likely be brought forth later in 2026 and beyond. Incorporation into future scoping agenda items. Potential changes that are best considered an FMP or regulatory amendment would be brought back for further consideration under a to-be-scheduled scoping item with timing and depth dependent upon the discussion occurring at this meeting. A committee of the whole meeting. Large changes to Council programs or operations may best be taken up as a focused discussion by Council members in a committee format called a committee of the whole. Such discussions are productive for forming strategic plans, making fundamental changes to operations, or working through other high-level organizational management and governance issues. Such a meeting would likely result in a report that would then be offered to Council advisory bodies and others for comment before anything is adopted by the Council. Based on the interest of the Council for resolving alignment between available resources and priorities, it is possible that each of the 3 types of future agenda items and meetings could be relevant. 1, items which are relatively straightforward to implement and considered operational can be taken up under future Council efficiencies agenda items, while 2, items which would require modifications to FMPs and/or regulations would be taken up under to-be-scheduled scoping agenda items, and 3, large programmatic changes to organizational management or governance may require a dedicated discussion to justify a second committee of the whole meeting. Each of these pathways incorporates a different timeline, with Council efficiencies being taken up again in September 2026, future FMP and regulatory amendments scheduled based on FMP workload priorities, and a future COTW meeting being taken up at a time to be determined, potentially in January of 28. The Council task for this agenda item is to consider the process for future consideration and implementation, review the concepts and options outlined in the supplemental report, and provide guidance regarding topics that warrant additional consideration. Such guidance may include direction to Council staff, advisory bodies, and requests to NMFS for additional information or analysis regarding selected topics. This guidance will then be considered by the Executive Director as part of future meeting planning and agenda topics therein. In identifying priorities for future work, the Council should also consider the relative effects of various options on workload and capacity across the West Coast Science Centers, West Coast Region, Council staff, and advisory bodies, recognizing that different approaches may provide varying opportunities to alleviate capacity constraints across these components of the Council process. How these ideas related to capacity constraints within each of these offices and categories is described within the supplemental report. So to reiterate a bit here, the Council tasks, there's a list of 3. 1 is to consider the report of the Council and NMFS leadership regarding capacity challenges and potential ways to ameliorate constraints. 2, provide guidance regarding the type of capacity alignment ideas that the Council wishes to consider further. And 3, identify any specific requests for additional information pertinent to the further exploration of capacity alignment ideas. Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll pause there to see if there are any questions about the overview. Otherwise, I'm happy to paraphrase the report.
Any questions thus far of Merrick? Seeing none.
Okay. Well, this report has been in your briefing book for a few days, but it does have some length to it, and it was supplemental, so I will definitely not read the entire thing, but I'll try to paraphrase it for you here. So as we start the report, which really is a summary of our efforts here over the last year, there's introduction, which I think we're all familiar with. NOAA went through some large capacity staffing reductions over the last year. We've been having ongoing discussions within this council about our capacity, and that led to the committee of the whole meeting that was previously referenced, and our objective at reining in and aligning some of our capacity and priorities. So that covers the introduction and the background. I don't feel the need to go into that in much detail. I think we're all fairly familiar with that. The second section of this report, section 2.1, starts to get into some considerations that may be of interest to you. So during our leadership discussions, we assumed a few things. One is that capacity constraints are likely to persist for the foreseeable future. And while staffing levels and resource availability may change over time, there are several considerations that inform the development of the concepts that are presented in that report. So in these bullets, you'll see that we believe that fishery independent surveys, monitoring programs, and the core data collection activities, we expect those to continue at or near current levels. Available staffing within the NMFS science centers may limit the number of stock assessments that can be completed and reviewed annually. Additional prioritization and planning processes may be needed to better align assessment schedules with available scientific capacity. Available staffing within the region, general counsel, and the council may limit the number of regulatory actions, FMP amendments, and implementation efforts that can be developed simultaneously. A greater reliance on frameworking, programmatic approaches, and other administrative efficiencies are approaches that could help align implementation workload with available capacity. And continued examination of council processes may identify opportunities to reduce recurring workload or duplicative review or unnecessary complexities. And that seems to be something we talk about fairly frequently at this point. So the purpose of the document, section 2.2, I believe is clear. There are additional things that are not in the report that are open for future consideration. That's flagged in section 3. Some of those are things like risk management and uncertainty. We actually have that agendized over the next couple of council meetings. And then a few other topics that you'll see there, which are oftentimes ongoing conversations, like how do we streamline our EFP process, council decision-making and scheduling, including 3 meeting processes. We talk about those fairly regularly. Advisory body structure, size, roles, and responsibilities. We will be coming to the end of our 3-year appointment process for advisory bodies, so we'll have a chance to discuss that again. And then there are, of course, other ongoing operational and administrative aspects of FMP implementation. Those aren't contained in this report, but these are things that we talk about fairly regularly. So there's some organization of the document that I think is important. In section 4, there are a series of bullets, and the way to think about these is to look at them as a linear sequence. So as you can imagine, activities that are involved in developing any action or product that this council uses. We start at the first step. There's data collection and scientific activities. There's then analytical and science workload that uses those activities. The SSC reviews those science products or analytical products. The council and advisory bodies also use those products. That then moves into implementation and rulemaking. That also involves the region and general counsel. We also, to the end of the analytical framework in this paper, we have industry and stakeholder considerations, and we also have tribal trust responsibilities and treaty obligations. So all of those are essentially metrics that we use to try to think through how each of these ideas can affect and potentially alleviate capacity constraints within our system. Let's see, I'll jump down now to section 5. This is the FMP by FMP scenarios and options. So 5.1 really is an aggregate of all of the ideas, and there's a big table there which may be helpful as you consider how these ideas affect the various offices, various advisory bodies, the various elements of our fishery management system. And so there are a couple of key takeaways then that are summarized toward the end of that table. So key observations, so concepts involving changes to stock definitions or reduced management or simplified FMP structures, those tend to provide the greatest reductions in West Coast region implementation workload and council process, while concepts involving changes to assessment schedules or ecosystem processes, that tends to provide more modest effects, but wide effects across our advisory bodies and meeting workload. There are just a few concepts that substantially reduce the sort of core science center survey and assessment workload without corresponding changes to management. So in other words, if and how we respond to science center capacity changes, that will most often require both management and science changes in order to help out the science center capacity matters. So there are a few other observations that are bulleted in that section that may be of interest to you. Now I'll walk through each of the FMPs. So on Groundfish, there are a few scenarios here which should look pretty familiar at this point. And the reason that they're here is for contrast, and also we started this conversation over a year ago, and so some of these were not well developed at that time. So one is stock definitions. That's something that we are substantially working our way through. There's still a couple of steps to take, but there's a summary there about how that work is unfolding and the effects thereof. The next scenario deals with trawl rationalization, follow-on actions. Each of these are things that the council has picked up and asked that we explore in more detail as we consider trawl rationalization follow-on actions. So as we consider those amendments potentially to the trawl program, we can now map some of those changes onto various workload considerations. So that may be of interest to you. So that covers 1B1, 1B2. Let's see, and that's it. That gets through Groundfish. On CPS, there are a few ideas. So one idea is to remove some CPS species from federal management. That would have some relatively large capacity alleviation gains for the Science Center, but it would take, as we learned from our Groundfish example, take some heavy upfront investment in analytical workload, and it raises quite a few legal considerations. So it's a heavy upfront work for alleviation on the back end. The second idea is to delegate management of some CPS species to the states. And so what's of interest here is that delegation may help with the region and the council staff side, but doesn't really appear to help on the Science Center side. And that's because of the nature of delegation versus removal from FMP. Scenario 2C is more of a streamlining approach, and this is very similar to what we are already working on. So it would establish a single sardine stock and then reduce assessment frequency for other CPS stocks. And what's implied by that is that those CPS stocks that are not subject to fishing intensity probably don't need as much assessment frequency. Moving down to HMS, we had one idea here. Really, this was to lean heavily on the Tuna Conventions Act for HMS specs processes rather than routing HMS specs matters through the council process. And so that is modest, but also a simple thing that we could do. Let's see, moving down, salmon. We talked for a bit about salmon. As we like to say, salmon is different. And this is significantly complex due to all of the overlapping governance issues, not just with our council and the region and the tribes, but also with ESA matters. And I can't even list them all. There are so many. So we sort of took a pause on that. NMFS is having some internal discussions about ways in which this could be made or streamlined, perhaps. And so they did offer to come back to the council if there's something that develops through those internal conversations. But we really don't have an idea here for salmon at the moment. And then ecosystem matters. We call scenario 5A, titled it a more disciplined approach to EBFM implementation. That sounds like someone got in trouble. That's not the intent. So what's happening here is that our ecosystem work is evolving, and we've gone through a development process. We've created the FEP, and now it seems logical to take the next step in implementation of EBFM, and that means bringing it potentially back to within our FMPs, our FMP work, and that would be one category. And the second category is more of a strategic planning effort. And so strategic planning efforts are things like scenario planning, whereas something like a risk table would be like an FMP type of product. And so there's some thinking there about how we can make that more streamlined and easier on our process. Let's see. Moving down through the report. Let's see, then we have some next steps, which I've already effectively covered in the situation summary. And so I think, Mr. Vice Chairman, I think at this point, it'd be best if I allowed NMFS leadership the opportunity to speak to anything that stands out to them about this process that we've gone through, what's in the report, and then I think taking any questions would be appropriate.
Okay, I see Ms. Kwan and Jeremy and Ms. Cook are at the table, so whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, members of the council. I'm Kristen Cook, the director of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I want to thank the council for the opportunity to come forward today and address you on this topic. Since I'm going first, I guess I'll be presenting, of course, on the center's perspective. I think last November, Jen was able to come before you and provide a brief report to you on kind of some of the staffing implications of 2025 as they played out. The science centers did not come before you and provide that. So I think this is providing us a little bit of an opportunity, Jeremy and myself, to talk a little bit about some of the staffing issues and trends that we saw over last year, what we're seeing looking ahead. So that kind of, I guess my comments are providing more of context to this conversation rather than more specific comments on the report itself, but I will get to that a little bit. So let me say at the outset that I'm incredibly proud of how the staff at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center have coped with the extraordinary amount of change over the last 18 months or so. We experienced a reduction of approximately 25% of our FTEs in 2025. That includes both our permanent and non-permanent term employees. It included terms who were let go, permanent employees who took the early out retirement offer, as well as subsequent normal retirements during the balance of the year. The reductions in the center were asymmetric. There was heavier attrition on the protected resources and ecosystem side of the house science programs, and less attrition in our Magnuson and council-related programs. However, we had also heavy attrition in our senior leadership, administrative, and IT positions in the Science Center. So these reductions they're harder to quantify in terms of total center output, but they are critical to getting our work done. So we may have retained, for example, nearly 100% of our stock assessment capacity in the Science Center, but we have fewer travel coordinators, report and publication editors. We have fewer desktop IT people, those types of people who are kind of like the silent army behind our scientists. So the impact of in particular, the senior leadership losses, we lost 4 of our 6 4 of our 6 division directors in the Science Center last year. That contributed to reductions in strategic direction at a time of really great upheaval, and I'm just really proud of the people who stood up and moved into those positions and acting capacities and helped us get through what was a challenging year. In addition to the federal FTE losses, we went from having quite a bit of Inflation Reduction Act funding in 2023, 2024, leading into 2025, that supported both some of the federal term employees that we were able to hire to address or implement some of our various IRA-related initiatives, as well as contractor and university employees that we hire and depend on. This is kind of a somewhat obscured part of our workforce, but it's a really critical one in terms of allowing us flexibility in the way that we carry out our mission. So also important to place, it's also important, I think, to place last year in the context of the overall broader last 13 to 14 years, what I would characterize as sort of the sequestration and post years, which happened in the kind of 2013, 2014 timeframe. That's an era, it's been an era that we've called that there's been sort of an erosion of base resources across the Science Center. That's essentially flatlined budgets that have only partially kept up with inflation over that time period. So when I first got to the Science Center in 2009, we had over 200 federal staff and well over 100 contractors. We now have just over 130 FTEs on staff, and while the number fluctuates a little bit, fewer than 75 contractors. So that gives you a sense of the scale of the changes in the Science Center. The intersection of this capacity report with what we heard about in the stock assessment review report, just to comment on that we heard about yesterday. As I said, we only lost about one stock assessor, stock assessment scientist in 2025, but I draw the council's attention to the report presented here by Jim Hasty in 2024 on groundfish stock assessment capacity across the Science Centers and in economic capacity for groundfish across the 2 centers. Our overall attrition in the Southwest was actually worse than the Northwest, so our ability to add additional processes called for in that review report will be limited, and we'll need to be creative on that front. In terms of budgets moving forward, so we've lost a lot of people. NMFS was appropriated by Congress budgets that were generally in line with our historical base numbers. So the question might naturally arise of whether we are just going to be able to rehire the positions that we lost. We have been given authority to hire a few new positions or backfill or deal with some of the changes, but not a lot. I just rehired 2 of my 4 division director losses. So you may have heard that Dr. John Field is going to take on our Fisheries Ecology division, replacing Steve Lindley. We're also hiring 1 bioinformaticist, 1 survey tech, possibly 1 HR person. There will be a few more, and those will likely be in a combination of some strategic backfills in priority areas, and then also some new positions in administration priority areas like advanced technologies, thinking uncrewed systems, omics, those kinds of areas, as well as in data management or data science positions. But we will not be wholesale replacing all of the employees that we lost in 2025. We're moving as an agency at the NMFS level towards experimenting with some centralization models for some functions. And so some of what might have been positions in the Southwest Center historically will be hired elsewhere, and we will receive services from a more centralized model. And that's probably primarily true in the administrative services realm, but also in the data and IT areas. So with that in context, the capacity report outlined by Merrick, it outlines several options for FMPs and ecosystem activities. The options presented today would result in a range of outcomes for the Southwest Center staffing, from 0 changes to quite large reductions in activity time. And so for the options submitted, for the options resulting in more than 0 impact on science, the reductions would affect, in some cases, both survey, analysis, and assessment staff at the Science Center. In other cases, they may affect just one of those categories. And in several cases, there would be no change to activities required to meet the new needs. I would say an example of the last category is where we may conduct one survey to target multiple stocks. If we remove one or two stocks from an FMP, there may not be like an appreciable change in the science-centered data acquisition efforts. So I think with that, I will pass it on to Jen.
Great. Good morning. So I want to first I want to thank Executive Director Burden, Chair Pete, Butch, also former Chair Pettinger, for really just rolling up their sleeves and having some really good heart-to-heart conversations about this and about this report. And thanks to the council for reading and spending some time and putting some thoughts in response. So I'm looking forward to our conversation today. Also, I just want to do a quick shout out and thanks to Taylor DeBevick, who really tried to help facilitate all of us. Not an easy group to facilitate. I also want to just say, I very much appreciate that this report is, if you're finding it challenging because we're talking about changing your processes or your babies or your identity, yeah, it is. And so appreciate that's what I expect in conversations ahead of us. I do want to reiterate too that, the concepts from my perspective and the options that we put forward from where I sit are really meant to spark the conversation, to spark your engagement in this. There are needed changes. Things have already changed, and there are also transitions that we're currently engaged in. And this conversation, you can choose to or choose not to engage and help change or shape any future changes, shape how the transitions go, and also the new beginnings that come with all those things. I do want to speak to the tribal trust responsibilities and the trust responsibilities and treaty obligation piece. I want to be clear that time and staff resources that the federal government, has to contribute to engagement and consultation and coordination, those are not at question or at risk here. It's not to say that we're going to do everything we're asked to do, but it's more meant to say that within our prioritization process, tribal engagement, consultation, and coordination of these activities are assumed and will continue. So West Coast region staff, including myself, are still at varying levels of processing what we're calling the loss of 40%, loss of 100 colleagues. And like I said, this includes me too. When I came here, I had a lot of ideas. I had a huge infrastructure with incredible people with incredible years of knowledge, skills, and relationships that's had me situation to really leverage some big conservation outcomes. And that foundation has been severely impacted with these changes. My job now is really pivoting to start to rebuild what that looks like. It's not going to look like what it looked like before. It needs to be designed to retain the amazing people we still have on staff and also to attract future generations to keep all this work going. So as with the change that has come in our staffing, we have taken the approach in the West Coast region at the leadership team level to do an extensive process of prioritizing all our work that comes in. We've rebalanced our staff across our divisions. And that means that we have many people working in new places on new things and with new team members and new supervisors. Staff are working on, upwards of over 550 projects and actions that we have prioritized. And those are aligned with administration priorities like the EOs, congressional directions, legal mandates. And then to date, there's another just under 600 that we can't get to right now. And then another almost 200 that we've just completely paused on. So that's just kind of a high-level snapshot of the work we've been doing to try and help, prioritize and get a sense of what we can and can't do in the near term. So those are all changes. Now with those changes, we need to figure out what to do with some of that work, because while it might not fit into some of those criterias of administration priorities, they are foundational to how we engage. And for me, at the core of that is kind of our conservation ethic and our conservation foundation. So there's a lot of reimagining in that area we're going to have to do. But luckily, the work of the council here is in the high priority category. The challenge is that the Sustainable Fisheries Division, Ryan's division, lost 9 or 10 people last year. There's no path for immediate replacement. There's no promise of immediate replacement for those people. And like you've heard, both at the council level, and Kristen just mentioned it too, base funding for our sustainable fishery work has been also flat. So we know what that means. I know that in April, Administrator Solar announced that we would be doing some hiring. Kristen talked about hiring. Her science center has been able to do. West Coast region has been approved. The ability to hire 5 new staff, and we're extremely excited about that. It's kind of a little bit of like breathing a little bit more air into us right now. But the reality, the West Coast region, we lost the most across the nation. Replacing 100 people, replacing that institutional knowledge and those skills, it's not going to be fixed through staffing. And I'm not anticipating or planning for bigger numbers at this point, bigger base numbers. So for almost all of our work, there's no going back to how it used to be. The changes and impacts that have already happened also will not be limited to just the federal government. I think you all are starting to begin to feel the ripple effects. And I want to thank the chair, the vice chair, and Merrick for stepping up and acknowledging that that's probably there's going to be some ripple effects on all of us, and this paper is really us trying to like acknowledge that and seed the conversation. I want to say I'm really proud and in awe of the NMFS staff. They're stepping up, they're stretching themselves, they're learning new things. They're bringing the excellence you all expect of NOAA staff members, and they're not going to fill all the gaps. And this means that within this transition, there is, we're going to be moving to really looking at more efficiencies, innovation, and technologies. There's going to be a change in process in how we do work. That's going to impact you all, and we can do it with you or do it on our own, but our choice is to do it with you. If given the choice, we'd like to do it with you. So to finish, I just want to say I think the opportunity here really is for you all to actively engage in this, engage in some of these concepts, and maybe there's other ones out there. We're not limited to what's in this paper. Again, really here to spark the conversation, and ask you to help us shape these needed changes, the needed transitions, and the new beginnings. So thanks.
Thanks, Jen and Kristen. So good morning, council members. Jeremy Russin, I'm the acting director for the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and hopefully I'm not going to unplug the mic as I pull on the cord, which I'm probably not supposed to do. So Jen and Kristen covered a lot of the ground I would normally cover, and I also had the chance to speak with you in April about this matter, so I'm not going to try to rehash all of that, and I'll keep my comments relatively brief. I guess to start, I think it is important to recognize that this is a long-standing issue and one that we were facing before we lost all the staff last year. Kristen's Science Center lost around 25%. I think the region lost approaching 40%, and ours was around 30%. And people have stepped up in incredible ways into new positions, and they've, whether they're formally doing that or informally doing that to try to hold things together. And they've really shined in those roles, and it's been incredible to watch. And so I am also extremely proud and just admire the way our folks have responded to these challenges. We didn't lose, fortunately, division directors, but we did lose our science center director and our deputy director, and so that's why I'm sitting before you. But we're all embracing it. We're embracing these challenges, and we know the work that we do is incredibly important, and that's what I spoke about in April, was just like the incredible commitment of our staff and what Kristen and Jen have also spoken about, which is both a blessing and a challenge when we think about trying to streamline and do less. That commitment is so ingrained in our staff, and that's something that we're all working through as we say the words, we're going to reimagine all the work that we do. And there's some excitement in that because we can use new technologies and we can really open our aperture on how we do our work. And I think that's at the heart of this report and this set of ideas and the start of this conversation. But it's also a challenging time to do that. I did want to pick up on also our, optimism about being able to hire a little bit. It's an exciting time that way. It's also, as I think Jen said, if in our science center, we're down about 30% from where we were about a year ago, a little over a year ago. And if we fill the positions we're allowed to fill, we'll get up to about 25% down from where we were. So it's really just a small fraction, and that's why we keep continuing to say, even with the ability to hire, we're not going to go back to where we were, and we can't just look at these. These are really precious opportunities for us to hire. They're not backfills. We're not filling holes. We're really trying to think about what are we going to need moving forward to meet future needs, current and future needs. The other thing is right now, we still have people who are retiring, and so those retirements continue to outpace our ability to even bring in new staff. So this challenge that we're facing we're not even turning the corner on that yet. Even with the ability to hire, we're going to keep losing folks just because that's the demographic of our workforce. So it's all about a mindset shift, and we've been trying to instill that in our staff, and I think we've been making some really good progress there. And again, our staff have been incredibly open to that and asking, what does the agency and what do our communities and stakeholders need from me right now, and willing to step into that. And I think that's what we also benefited from and had in our conversations with NMFS leadership and council leadership on this is like, how can we really think about things differently and have a mindset shift and philosophy shift in how we approach our work. That's really bringing about more efficiencies in our work and bringing more focus. And I think oftentimes, and we hear that often within the council because so much of the work we do is so important. So when we talk about needing to do less, we automatically focus on the things that we think are lower priority and not doing those or doing less of those. And that's certainly an important part of it. But we also have to look at the really important things we do. We've had that discussion this week in terms of the stock assessment prioritization process. Stock assessment is among the most critical things that we do, but we have to right size that with the capacity we have, and that's doing different mix of assessment types and scheduling those assessments out. And so it's certainly not just focused on our lower priority work. We have to look at how we do our highest priority work, and as Jen and Kristen said, our work for the council and how we support the council, all the field work we do, all of our assessments, and all the other work we do to support the council is right at the top of that list, but it doesn't mean we can do all of it. I guess the last 2 points I would just touch on is I really appreciated through this process that, it was asking questions, all of us from our own perspectives, and we bring different perspectives in this initial sort of ideation, and discussion phase. Why couldn't we do this differently? Or I have an idea about how we might be able to do things differently to try to right size the work that we do. And so we really had a diversity of perspectives, I think, brought to the table. And I think you see that in the report as well, you know, as noted in the report. They're not necessarily consensus ideas. They're ideas that we thought as a group, you know, merit some further exploration and some questioning. And there's certainly, they're not the end all be all. There's many other ideas out there, but I think we all benefited from that. And this is something, I think, in contrast to the risk value matrix, which is another approach to how we prioritize things. And there have been some challenges with that, as Executive Director Burden highlighted in some of his opening remarks. It doesn't benefit from the same kind of diversity of thought, I think, and bringing everyone to the table and thinking about how we can do this and do this in an aligned way. And when we're talking about capacity constraints that affect such important work where there's so much riding on it, we all really have to bring all the ideas to the table and try to reach alignment in how we do that, because it's so critical. So I would just note that I think there's been a lot of value to that, and I've appreciated that, and I'm sure there'll be more of that from the diverse views around this table. I think Kristen said it well when she talked about how the different ideas in the report sort of have different levels of benefit or risk associated with them at the Science Center level. So I'm not going to get into that. I think we all noted that as we were talking about the different ideas and recognizing that there's no silver bullet in there. There's going to be a mix of different ideas that are going to try to achieve the overall goal. And we were all open to thinking about how we could do that together through sort of this menu of different possibilities. I think the last thing I would just touch on is this is not just a Pacific Council issue or a regional issue. This is a national issue that we're facing, and that's why the risk value matrix was rolled out the way it was, even with its challenges. So, you know, we together are tackling this, and I think there's a great opportunity in doing that. It also, and Pacific Council, frankly, is leading on this topic by taking it up this way. So that's a credit to the council. It's a credit to council leadership to take this on, you know, head on. When you're doing something for the first time and leading, there's also a lot of challenges to that because there's not a clear roadmap for how you get there. But we're making good progress, and I think this report and the discussions to date, you know, are really evidence of that. So I think that's where I'll lead it. I look forward to answering any questions and hearing the discussion and where this discussion goes. Thanks.
So before we get into question or answers, you know, from my perspective, Jen and your leadership teams and all your NOAA employees on the West Coast, offering to work together on this is going to give us the best outcome. Getting a piece of paper and saying this is how you're going to do it now is never works very good. And I can say with confidence, a few people in your seat a few years ago, probably more than a few, might have taken that approach. And we've been through kind of some of those, and this process that we're setting up and working with NOAA to do this is much appreciated. And after going to the CCC meeting, there's no doubt in my mind that we have the best counsel and relationship with NOAA, and we certainly want to continue that and make whatever outcomes the best we can, no matter what they are. And it's unfortunate that we've lost a lot of good people on the way, because we did have a lot of good people, and this is a partnership. I'm sorry, Jeremy, we're partners. But just like all this stuff, this is a partnership, and how well you work with your partners is how well the outcome is. So I appreciate what you've had to say today, and appreciate your leadership, Jennifer. It's been great. So anyway, with further ado, Pete, Chairman.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I want to offer a few comments on this process. You know, I think, as we all remember, the genesis of this was a year and a month ago at a CCC meeting when we saw the constraints coming, and on the national scale, the risk value matrix concept was laid out in the region under their leadership. said, the West Coast here, our region is going to take that challenge. And so as it was discussed, a lot of that focus was prioritization and when you look at the risk value. But I think as the executive director captured in his comments, an additional filter we had through this process was what can we do to relieve the capacity constraints that we have? And then as that occurs, then how is our process going to adapt to those changes? And that's a little bit different perspective because when we came into that, our first meeting, you know, we agreed that we all have our own space. The science centers do the science, the region, the management, the regulations, and the council. You know, I view the council as a unique role as integrating the resource, the communities, the stakeholders, and all those pieces into what we have to do under the MSA. So, and I think as both Jeremy and Kristen pointed out, when you're talking about a change, it affects the different parts differently. What's a positive for one may be a negative for the other. But we had very objective discussions through that and worked through this and have, I think, right now a good set of recommendations, but it's not complete. I think the more important part is what it created. Well, obviously, we're seeing some of the fruits of that. We've implemented some of those things already. But I think more importantly, we have a framework to carry us into the future because this is not going to end after this meeting or in the next year. It's going to persist. And some of these things we have, hiring takes time. The budget situations don't change. So I encourage people to think longer term that an incredible, and thanks to the region and the science centers, we have an incredibly good working relationship here to think about these issues and look for solutions. And we have a nice framework for a process that I feel shouldn't end here, but let's capture that and make sure it works to our benefit in the future. So again, thanks to the region, the science centers, and everybody involved in this. I believe we've accomplished a lot of good work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, well, let's open the floor up to questions and answers. I didn't see who was first, so I apologize. I don't want to get in trouble here. Okay, Corey, I'll take you.
Thanks very much for this presentation and the work you did that brought us here. I think transparency is something that we highly value here at the council, and we really appreciate when NMFS comes to us with opportunities for transparency and for inclusion and discussion, even if it doesn't end with what we like, either individually or as a group. I just highly value that. So I appreciate all those efforts. Reflecting on what Chair Hassemer just said, you know, it sounds like this was something that's been in the works for a while, and there's been some discussions both at headquarters and the regions. And I think it is, I appreciate the noting that we're sort of ahead of the curve here a little bit and that there are some difficulties that come with that. So thank you for that. Also, just want to note, hearing how much staff y'all have lost and how difficult it must be. And I think, Jeremy, you noted sort of the commitment to excellence that folks have and the tension there when you have people who are used to excellence and potentially used to perfection, and how hard it is to not have the ability to do that. So just recognizing, one, thank your staff for that. Thank you for all three of you for your kind words with your staff. And it's great to hear that you are seeing continued excellence and continued effort with your staff to solve these problems. I've got a couple questions. One, I think, Jen, you noted, you said that there's some rebalancing of the staff across divisions, and I think you said people are working on new things. So I'm just curious if you can elaborate and provide some details about if there's folks that we're used to working with or we're supporting products and science that we use and how that might impact us?
Probably the most significant one was we moved the hatchery management, the salmon anadromous, I can't remember what it was called, but the hatchery branches, there were two of them, out of the Sustainable Fisheries Division and into what we call area offices. And their work largely aligns with the geographic areas that those area offices cover, and they align largely with the regulatory work they're doing. And for me, there's an opportunity for cross-pollination of the sustainable fishery side and the ESA regulatory side there. So I think as hard as that was and hard as it's been for staff, that's probably the biggest one. But like I said, the priority work of the council, you'll probably feel the least changes here relative to what other externals are feeling. And a lot of what is, we lost a lot of people who've been around for a long time. Like I said, the institutional leaders in big areas like Columbia River management, Klamath management, and Central Valley, Sacramento management. I have entirely new teams in all of those areas. Not brand new, people, who've been around and worked around it, but we are rebuilding relationships with the communities we work with in those three areas. So if you work, so it's less about probably what you're experiencing here, but I think that one of the things we talked about, and I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around how we, bring that back here, how we quantify it, is we only have so much capacity to process the work of the council. And some of the work, my observation, some of the work of the council, we create more work for ourselves in some cases. And it's work that we haven't either considered or planned for. I'm sure you all have experienced some of that, maybe even in this meeting. And so I'd like to come back and keep working with the centers. The centers might have more people that can process, 7 or 8 assessments a year, but my staff may only be able to address the work that comes out of that for 3 or 4 of them. And so those are the kinds of conversations we have to have and, be talking with you all about as you're setting up your work plans going forward.
Thanks for that. That's helpful. My second question is regarding something, Jen, you also noted about the West Coast region lost the most across the nation. I think that's something that is unfortunate to hear. And I'm curious if you have any information for us about why that happened, what sort of criteria we're taking into account for those decisions. We want to support the region and the science centers, and we want to support West Coast Fisheries. And part of that is making sure that you are funded and supported at a national level.
Yeah, well, the criteria, it wasn't, necessarily targeted at us. So some of it's probably just more factual situations. And then I can, make some guesses about other reasons why, which I won't talk about here, but some simple factual ones. When the probationary staff were let go, we had just hired. When I first got here, I pushed and pushed and pushed. We had funding, and I said the best thing we could do right now is to staff up. So we staffed up, and 40 of those people were probationary staff. So it may have been that we had a bigger chunk of probationary staff than others. And a lot of people took early retirement. It's not, we've known for a long time, we have this, you've heard attrition, retirement and attrition, that segment of our workforce, that was a problem before we got here. So we knew we had, 5 to 10% attrition, but now we had an opportunity for that to happen right away. So I think that, it wasn't a target. It was just kind of a set of circumstances, I think.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, and thanks for your comments this morning. I just wanted to also echo the appreciation for that, and Jen in particular. You've been really transparent and clear with us from day one about your approach, and then faced with the budget situation and the situation that you've had to manage through. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for that. You've been clear, and I think in a time when there's a lot of change and need to change how we do things and how you do things to continue to do the good work, that clarity is really important. So thanks for including us in that. And I can't imagine what that's been like. So on that too, and I on that point about figuring out how you do the work and what work you can do and what work you can't do. One thing you said was, we're not going back, and maybe there's not going back, but I also, and I think I've maybe said this before, I feel like our story, the story of what the councils do, is such a good story to tell, and our industry participants and the staff that support them through the science centers, the council, the state agencies deserve to have the resources to continue to provide that. All the stuff that we're talking about, risk management and everything we're doing, is trying to bring that all together. And so I just want to speak in support of the opportunity to build back capacity at the science centers, at the states, at the councils, and tell that message and all of that. So just wanted to offer that. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry to jump the queue. I wanted to respond to Ms. Riding's question just briefly to add on. Jen, there's a position I want to make sure everyone here in the rebalancing that did change that is relevant to the council. Well, we lost 2 supervisors as part of the attrition. One of them was Lyle Enriquez, who was a designee at this council. He was the head of our permitting branch. So part of the rebalancing was to give us back a permitting branch and a branch chief. So I introduced at the April council meeting, I think to some of you, but not all, Jeff Bash has taken over as the head of that branch. For those that did not meet him, he will be at one of the next 2 council meetings as well. So we have restored our permitting branch as well. And so that's someone who has been working with various folks on a number of issues and is very relevant to a number of council discussions and actions. So I just wanted to flag that. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn, and then Rebecca.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to thank Executive Director Burden and you all on trying to find ways to live with our new reality, and I suspect it's going to continue to change. And therefore, I've been struggling about what to ask or what to say, because it seems some of the box or the situation we're in is outside of all of our control. A new EO drops in, everyone has to shift. So I do have questions about how many staff have been shifted from their core duties to work on deep sea mineral mining. That's a question that's popped into my head. And I think I'm a fairly dedicated civil servant just for a state as opposed to the feds. You all have a lot of very dedicated, very, very good civil servants working for you. But in some recent hirings I've been working on, I'm getting more and more applicants because people don't see the federal government as a viable career opportunity at this point. So I do have concerns about that going forward. And then there's thoughts on delegating to the states for things. That's great for you all. The states are not in any better shape. We not only have to deal with what comes out of the federal legislature, we have to deal with what's coming out of our state legislature. We're going into our next biennium, we have to provide a 10% cut. And we've now taken on management of a big chunk of groundfish. And there's talk about delegating to additional groundfish management parts or CPS. Just because it's not maybe discussed on this floor, people in this arena are still working on it. So there's some concerns. So I don't know that the only real question, I guess, is about the repositioning folks to deep sea mineral mining, but just also acknowledging the people who are still at NMFS are some excellent people. Ms. Kent's in the back there. She and I talk regularly about some things, and Dr. Cope goes out of his way to have monthly stock assessment chats that anybody can come on to try to help people understand. There's people that go above and beyond that really need to be acknowledged. I'm glad we're having the discussion. I hope we can continue to have it. I do know what's happening in the North Pacific as well. Listening to part of their meeting last week, they were talking about how to not get too far ahead of NMFS, not take action, and NMFS be able to do the rulemaking. By the time they are able to do it, the analysis is stale. So just some of those squirrels that have got the caffeine in my brain this morning.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks, Lynn. Just a couple of responses. So deep sea mining is being led out of the National Ocean Service. So they are the ones that probably have dedicated more. I don't have numbers on what they dedicated, but we have a role in that process. So if you haven't had that briefing, deep sea mining you've had the briefing. And then I think at this point, most of the deep sea mining is impacting our Western, our Hawaii and Pacific regions. We have 2 staff that are dedicated. So compared to what we stood up for offshore wind, it's very scaled back. And so that's my answer on that one. I do acknowledge, I think maybe I didn't say it. I had it in my notes, but we are going to rely more, as part of this, we're going to rely on states and tribes and watershed groups and other partners and probably not other agencies, because they're just as federal agencies, they're in as bad a shape as we are, to help us get some of our work done. But this is where I'm saying we need to be engaging you in how we are innovating so that you can think about, it's not to dump the process as it currently exists externally. We all have to innovate together. We all the things that we want, all the things that the public want, that hasn't changed. So just wanting to fully recognize, the states are in tough shape too. And again, that's why we're having this conversation.
Just a couple of things on the Science Center side, deep sea mining. We had a very small program for offshore wind that we had before January of last year. We had a total of 2 employees in that program. One of them took the early out last year, and the other one has been reassigned to some other activities, still doing a little bit on offshore wind, but now doing about maybe 20% time on deep sea mining. So, and that's primarily reviewing applications. We, in the very small sample size, because we're not doing much hiring, but I've actually been very encouraged by the kinds of lists of applicants we've been seeing applying to our few positions that we've had open. So that's at least some encouraging news.
Rebecca, you had your hand up, I thought.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just want to again say we should never grow numb to the fact that there have been incredible cuts to your program. And the question I have is, can you say no? Can you say no when the council asks you for something? Or at least say no unless we drop this or that. I'm keep coming back to the 10-year stock assessment plan. I know that's a long-term outlook where we can go, but I think the greatest thing about that plan is it says, here's what our priorities should be. We should focus on this situation, ACL fully attained, uncertainty, new data available. It gives a process for, we're saying no because we should be doing this or doing that. So I just want to commend that. I assume that everything that goes into a stock assessment, the surveys, the data, the sampling, all of the number crunching, is probably a big share of your overall budget. So that's a great example of where we're saying, how should we prioritize? I think it's just so helpful to do that exercise. I would think that that's a big part of your prioritization plan and your ability to say, yeah, we could do that, but then we don't do this. It's really well done. Thank you.
Sharon and then Heather Haldigan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And if I may, I have two questions. The first is regarding the seafood EO, and certainly we all kind of rallied around to provide feedback into that. My question for NMFS is, there was a lot in the seafood EO. From your perspective, do you have sort of a vision in terms of what's a win? What's a milestone for your work relative to the seafood EO?
So I'll highlight a couple and then see what I'm sure Ryan's got a handful more as well. The ones that jump out immediately to me, and probably to the administration, is the stock assessment, the stock definition work that we've done. But the EFP work right now is getting big attention from our folks back east, and not only here but nationally. So I think our work there. Ryan, do you want to weigh in with some more?
Yeah, no, I think any, we've been looking at all the suite of council actions, both recently, but also going back that were, since the start of this administration, for everything that this council has done to expand fishing opportunities. We had some the groundfish measures like Cordell Bank, which opened up some certain areas. We've highlighted that. We've got some gear marking and flexibilities as far as the fixed gear follow-on actions, right? So anything that provides increased flexibility, addresses regulatory burdens or expands fishing opportunities, and the council has taken a number of those and has it on trajectory to take even further. So yeah, we've highlighted those for sure.
Thank you. And if I also may ask, so relative to reduction in capacity, is NMFS kind of creating maybe a vision or even a formal policy in regards to use of AI in your workforce and your work applications?
I'll take a stab at that initially. I would say that there's not a move necessarily to develop a NMFS policy for AI that I'm aware of quite yet. There have been quite a few efforts at the NOAA level to establish groups looking at how do we engage in the proper use of AI. There have been a number of efforts both at the department and NOAA level to establish some guardrails, if you will, because there are special considerations for the government to have to consider. Can we create some segregated, walled-off areas that employees can use, scientists in particular, and particular applications we can use that aren't necessarily entering government data into some of these large language models, but in effect creating some areas where they can use them, and policy around that. And then we are seeing some additional, I think with this administration, growth in our ability to use AI that way. So I think we're going to continue to see, and there's a pretty robust NOAA level working group on this that's been working for a number of years. So I think we'll continue to see promulgation of guidelines, and as technology changes, kind of shifting with that. It is a complex area for the government to plan, but that's what I would say so far on that. I don't know if Jeremy has more.
Well, I'll speak to the non-science side because I personally am encouraging it. I'm encouraging us to experiment and because we have the tools, it's been made available to us. It will become part of my performance metrics at some point in time. And so I think there is a lot of utility. It doesn't mean with some of the tasks that we have to do on the regulatory side, with the development of biological opinions, the development of permits, doesn't mean we're getting rid of people there. In my mind, we're freeing up the people's brains to work on the hard issues, the science issues, the management issues in front of us, and spending less time focusing on formatting documents and that sort of thing. And we still need those humans on the back end right now to fact check things. So I have a lot of encouragement in supporting our folks in experimenting with it.
Thank you.
So before I go to Heather, Dr. Lent, the fan was going and the tone of your voice, some of your statement got blocked out and I didn't hear it. Did you have a question that didn't get answered? Did I? Okay, I apologize if that happened. Okay. Heather.
All right, thank you. I want to circle back a little bit to the comment about leaning on the states to do the work. And this is my transparency back to you all and reiterating what Ms. Mattis said about the budget situation. It's serious in Washington. We lost positions last budget cycle. We are looking ahead to something even more challenging and preparing for that. So our agency is also doing what you're doing and right-sizing our work to our resources, and it's hard. And so my point is just communication with the states is critical. So in the report I noted, and you know how I feel about this, it's work that we do, and even if it looks like a savings in one area, it's not really. It's being pushed to somewhere else, and I keep thinking of it like Jenga. And so we have to be working together and talking to each other about that, because we are WDFW in the process of saying we can't do this work. We don't have the resources to do the work. And so maybe leaving it on a positive note is going back to the idea that we tell our story better. And that's one of the strategies we have at WDFW, making sure the legislature knows the work we do and the people that want us to do the work because they want the opportunity to fish or be at one of our boat access areas or this or that. The story can overlap both of our efforts. So thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Any other questions? Corey Writings.
This is actually not a question for our NMFS leadership, but is sort of a question going back to sort of the document that's in front of us in that process. So I didn't want to jump ahead or cut anything off, but I do have a question for, I think it's Director Burden or whomever at some point. So. Fire away it is. So I just have a few clarifying questions around the documents that are in front of us. The first one is in regards to where some of these concepts or ideas might move to. And it's noted that there's sort of three places. One is the council efficiencies, one is scoping, and one's a committee of the whole, which I think was noted as possibly 2028. So my question is around the council efficiencies bucket. And I stand to be corrected if my memory on this is not perfect, but in the past when we've talked about council efficiencies, I recall us talking about that agenda item as a place where we really were working on sort of council process efficiencies, and that we had made a lot of efforts to think about how we can do this council process better without actually impacting the content of our work. And as I look at the table and the areas in the preliminary summary and details below, that to me is content. So I'm struggling a little bit about potentially moving some of this work into the council efficiencies bucket, which to me has previously been a council process bucket. So just looking for a little clarification there.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Wrighting. I appreciate that question. I think you've got it exactly right. The ideas in the paper are almost all of them are FMP or regulatory amendments. And so the intent of outlining those 3 ways forward, and my thinking has actually evolved a little bit more since we drafted this report, but the idea in drafting those 3 ways forward is that there are ideas that might not be contained in this paper that you might want to keep exploring. And so as we think about efficiencies and reducing the resources and staffing that we need, we have ongoing discussions of council efficiencies. I don't think there's anything in the paper that would be appropriate for that kind of a step. Most of these are FMP amendments or regulatory amendments, or I don't know what you call an FEP amendment, but that. And then there are larger discussions of just organizational governance and structure, and that's what a committee of the whole is for. That type of thinking isn't in this report either. So there's sort of disconnected themes. The paper is really focused on our FMPs. Those 3 pathways are 3 pathways for any of the ideas that we might come up with in addition to the ones in this paper. I guess I would also say that if there's an idea that you want to explore further, but you're not ready to start an FMP amendment process, you could say, staff, why don't you bring back a discussion paper? Help us think about this a little bit more. And so that's sort of a non-committal way of just understanding the issue a little bit more before we start to trigger a FMP amendment process, for example. Is that helping?
Okay, any other discussion? John?
Yeah, sorry, so are we on council discussion, or where are we on the list here?
I'm sorry, any other questions? I misspoke.
Okay.
But I think we could. Yeah, it's appropriate to take public comment, for sure, and I don't, 0, so we are in discussion. John, you see how you did that?
I'll be honest, I am in a very different place I was before this all started. And I'm honestly a little more confused now about what we're doing. I see a purpose in the paper, and I really, at least as of my last reading of it, I was appreciative of getting some concrete examples about what leadership is looking at in terms of how we might address a capacity issue at NIMS. At this point, I don't know where we go next. The paper it's a good starting point. It's food for thought. It's certainly incomplete. There's definitely other things that the council is doing that we could stop doing that would provide capacity savings for NIMS. And the report notes that there's other things that aren't on here. What's confusing me now is that the report includes a variety of things that we are already doing, and we're moving forward with. And those things require capacity to complete. And I don't think the report is saying we should stop doing those things. It's suggesting that completing them might have capacity savings. I guess in my mind, a good next step would be to look for things that the council is currently doing. Look at the universe of things we are doing, the things we work on, and if we stopped doing one of those things, what would the capacity savings be, and would that put us in a better place and put NIMS in a better place? And That requires some prioritization among things that we are doing that we can stop doing. So they have to be things that we are doing that are not statutorily required. And so, you know, I'm a little at a loss. I think if I was to direct council staff to do anything, that would be my next step, is to take this list, refine it, and add in recommendations on things that the council does that we don't have to. And I'll give two examples. One, based on this discussion, you know, how has NMFS capacity reduction impacted the work we do? Well, it was brought up this morning. We used to get a report that a NMFS staff person prepared on the estimates of total bycatch in the DGN fishery. That was based on some modeling work and some work that NMFS staff created. That person retired. We don't get that report anymore. And instead, we have a state representative to the management team prepare a simple report on observed bycatch in the fishery. Do we need that report? I'd argue no. At this point, it's a report on a fishery that is sunsetting in just over a year. We could just simply wipe that one off the slate. It reduces the need for NMFS to refill that role that they could use elsewhere. It reduces the workload on our state staff who are being asked to now do it. So that's one example. Another example, there are a variety of things that we do that could be eliminated that maybe we don't want to. And so that's where I'm seeing, you know, some additional work on prioritization. But, you know, we have a really good report that is the annual state of the California current ecosystem. I think we all appreciate that report and value it. That report, I believe, causes workload at NMFS. That report is not required. It's not something that we have to do. Is it something we should continue doing? I'd say yes, and we need to consider what that costs and what other reports might not be able to be completed because of it. So those are sort of my two examples, and I don't think I can look at anything on the list in the report in front of us and say immediately today, thumbs up, thumbs down, let's do it. I think, you know, the document is there. I think it should be a living document. I think it should inform the work we do moving forward. But, you know, I don't know that there's anything else that we could act on today from the report.
Thanks, John. Respond. Any other discussions? Corey.
Thanks. Thanks, John, for kicking us off here. I want to start by saying I appreciate the table and the work that was put in front of us. I know that took a lot of effort. Again, it's transparent and appreciate that process. One thing I almost ask as a question, but it may be more of an observation, but I will stand to be corrected if I'm misunderstanding, is the table to me. John observed something similar around groundfish. These are all items that are underway, and I think it would be, I can't imagine the council sort of deciding not to do those. So to me, that was those are sort of perhaps a misunderstanding, but kind of done. And then salmon is not on the list, and there's a good explanation of why, and I appreciate that. So that really just leaves CPS, HMS, and ecosystem. There's one very small HMS item and a whole bunch of potentially very major CPS items that would have impacts. And then I think it's categorized as medium ecosystem. And I think For me, that's not totally complete. And maybe it feels complete to the people who put it together. As a reader and a council member, it doesn't feel complete. And maybe that's what John was getting at a little bit, is a larger, more holistic look, a strategic look across our FMPs and all the actions that the council takes. But I did want to put that observation out, if there's a way that we wanted to look at this, either with a finer grain that John proposed, or maybe just a second stab, having council staff go back and think a little bit more about this, or break this down differently, or use some different criteria about how we make these decisions. I think that would be beneficial.
And Mattis. Oh, so go ahead, Merrick.
Okay, mine doesn't feed off of what Ms. Writing said. So if you were gonna, since this item dropped, I've been struggling with what do we do with this information? How do we move forward? Thank Mr. Ugeretz for starting with some thoughts. And I know we would be here for probably 2 or 3 days on this item alone, but we don't have any feedback from our advisory bodies. And I know we're here to represent all of our advisory bodies, but what may be important to the whiting fleet as a priority could be very different than what would be important to a salmon charter boat out of Ilwaco, just because I've got Brad on one side of me and looking at Butch. And what's important to Groundfish would be very different than what's important to CPS. I know we were trying to be very streamlined at this meeting and just have us. So I do struggle a little bit that we haven't heard from our advisory bodies on how to move forward, and maybe that wasn't the intent to hear from them. Things like specs and stock assessment prioritization, I know how to make those motions. I know how to provide that guidance. This is one I'm really struggling with. What do we do? What is needed of us, other than say pick 1A2 or 1B12, what are the numbers? I need a little bit more of that, or maybe that's not what's expected of us today.
Merrick?
Yeah, I appreciate this discussion and these comments. I'll go back to the latter part of the situation summary and maybe try to recast that a little bit. We're not looking for decisions today. What we've done is we've discussed a lot of ideas, some of which we said there's no way we should propose that, but that are not statutorily required, maybe getting to John's point. So the list of things that we could come up with is immense. And so as we have talked through and filtered through what seems reasonable, we've developed this paper, which is not an exhaustive list. It's not a complete investigation of the ideas, but it provides a sense of our view of some reasonable concepts that could reduce demands on the system in different ways. And so that paper then is provided to you to say, do any of these ideas gain any traction with you? And we'd like to know if so. And we'll take that, and then we'll develop a deeper dive on those concepts to bring it back for your consideration, for advisory body consideration. But we're looking for some prioritization from you all about which of these ideas make sense to you, or do they raise other ideas in your mind that you'd like to explore further? But we aren't making decisions here. That will come over the next several months as we outline next steps. Hoping that helps a bit. I guess one other comment, just to Ms. Mattis's suggestion about hearing from our advisory bodies. Absolutely, we highly value our advisory bodies, but as a matter of process design, there are some times and places where the council just has to set priorities for the advisory bodies rather than the bottom-up process that we value and love. But there are times where we say it's the council's turn to take leadership and provide instruction to advisory bodies. So that's why we aren't hearing from them today, but as we move forward, we most certainly plan to do that.
Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I suspect you're trying to get us to a point where we can go to lunch. I really appreciate that explanation. Executive Director Burton, that was really helpful. One place I haven't been able to check in with our salmon folks, but I kind of am hearing John North in the back of my brain at the moment. I think the salmon folks would probably agree on the guidance of maybe let's not do anything with salmon right now. It's a special thing that needs to stay on its own process. I think that's one of the recommendations on the table. I believe ODFW would be supportive of not doing anything with salmon at this time, if that's helpful.
I would agree with you, Lynn. John.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and Lynn, I think I can agree with you on that as well. In looking at the situation summary and items 2 and 3 and the council tasks, oh look, they're on the screen now too. Guidance, the types of capacity alignment ideas that we should consider further. I think I'll go with what I said, that we should look at things that we are doing that are not required, and efforts we are engaging in that aren't required, and whether or not we can stop. I think that's the only way to save capacity, and it saves capacity for NMFS, it saves capacity for council staff, so it saves floor time for all of us. And then, requesting additional information. I think the one task I would say is to, have a look at, this list and see if there are things on this list that fit that. And then also, are there additional, not necessarily low-hanging fruit, but things that might require this council, I think, as Merrick mentioned, to make a choice for this council to stop doing. I don't want to prioritize anything on this list beyond what Lynn said right now before doing that.
Thanks, John. Yeah, Merrick.
Thanks, John, for those remarks. There are, as I think through what you just mentioned, there are aspects of it that seem straightforward. You asked, or you raised the example of the work of the CCIEA, which is valued but isn't required, in my view. Where it gets challenging is looking at within FMPs. So those FMPs have been approved by the secretary, and there are, think of our Groundfish FMP. It is exhaustive. There's a lot of things in that FMP, I would say, are not required, but that are desired by this council. So do you have any thoughts about how to look within FMPs to answer that suggestion that you just made?
Thanks, and through the Vice Chair. I think that's a good idea. I think, on this list, for example, you call out CPS. In fact, it's listed as kind of one of the top things to consider for changing the way we're doing something somewhat dramatically. I think there are species in the CPS FMP that we could examine removing from that FMP entirely. And I think that could be a worthwhile discussion. When that discussion can occur is somewhat dependent on other CPS workload, and we've just sort of bitten off a big piece in terms of sardine that I think is also a valuable process that we should probably complete and then do that next step. So I think there's time within that FMP to do it. HMS, we are engaging in some pretty significant workload that is either in the FMP or out of the FMP, depending on how you look at it in terms of the roadmap work. I note that, NMFS is getting credit for working on EFP process. I think we've made some gains there. Maybe we want to look at that FMP and consider, the most immediate need is complying with the federal law that sunsets DGN, so we have an edit to that FMP that's needed. That might actually be able to be accomplished with some administrative changes that don't have to go through our normal FMP amendment process. But, there's things like that. So, yeah, I think we can look within the FMPs, and then it becomes a matter of scheduling.
Thanks, John. Merrick?
Thanks, John. I think hearing your explanation there, I believe we are actually closer of mind than I thought we were about 5 minutes ago. And so some way to look at the paper here is that we've gone through each FMP and we've said, from a reasonable perspective, what do we think we could reconsider? And so thinking about groundfish, these things are already underway. We've kind of already said we want to explore them. What we aren't exploring in groundfish, for example, is like getting rid of entire sectors or bag limit structures, things that would be unreasonable to toss out of the FMP. What we are saying is, let's look at the way in which the IFQ program is designed and monitored, et cetera. Do we need all of that? So you just made a couple of other examples on HMS. Like, is there an administrative way to process the DGN prohibition? That's a good idea. So that's the kind of thing that we were hoping to hear from you all. I don't know if that gives you greater comfort, but I think the conversation we're having right now is exactly what we are looking for. And you've added two dimensions. You've added an idea within the HMS FMP, and you've said statutorily, bigger picture, not within FMPs, but across all of our work, are there things that we are doing that we don't need to? That element is clear to me. It's the within the FMP that gets challenging, and that's what we've tried to do here.
So, Merrick, I've got a Corey writing. I'm sorry.
Just thinking on this, and thanks for some of that clarification about what we're doing here. It's helpful. I think one thing that I think we need to learn a little bit more while thinking about this as a council and thinking about prioritization is that nexus between the things that are getting done federally right now and that we've lost and that are going to the states. And I'm hearing very clearly that the states do not necessarily have capacity to pick all of this up. And I think that if possible, they need to be included in this decision or some way to bring that information forward so we have a better sense of what that looks like. If the council deprioritizes something or takes something off what we're doing or NMFS does that because they simply have to, what does that mean for the states and what impacts does that have? And I, as much as possible, would like to have that be a two-way discussion so that the council and NMFS can support the states and vice versa. And maybe that already happened and it's just not apparent to me from this document. But to me, that feels like a necessary component if we are going to be as thoughtful as we can possibly be when cutting work. My second thought is a smaller one, but just around thinking about council process. John brought up bycatch reporting, and that triggered for me. We heard under Groundfish, we had a bycatch report which I had some questions on, and sort of the answers became, well, we can do sort of a consolidated report. We can give it to you once a year, and that can provide the information in like a summaristic, one-shot kind of way. And that certainly isn't a finished story. I'm not sure what other kinds of reporting we're going to get, but what I took away from that was potentially some NMFS folks thinking about, okay, how can we not only create a better communication product that our council and our public can understand better, but also potentially that might have been some workload savings. I don't know that. Just thinking about ways that the region and the Science Center can be more efficient in how they work with the things they bring to us. I'd like to sit here and say what those things might be, but that knowledge is really in-house at NMFS. So maybe that's more of a reflection and an openness to saying, to the extent that NMFS can do those things, I hope the council can be receptive to them. And the idea would be that for both the council and NMFS, it would have some savings.
Thank you, Corey. Heather.
Thanks. I have a process question, and I'll just apologize in advance if you've explained it and I don't understand it. But how is this coming back? What is the next step in this conversation? Or I'll just start with that.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you. And I would say it's okay to not be clear here. As Jeremy indicated, we're the first council that's doing this, and so we're sort of creating the pathway as we go. My thinking is that first, I'd really like to know how you are thinking about this issue. So the exchange that John and I just had, I think, was helpful for me. I don't know if you all agree with our exchange, but it was helpful for me to think about where John's head was, which was big picture, what is our core responsibility and what isn't, and let's explore that some more potentially if the rest of you are interested in that. There might be other ideas where you say, I want more information about pursuing, say, a CPS FMP amendment. So we would think about that in our workload plan and bring back some additional material for you when we are able to. So right now, like our CPS work is, we are really busy in the council and the science centers in the region. We wouldn't be able to pick up a CPS FMP amendment at the next meeting. We're probably looking at another year from now after we wrap up our current efforts. So we would bring back information on that if you're interested in it when we're ready, right? So it would be under the auspice of a FMP amendment in that case. But I think if you were just to focus on structurally, how are you thinking about this issue? Like John outlined it in his thinking, there's core responsibilities, there's everything else. We can take that and fold that into our workload, either under a FMP amendment or maybe it's just a discussion paper of some kind. But it would be really Kelly and I working to nest that into our workload planning discussion. Is that answering your question, Heather?
Yes, big picture, but more of like right here, right now. Are we going to continue just brainstorming? Because I like what John threw out there and that idea, and I appreciate it. Are we going to keep doing that today, or are we going to come back and do more of it, and come back and offer other ideas that haven't come to the table this morning?
Yeah, I think I see what you're getting at. I would say I was about to try to start to wrap us up, and it was going to be a couple of questions. So I'm going to go back to John's suggestion. The way that he framed it is what's core and what's not, and I want to understand that more deeply. So that's a further investigation that we would have to do with the Science Center in the region, and I'm not sure exactly when we would bring that back to you. Just depends on workload. If you, as the council, want to keep a placeholder in subsequent meetings for having a discussion where we raise more ideas, we can schedule that, but that's not something I've thought of yet. I don't see us coming back at this meeting to talk about it more.
John, the man of the hour.
Yeah, hope not. No, thank you, Director Burden and Ms. Hall. I think it's taking me back to where I thought I was on this document this morning, in that I see it as a useful set of potential opportunities. And, you know, the way I was looking at it was it would be a living document that whenever we in an FMP are discussing workload, we have that document to look at so that we can look across FMPs while we are having discussions within an FMP. I think there may be opportunities, to Merrick's point, that this comes back to us in some revised format. But at the same time, I don't see a need to have a regular scheduled discussion of it. I'd rather see it occurring in those FMPs, which gets to Ms. Mattis's point of when do we hear from our advisory bodies. So that's during the workload process, right? Groundfish has its workload and annual process to look at that, right? So that's where I see that happening. Obviously, some of the things I've raised, some of the things that have been discussed might see a revised version of this report at some point that comes back with some more information.
Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks. I like the way this is going. I would also say that every time we sit down and think about what are the next round of stock assessments we're going to do, that we look at the report that's been prepared and saying, how can we prioritize stock assessments? Thank you.
So, you know, and that's my kind. I kind of like to see some of this prioritization on a piece of paper, because we've spitballed about these kinds of things for, like, I think Brad said, for days. I remember we talked about cutting a work group, and that took 6 hours at a meeting a few Januaries ago. So I think to move this forward, we have to see, but I want to, and I know all you guys know this, but I want to say this. You know, cutting is hard, but we also want to be cognizant of, we want to be able to maintain the fisheries that we manage, but we also want to leave ourselves room so we have growth where growth is needed. We don't want to tie ourselves down that the excuse is, well, we just don't have the money to see if we can, I'm not saying new fisheries, I'm saying the fisheries that we have. I just so afraid, and I've seen it, that we get so wrapped around the axle we forget that the people that we serve, the communities that we serve, at some time, the reason they sat on the dock was to get the benefits for sitting on the dock and get back in the water and fish on a recovered stock. So I just want to, in our thinking of all this, I certainly want that to be that little salt tablet, you know, on the recipe, because I am worried about that and cuts, because you know, it costs money to go fishing. And anyway, I will get you, Asia, but I got to get Brad first. How'd you like that one? Pretty tricky. Look to you, Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I think we realistically, I mean, we always should be looking, do we have to do it, right? And because, you know, if we are always doing everything more than we probably should be doing, then something comes up we really want to do, or we need to do it. If there's no capacity, we're just stuck. I mean, I look at this table, I think it's great because it lays out, it's a mix, things we're already doing, some things we could be doing, kind of maybe gets the creative juices flowing about what direction I might want to go. But I mean, salmon and groundfish are the biggest fisheries, right? Those that we do. I mean, salmon's off the table. We're already in the middle of a trawl review, spec flex. I mean, we're already doing a bunch of work on groundfish. So all that's happening ahead of this. HMS, we're working on some good stuff right there. So it's not like, the only thing that really is hanging out there is really CPS. I mean, there's already things happening, but I do think that we always should be looking at ways to minimize action on things we don't need to be doing. Otherwise, we have no capacity to do the things we might want to do or need to be done. So, right.
Thank you, Brad. Asia.
Thank you. I've been trying to stay quiet on this one because I have a lot of opinions, and I also worked at NOAA for a while and understood how dire the situation was there beforehand. And I also hear the states are experiencing the same exact thing. I don't think that we can go forward with not discussing this again. I don't think we can just like be like, oh, we got some ideas on paper and then we don't have to do anything else. I think we do need to plan to come back in some way about it. I agree that maybe seeing it in concert with some of the other bigger ideas or some of the imaginations that we came up with today might be helpful, but I disagree that like, I think something more needs to happen. We're struggling with the same thing in the whiting process as well outside of here. We're getting a lot of calls in that arena, and the Northwest Fisheries Science Center contributes a lot to that work as well. We're getting calls in that arena that the process that was built for the Hague Treaty is too cumbersome, and that Canadian staff and U.S. staff can no longer uphold the number of meetings that are outlined and set up in the treaty, and then we're not doing anything to change it. And it's incredibly frustrating. And so I know everyone wants to get to lunch. I would like to see some way for us to have conversations about this in the future. Perhaps it does come up in individual FMPs. I know that we do this in Groundfish, but, and yes, we did lightly do it in CPS as well as we were starting to embark in that direction. But I do think we need some way of continuing to make sure that we're meeting the state's and NOAA's capacity like really attentively. So I think, you know, Brad, you said, yes, we should obviously be looking at things that we should be cutting off the list if they're not necessary anymore. The fact is that we haven't, and that this is one of the first attempts to do it. So I'm just really hopeful that, I'd like to leave this with picking it up some way again in the future. And I look to guidance around the table about how to do that, but I don't think leaving this agenda item with like, that was a nice report is the right response. Thank you.
Heather, then Corey.
Thanks, and I'll just say this conversation has been really helpful because I struggled with how to go about it, and the exchange I just had with Mr. Hugo really helped me understand how parts of it can go forward in real specific ways under when we talk about Groundfish or CPS or that way, and we have a really nicely designed Groundfish workload priority process that we use, and we can rely on that. But circling back to then the big picture, I think is where you're asking to come back, and where I've thought too is how do we talk about what are the things that we don't need to do? And I keep thinking of a set of principles, like what helps us do that. One of them, the first one is obviously in the report, is we are obligated to our treaty trust responsibility. That's off the table. That's something we will always do. That's not even in question. But are there other principles that help us decide what don't we need to do? I don't know if that's maybe a little rambly, but it's my way of trying to think about how the conversation continues, maybe in a couple different ways.
Merrick?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a good discussion, and your most recent point there, Ms. Hall, actually brings me back to our committee of the whole discussion, and it seems like ages ago, but we did spend some time breaking down what our quote-unquote core responsibilities are and what they aren't. And so those are outlined in the Magnuson Act. There are ESA requirements, there are treaty trust requirements, there are a couple of other things that we lump in as core. And I felt like with the help of Dr. Dahl back at the time, we were able to pretty well define that. And I'm hearing from you and from John and from Brad that there's interest in understanding that more deeply in this context. So in the context of what don't we need to be doing that we are doing, and is that a significant draw on our resources? So perhaps that's one bit of direction that you would like me to pursue with our NMFS counterparts. The other one, I'm losing my train of thought, I'm sorry. So maybe that's a question to you all, like, does that delineation make sense in this document? We can expound upon that sort of bigger picture, core versus non-core activities, and what is the draw on our various offices from doing those things. So if that's if that's something you would like to see, we can look into that. And then as we think about our the sort of the FMP view, I do think it makes sense to have that be a discussion that's at the FMP level, and I think that's what you all are saying. And it feels disconnected to have that discussion here and then go talk about workload planning with that FMP in a different place. But this paper can still help us with that. And so perhaps it's a matter of saying throughout our FMPs, we should be thinking about capacity issues in all of them. And as efforts roll off the table and we finalize them, we're thinking about what's next, this should be a conscious discussion all the time. And so we have some standing ideas now, and as they get addressed, we can add more ideas to it. And so maybe that's another question. Is that a way forward that you all would like to do? And if so, I think that goes to the living document idea that John has been referencing. Is any of that helpful?
So before I take the next question, I'm kind of looking in people's eyes, and they're kind of looking like we're running out of sugar in the blood to keep going on. And so do you think there's a need to push on, or come take a lunch break and come back and finish up after lunch? I don't know how much more discussion that we want to have, but kind of a phone poll here. What do you think? Corey, I'll take your question, and then we'll see. How's that sound?
Okay, thanks. So this little additional conversation was very helpful. I'll just start. Asia, thanks for your comments. I think that is something we're hearing, and it's just like the hardest thing the council has to do, which is deciding what work not to do. And we very successfully avoid that where at all possible. And the reasons for that is good, because we want to do the most work that we can to support fishing. And so I understand that. I also hear from you and hear from this document and the folks here, there's not space left. So that has to happen, and I hear that, and I agree with that. Merrick, you just said a couple of things that were on my mind in response to Heather, and that's very helpful. I think thinking about through this, Merrick, you just said the FMP level is perhaps a resolution as opposed to sort of looking at this overarching. We need to do both. And I really support that in terms of, like I said earlier, groundfish isn't really on here because we're already doing it. And salmon's not on here for very good reason, which I think we've agreed why. But I think that it does make sense, if we're going to do this very hard work, is to take a look across all of those FMPs and see what we can do. And I think a part of it is not just what we're doing, but how we do them is something we also need to consider in this, which is that the way that we do some of our things, even required things, could change. And that could change if we can keep them or lose them. So I think that's an important thing to think, besides just picking our children, is to think, can we, I'm not even going to try an analogy right now on my low blood sugar, just to say that I think that if we think about that as well, and especially in concert with NMFS and the states, I think there could be some ways that we don't have to pick as many children as we might otherwise have to. So just wanted to put that out there. And also, I think, Merrick, your suggestion about this list, I endorse that. I think we should keep the list, have it be living. Everything in it seems appropriate for me to forward, including ongoing thinking. I really struggle with the concept of having planning to plan to be efficient, but these are really, really hard things, and they do deserve time. So keeping this document going thoughtfully, potentially adding to it, John's lens really feels appropriate to me still, thinking about the required, non-required, core, non-core, which you discussed. So I'm just going to stop there. That's what I'm hearing and appreciating that, and just wanted to reflect back a little bit and endorse kind of what Director Burden said and what some others have said around the table.
Well, thank you, Corey. So, Merrick, I'm just going to ask you the question here. Through plenty of great discussion and our NOAA panel this morning, you think you have enough to go on right now on what you've heard and come back I'm hearing kind of a list kind of thing so people can see and get your thoughts wrapped around what would be I mean, I'd like, before I start throwing people under the bus or out the window, I'd like to know, what that means in dollars and cents and value and all that good stuff that goes into this kind of stuff.
I think that was a question for me, Mr. Vice Chairman. So I think we've gotten somewhere, and I keep looking at you call it the NMFS panel, and I'm curious just if you have any reactions about where we seem to be landing, which is the FMP view that we took is helpful. We'll keep things there and keep exploring them, and then as we are able to think about FMP amendments, we'll be consciously thinking about some of these ideas and how they might save some of our capacity constraints, but then also adding a bigger picture view and saying, what are the things that we're doing that are not core activities, and how much would that help? And so that doesn't get us to any decision here. We weren't looking for a decision here, but that is a way forward, and I'm just curious if you all have reactions to that.
Well, I really appreciate the conversation. So I would say mission accomplished in terms of sparking the conversation and hearing people's thoughts about it. Having actively living in a prioritization process, I feel like you're thinking in the right direction. I would love, the idea of, what are we doing that we don't need to do, right? That's a really good question. It's a good one we should just do regularly. So I like the scales that you are proposing, and I do think it can be iterative. I like an FMP lens, like every time you're touching your FMP, having that question come up. And maybe there's one or two things you can be like, oh, if we just tweak that, a little bit of savings, and then kind of the bigger wholesale look. So I think you guys are on the right track in your thinking.
Thanks for the question, Merrick. I echo Jen that I think this is going on a good track. I was curious about some of the things that were not captured in the report that may be in play in terms of ancillary things or things that the council's doing that maybe not be something that fits into that core category. So wherever those items might fit in, I'd be curious to see those. I think I too have experimented in the past within my own science center about core, non-core type activities, particularly when we get into these budget constrained environments. And so that's not new to me. I think it'll be interesting to see where the council comes up with core activities versus how the science centers in the region might look at those various topics in their respective domains. I think, for example, I think the science centers in particular are somewhat charged with looking around the corners of things. And so the ESR was brought up as one example of something that may not be core. And I don't want to necessarily put my thumb on the scale on that conversation. I do think within the science centers, the council is a core part of what we do, certainly. It's not the only thing that we do. And I think in that vein of sort of looking around the corners, I'm always looking at that balance with our ecosystem science in particular, but other things too, of what are we doing that perhaps is just core adjacent that allows us to keep looking ahead and looking around those corners. And the ecosystem arena is one of those arenas. So I feel relatively strongly on that. We see, particularly in the science that we provide in the Southwest and the stocks that we are concerned with there, we have these boom bust cycles. I think ecosystem science for the Southwest has always been a core part of what we do, and it will remain that way, I think, to some degree. It's just a question of where is that line. So anyway, just some extemporaneous thoughts as I listen to the conversation here. Thanks.
Thanks. I don't have too much to add. the discussion has been super helpful for me. I've like when our group has gotten together and we've shared ideas. Those new perspectives always trigger new ways of thinking about things, and your discussion here today has helped me think about things a little bit differently than we had previously, and have some new ideas there. And I just appreciate everyone's taking this on board. It's a really challenging discussion, and there aren't easy answers, and it's hard to just kind of spitball ideas real time. But I think this is definitely a step forward, and everyone's just really taking this on board as something that is important to make progress on. I think it means a lot, and it means we're going to make good progress on it. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, then, just I guess back to your question, Mr. Vice Chairman, about whether we had enough. I think this has been a good discussion. I feel comfortable with it. We do have some additional work to do and looking at things to do, and I'm not sure exactly when we'll have time to do that, but we'll look into it. So unless there's anything else, I feel like your task is done here, Mr. Vice Chairman, but happy to take any additional questions if there are any.
So thank you, and thank the council for the great discussion and thoughtfulness. And like I said, once again, Jen, and Jeremy, and Ms. Cook, thank you. Coming. Is there, seeing no hands fly up, only looking with one eye. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to you to take us to lunch maybe, or maybe to another hour of topics, whatever you want to do.
You want me to cancel lunch?
We have room till 10.
Let's be back at 1:45. All right, as people are settling in here, in about 30 seconds, we'll get started. Okay, are we ready to start here? We are going to come back to an agenda item we started yesterday, the stock assessment process review and proposed process revisions. Yesterday, we heard all of the reports, the public comment, and we had some initial discussion. Before we proceed today, I'm going to turn to Dr. Perry to refresh what your tasks are and the path forward on this to help us before we get into discussion. So, Diana?
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. As the chair mentioned, you heard presentations from council staff and Linker yesterday. You also heard from NMFS and the advisory bodies, including public comment. We're back today to hopefully wrap up discussion, and we are requesting the council provide some written guidance. This is a reminder right now that we will return to this item in November and potentially in March of 27 for any longer term items. So please, this is not the last time we will have the opportunity to discuss this matter. The specific council tasks before you are to provide written guidance establishing priorities for the 2027 stock assessment process, identifying any items to include in the discussion under the terms of reference under agenda item E7, which is set for tomorrow, guidance on the development of a council operating procedure for the stock assessment process, and provide any guidance on long-term priorities. Thank you, Chair Hasmer.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask our technical staff there if on this agenda item, yes, there. Probably a long list, but there we are. So you can see that and refer to that as we go through the discussion. So I've stalled long enough. Who wants to initiate discussion on this item? Asia Shumalo.
I'm nearly done with some guidance that I'd like to share with everyone, and so I just want to put that flag out there, but if other people have things that they want to offer now in the meantime, I'll send it over to be put on the board in a moment.
All right. Keely Kent.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll fill just a little bit of time. I just had some general remarks as we've gone through this agenda item, things that I've been thinking about. And I think, just sort of laying out some of our thinking when we look at what the council may choose to do here. One, just sort of regrounding us in the need to balance new things that we're asking with the capacity to do that. I know this council is thinking about that, but when I think about the assessor workload, the stat workload, right, those are incredibly complicated jobs. And when they're in assessment season, it's difficult to think about asking them to do another thing as good as the thing is. So when I think about trying to do something new, I just would encourage us to look sort of around at the additional resources outside of just those teams. I think there is good things that we can do, but want to respect the core work that we need those folks to be able to complete for this whole process to work out. I also think in general, there's opportunity for us to improve, and that I'm definitely interested in sort of taking this holistic look. But I also think as we've gone through our stock assessment processes over the years, there is iterative improvement. And so I think about sort of the opportunity to, implement some bigger changes if that's the will of the council. But I also assume that this council is really good at adapting as we go, right? That every cycle we're learning something and we're taking those opportunities to improve our process. I also want to address one of the things that has come up. I know it's difficult for me, and I think some others around the table, to separate some of what occurs in the stock assessment review process from how we apply that to management. And I know we're trying to focus in on what we're doing, but definitely others around the table have highlighted that what we do in this process is naturally connected to everything else and how we're going to use that science. And we're doing a lot of things on that front, how we're using it. To try to look at additional flexibilities and opportunities, right? And we have council agenda items on the year at a glance, trying to move ourselves forward on those pieces. And so I do see this as a piece of the bigger puzzle of what we're trying to do. And that it is good for us to reflect on what we're doing here, but it's really hard for me to break these two parts apart. The one sort of example I'll say on that is we've definitely heard through this process, really, the importance of keeping the scientific rigor that we're looking at between the assessments and keeping that level of sort of the burden of proof the same over, perceived overly pessimistic results and perceived overly optimistic results. And I absolutely agree with that. But I think that sometimes when we're in a resource-constrained situation and we don't have an opportunity to look under the hood of everything we would like, I want to recognize that we already have tools in the toolkit for one of those situations, right? When we have what we perceive as overly optimistic results, this council has the ability to do something less, right? We can do a variety of changes to our harvest control rules and setting lower ACLs than what the assessment may say. That's separate from what the SSC looks at, right? So sometimes it's hard to capture that full picture where it feels like we're looking at only one piece of it. But I think that's sort of a good example of those situations where it's not just what's happening in the stock assessment review process, but it's also us thinking about what's coming out of that and how we're going to apply that to our management. What do we already have the ability to do? And then what are all the great things that we're trying to build to give ourselves more opportunity? So that was just some of my overarching thoughts that I've been thinking through as we've looked at this process. I have really appreciated the opportunity to look under the hood here and look at our ways to improve our process. I'm really interested to hear from around the table and what everyone else is seeing as an opportunity to take a look at change for.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. To give Asia a couple of more minutes. As we've been thinking about this process and going through this, I think of just how things have changed in the 18 years I've been in this process. My first star panel was July of 2009 during what at the time was a record heat wave in Seattle. As the GMT, I felt I was barely allowed in the room. I think the phrase Jamie used yesterday was to be seen and not heard. It was very much that feeling at the time. And then the GMT and GAP were slowly allowed to get closer and closer to the table. And now they're actually sitting around the actual table with the STAT team and the CIE reviewers. And there's specified sections for the GMT and the GAP to weigh in. We've started doing pre-assessment workshops to talk about the data. I know we at ODFW, we have an assigned data person. All the assessors know this is who you go to get the data. So we've been making iterative improvements, as Ms. Kent alluded to. There's always room for improvement, and I'm glad we're looking at it. I just don't want to lose track of how far we've gone just in my career in this process, from barely being allowed in the room to being at the table and helping with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Asia Shumalo.
I'm ready if folks are ready for it, but I don't want to cut off discussion.
Let me just look. Any other general discussion? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. And I won't belabor it, but what Ms. Kent said about when we have stock assessments that go in a perceived negative direction, and we're very limited on what we can do. But then when it goes in a an unbelievably optimistic direction. We do have tools that we can to address that, especially given workload constraints and all the different things we're doing. And last year with the rough eye black spot, anyways, you know what I'm talking about. We had that, and we had widow, and we wouldn't be able to do that type of review for both, especially coming off of all of the forks in the road and all of the things that were going on at that time. So using the tools that we do have to take those precautionary measures is really important to acknowledge. I also want to acknowledge that in the gap statement, while this is definitely going to help make change, some meaningful change, they really also have concern of like the stock assessment itself, and like whether it be modeling parameters, proxies that are used, things like that. And so they were hoping, I think also, and I think that's maybe more in the TORs, but some of it is just set and nothing we can do. But they were looking at a very technical, an opportunity for a swipe at a more technical type of move, and an opportunity for change, or at least to kind of look under the hood on it. So I just wanted to flag that their comments, I believe, was like second sentence or third sentence of the second paragraph. It was in there. And so I appreciate that. And I just want to flag that, like, we have an incredibly brilliant group in the GAP right now that are very involved at a deeper level than they ever have. And we should take advantage of that when and where we can. I think there was a lot of great discussion and a lot of things that we talked through that are good ideas, and things that I think have been talked about for a long time to move into this. And I'm looking forward to what Asia has to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then Asia, I'm going to turn to you, and we'll have more discussion after we see that. So please go ahead.
Thanks. I can see the guidance motion. So this is just, this is written guidance, not a motion. I'll read it first and then go into rationale for it. So I've divided it into two sections: priorities for 2027, and then a section for longer term work. So for priorities for 2027, proceed with all of the clarity and process navigation items in 1A in agenda item E3 attachment 2. So this is the big table that Dr. Perry so carefully put together for us. Thank you. And then I have a sub-bullet to that: include a discussion of how an assessment process works. And what I mean from there is going from pulling in data to start the assessment all the way to the BSIA determination, so that we're working from the same framework about what the shape of the process is. Pre-assessment engagement: expand pre-assessment workshop to include update assessments. Expand pre-assessment workshop focus to emphasize stakeholder information, including review of fishery prosecution and stakeholder input on fishery-dependent data used in assessments. Develop a plan for sharing assessment results with stakeholders once the assessment is finished, but before the STAR panel. Add an additional GAP or GAP recommended representative to the STAR panel process. And so this would require an amendment to the TOR. Task the SSC with elaborating on improved communications with Council regarding BSIA determinations. And then the next page, if you scroll down, should be long-term priorities. So this is a big one: refine the pause and off-ramp mechanism. So this is, the request is to have staff work with appropriate NMFS staff to develop a discussion paper that explores how a pause or off-ramp could work and remain consistent with MSA. And some sub-thoughts there are: develop a technical referral protocol that standardizes when the SSC should re-review materials, detail circumstances when an assessment process should entirely halt, and detail pathways for catch limit setting when the SSC cannot reach a BSIA determination, or when finalizing an assessment that needs additional evaluation that will conclude after the specification cycle. And then the last bullet is explore a centralized data portal. And then I just nod to my favorite portal that I've been ranting about all meeting, the product from Knudsen.earth. And then what happens from here? Do I go right into rationale or what?
Yes.
Okay.
This is guidance. You have the floor.
Guidance.
So.
Okay, cool. All right. So beginning with thanks to everyone who helped work on this motion. The Linker report, which, was a process, but held a good mirror up to us about what we were experiencing in our stock assessment process. Again, to Dr. Perry for the work to pull the information from that report out into something that we could look at in steps. And then to all the advisory bodies who took that and digested what would be most important to them in moving forward. I left out some things that are already picked up in other places. So Keely referred to this, but this is one part of a number of different things that we're working on. So one of the things is what we'll talk about tomorrow, the terms of reference under agenda item E7. Already included there the Groundfish SSC subcommittee met, I can't even remember when, earlier this year, and had a really careful discussion about what happened through this year's assessment process, and already included a lot of the feedback that came up from industry and through just the experience of the process, especially with what played out with Widow in the terms of reference. So there's a lot of things that we'll pick up and discuss already there tomorrow. There's also some discussion in the GAP report about a GAP-generated fisherman report to incorporate local ecological knowledge into specific assessments. So that would be like a detailed description of the prosecution of the specific fishery that the SSC or that the STAR panels are assessing. And the GAP report for E7 includes some discussion of how they envision accomplishing that and the timeline for that. So I don't cover that here. There's some other things also in Special Project 1. So that was the special project that was really long at the last meeting. So it was EFPs, local and traditional ecological knowledge, if-then statements. But the portion on local and traditional ecological knowledge discussed a larger GAP report that would happen sort of at the end of the year to characterize the fishery for the entire year. So something similar to what happens in the existing whiting process right now. And I'm hoping that will continue there. There was also a suggestion somewhere, maybe in the Linker report, I believe, for some education around how to think about that kind of knowledge. And I hope that can come up through that special project rather than being encompassed here. So then for things here, for the beginning, so clarity on process navigation, I think they were shaded green in the table that Dr. Perry put together. These are things that are already underway, information about how to engage stakeholders, and again, information to stream things together for people so that they know what we're actually going through with the process. For pre-assessment engagement, there are several things here that I'm trying to use meetings that we have already to add in some of the things that were discussions that came up through the advisory body. So again, here, pulling in the chance for industry to talk about how they prosecute the fishery, the data that they use would come up in that pre-assessment meeting as well. So it would save creating another additional meeting, but just expand the purpose of a meeting that we already have set up that was traditionally just focused on the data that's used in the assessments. There's the bullet for sharing the assessment results with stakeholders once the assessment is finished, but prior to the STAR panel. I specifically did not say a meeting on purpose. I'm leaving that up to the council and to our staff at NOAA and the folks dealing with the assessment to come up with a way to do that sharing. One of the ideas that came up was using the existing COPE calls. And, Jason, if you're listening out there, sorry to co-opt your call as a place to do that sharing, but just thinking of some way to give folks a chance to have some interaction with the results of the assessment before we get actually to the STAR panel so that people can the stakeholders who are engaging with the assessment can figure out what kinds of questions to ask. And also with update assessments, they offer the chance to update fixed parameter values based on new science. And so understanding the impacts on the model results early would allow for more effective engagement during the STAR, during the actual process of the assessment review. For GAP representation, I'm asking for here another GAP representative. There are times, So this would be 2 GAP representatives at the meeting. There are times, or at the set of meetings that encompass assessment review, there are times when I think the GAP itself may have the expertise in the fishery that we're assessing, so expertise in prosecuting that fishery. But if there's an instance where there's a fishery that we don't have that prosecution expertise on the GAP, this would be looking to the GAP to identify a person who could come in and join in along the process. Sorry, it's a big one. Tasking the SSC with elaborating on improved communications with the council regarding BSI determinations. That was a bullet directly from the SSC, and so that's just tasking back to them to put more detail to what that would look like in their view. And then moving down, I think we're now in the long-term things, hopefully. I'm still talking. Can you scroll down on the screen? Okay, so for long-term, so this is the off-ramp concept that people have been saying as we've been talking about Widow for the last couple of months. The TOR, the Groundfish Terms of Reference that we're going to discuss under E7, do describe one view of what's possible for that off-ramp. So in the TOR, it's discussed as ramping between changing an assessment from the research track to the management track, or changing from one assessment type to another. But the discussions from the advisory bodies, and I think the thinking that I've heard from everyone, is that this idea of an off-ramp actually includes a lot more things that I'm detailing here. So one is the SSC did note that they would like some clarity around when a re-review of an assessment is necessary. And so I'm looking for some development of referral protocols for that. And then I think that there have been circumstances recently, I think it was red-banded, Jesse can correct me, where we stopped the assessment entirely because we did not have the data to move forward with it. And so we need to describe those kinds of situations. And then there's also the chance that an assessment might take a lot longer than we're expecting, such as Widow in this case. And I think there was a lot of pressure around that process playing out to meet the specs timeline that we're on right now. But there's definitely a way that we can move forward without needing to finish up an assessment that needs a little bit more time. And so I'd like some exploration of what has happened around the country for those circumstances. And then, yeah, the last thing is a plug for the data portal. I think that there are really good tools out there that we can use that can help hold the information about the process together for all of us so that we're looking at it together. And I feel ridiculous plugging a tool so much, but it's really developed. Like one of the first things I've seen developed with the council process in mind. It's just such a specific process that we do here. You guys know nobody does this anywhere else. So to have tools that are built around it is really an interesting opportunity to explore. So that's it, and I welcome conversation.
Thank you, Asia. Appreciate that. There's detail. Remember, this is guidance, so I want to see if there is agreement with it, questions, if there's something else to add. So Keely, Ken, then I see 3 hands in here. I think I know which order. Keely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Asia, for the guidance. I almost said motion. The guidance. I appreciate the thoroughness of this and the opportunity to look at a bunch of pieces. Just a couple of comments back. One, I'll start with, I really like the idea of, bringing in additional industry expertise into the process. I think the GAP does a fantastic job. And I think there are times where there might be one other person on the coast who's not on the GAP who might be the person that knows about red-banded rockfish. And so I appreciate that opportunity because I think being in the room really facilitates that process, right? That as much as possible, if we can direct connect people, that there's a great opportunity there. Also, I'm excited about the idea, and I hear you under, developing this more under Special Project 1, but of having that readily available information that can be available for the stat team on the fishery from the fishermen on the water, right? I think having that at the beginning of an assessment will be really helpful, and so I appreciate that. That will require work from the industry, and I know they've said they're ready and willing to do that, so I'm excited to see what that looks like. In your 2027 priorities, I'll just say, I support what you have here on a plan for sharing assessment results with stakeholders before the STAR panel, but just sort of caveat, right, that to me says we need to understand the capacity. It's a science center discussion and a council discussion. I appreciate the intent here, and I think, hopefully it's fair to say there's an exploration and the hope that we can do something here, but, for at least for 2027, because it's coming up, that's how we'll be pitching it. Like, let's see if we can do something here, and find out, but not 100% that this is definitely something we can do without having heard from those groups yet. The last thing I'll say is on the long-term priorities. I appreciate how you have framed this, so I'm not suggesting you're framing this differently, but I feel obliged to just speak to this briefly. I think it is appropriate for the council and NMFS to provide support for SSC in exploring some of these potential iterations of an off-ramp and what that could look like. I think we just have to continue to be mindful about the unique authority vested in the SSC, right, and how we think about BSA determinations. So I do think there are pieces there. The SSC has asked for policy and legal guidance, kind of all along the way with Widow, and we've done our best to try to pull that together. I think there's a lot more there, and so I support that notion. Just want to be clear, as we as a council look at this, right, and you have it here, but I'm just reiterating that, we need to be really clear on what the SSC has the unique authority to do versus what the council does, and I have no doubt that we can make sure those lines are clear as we do this exploration. Thank you.
Thank you. We go Caroline McKnight, then Rebecca Lent, then Corey Riding. So Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the guidance here, Asia. I do appreciate it. I just want to step back a little bit and reflect on the pathway that got us here into this discussion. And I'm really channeling the idea that, if it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you. And I've appreciated very much that the last few assessment cycles have challenged us greatly, and we're responding with some change. And some of that might feel a little bit uncomfortable or new or different. But everyone has put forward, I think, a lot of really thoughtful and candid input on how to do that. And I appreciate that greatly. So when I'm looking at the list here, I also appreciate that it's in a short term and sort of a more long term. I'm not sure exactly if the long-term definition that I have in my mind is the same maybe that you're putting forward. But I'm thinking about this list very specifically in the context of the species that we just put forward yesterday, I believe, for our upcoming cycle. And I'm looking for what can we reasonably start working on right now to help us as we move into that. And so when I look at the long-term priority here in this first one about refining or exploring pause or off-ramp mechanisms, it would be great if we could have something like that in place before we get to STAR panels next summer. And so at least a conversation, if there was anything that we could develop so that we could all walk into those assessments with a common understanding of how we might deal with outcomes, whether they're overly optimistic, overly pessimistic, whatever it is. That is, I think, maybe a lofty goal and maybe a little bit too much in my opinion, but I do think that is important when I reflect back at lessons learned from the last two cycles. Beyond that, I'm supportive of additional opportunities for our industry to engage in the assessment development process. I don't know if pre-assessment is the right term for it. I don't know if it's a workshop. I don't think it really matters. I think what's important is to focus in on the comment from the GAP, which I think Jamie was referring to, is that the loss of maybe some trust is really related to these wild variable outcomes and assessments, and being heard and understanding that. And we may not be able to fix that problem here at this table, but we can certainly create a way to respond to it. And so I very much appreciate the list and how we're going to accomplish it. I leave to council staff. I do want to take a moment, though, to recognize, Keely, your comment about staffing and staffing capacity. And I hear that loud and clear. I do think that at the core of what we do, everything starts at ground zero with assessments. And so this to me is where we put maybe all the eggs in the basket, and maybe some other things is where we do make some decisions about trimming and other agenda items. But this one feels pretty significant and important. I think with that, I'll pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Lemp.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Asia, for the proposal. I really did my homework on this agenda item. I read the Linker report. I read the NMFS report. I sat through 4 hours of discussions yesterday, hearing from the advisory bodies. It's all great. I was ready to come here and start talking and thinking about where we go with this. This is brand new. I've never seen this. Maybe I'm the only one around the table, but I really have a lot of questions and a lot of things I'd like to do. I don't think we have the luxury of time. If you could go to the top, is this the top of the document where it says long-term? I'll just try to ask some questions, but I'm really at the mercy of people who have had more time to look at this. My first question is the part that's in green, the part that's the 1A, is it everything in green? Is it also the light green? There's different shades. The crosswalking is something I'm trying to do on the fly. Maybe we could just clarify that.
I think that's a question, Asia.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. And I'm sorry for not sharing this with you beforehand. I apologize, especially since you put so much effort into it. So I will try to answer as many questions as you have. For that one, I'm with all these things, it's just guidance. So I'm assuming that staff will do as much as possible, but it looked from the discussion in the table like much of this was already underway. The idea of like explaining the stock assessment process, like sort of detailing what the process looks like and what the steps are from data to BSIA is a new concept that's not in the table really, but the table does discuss, putting and Aaron Berger discussed this a bit yesterday as well, but like putting a finer point on when the points for engagement are for industry as well. So what I'm hoping for is like a more plain language discussion of what the process looks like, as much of what's going on in that section that's underway as possible going forward. But like if there are things that fall off that list, then I'm assuming that it's just honestly people couldn't get to that workload. But I'm hoping for as much of that item as can happen.
Thank you. And I don't expect a tutorial on this. It's just if I had the time, I would have looked at this vis-a-vis the exercise that the council took the time to do to put those colors in. Is it in the gray or the green? And then also what the advisory body said. And if I later on sit down and go through this, maybe I can see, yeah, that was from this body and this body and that body. And that's what would be helpful. Let me just ask one more specific question in the long-term part, please. Yeah, and I think this is related to the question about pause, off-ramp, on-ramp. And again, as with others, I think Keely mentioned this, I'm always having a struggle with what should just be the stock assessment part and what should be what we do when something doesn't turn out the way we expected it. The solution is not always to go back and do another stock assessment. The solution might be to use those other tools that we're developing that give us more flexibility. So just want to make sure that that's clear. And yeah, I think that's the only questions I can ask with some understanding, but I will give it a good study. I think guidance is not something that we're tied to, so that's good. I just hope that in the future, especially when something is this long, that I could see it, all of us could see it before we come to the table so I can make a better decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you. Thanks, Asia, for the guidance. There is quite a bit here. Can we go to we're on long term. So, oh no, sorry, I was very confused. Sorry. Down, thank you, yes. So detailed circumstances when an assessment process should entirely halt. And this one's a little tricky for me because, we don't do assessments. The National Marine Fisheries Service does assessments. Their scientists do assessments. they're very large projects. A lot goes into that. And I'm having trouble figuring out when there would be a circumstance that wouldn't already occur, or what the council would have input on to say when an assessment should entirely halt. So I'm struggling with that one a little. Yes. Yeah.
I just want to respond to that one in particular. I don't think that that's our determination. It sounds like, and I defer to somebody who was here through Red Banded, but it sounds like that was not a council determination that it should stop, that it was a determination from the scientific body. So I'm not, and I very much respect what Keely said, and NOAA, NMFS is set up the way it is to sort of firewall the scientific body and the management side. And I think we have to do that same honoring, and the Act has some really clear descriptions of like what the responsibility of the SSC and those bodies are compared to us. So I'm not thinking that that's our determination. I do have the sense from sitting through the process this year, though, that especially with update assessments too, and like what I heard with Widow, and I think this was the experience actually on the management side too. I'm not trying to bring management into this, but I think when we're encountered with something strange, we forget the menu of items that we have available to us to make different decisions. And so what I'm trying to do is get the menu, like make sure we come into the room with the menu of like, if this doesn't go the way we planned, we're not scrambling to rush through an assessment process to get to the spec cycle. We're not bound to taking, I think we get on the path to going through the assessment cycle and then forget that there are things available to us if things don't match what we're expecting, if it's not just like a smooth process where we like are all okay with how it's going. And so I'm trying to just get the possibilities and the ways that other regions have approached things, the way that we've approached things in this region out on the table, so that we know that we quickly remember that we have ways to move through confusing situations.
Okay, and yeah, and maybe if I can add to that at this point, the process, excellent question to, show those areas where there are concerns. As I said, this is a 2-meeting process, and I just want to interject, and I'll confirm with Dr. Perry, but when staff puts all this together, they will work with NMFS too on whatever you see again. So some of these, things about who does what can be covered early in the phase. So just want to note that. So Corey, please, Corey Ridings, and then Corey Niles. Corey?
Okay, thanks, Pete, for saying that. I think for me, I'm trying to kind of better get intent at this phase so that council staff and NMFS aren't spinning their wheels too much before they come back to us. And so to that point, Asia, thanks for explaining some of that. I agree with, I think, most of what you said, if not all of it, and certainly Keely's earlier conversation. That firewall for me is really, really critical. It is like the core of what we do here. And so keeping that firewall between science and management and being very explicit about where those things are, I think is incredibly important. So I have a little bit of a follow-up question, I think, for you then, which is, given what you just said, which is kind of what was in my head too, you kind of start up, to me, this whole thing is going back to this recommendation that Linker made and the SSC endorsed around a technical referral protocol, which is very much not about the management response, which is what I just kind of heard you talking to, and is really about getting to make sure we have really, really good stock assessments. And when we see an assessment come through our process, which we are hopefully improving to have additional forms of information coming in, thinking about that, more transparency, right-sizing some of the way we do these assessments. It is still a NMFS product. So I'm struggling a little bit with, again, like what would this, when an assessment should entirely halt, still to me remains to be a stock assessor decision. If for whatever reason the technical aspects are not meeting their own sort of technical criteria for something that they would show to us. And frankly, I would expect any sort of NMFS scientist would do that, would kind of pull the plug themselves and say, we just couldn't accomplish this. So anyway, so if there's still a difference between what I'm seeing there, I just want to ferret that out a little more.
And can we pause there? Keely, did you want to add anything to that?
Well, I was wondering if I give you an example, Corey, of how I've thought of this, if that would help. I think there are two different things that we're talking through. One is sort of maybe being more clear about our existing opportunity when we have an assessment in hand to do further reviews and the situations in which we want to do that and what that looks like, right? I do think, because this originated back with the last time we talked about the tour, when we first started talking about off-ramps. I agree that we need to be really careful, right? And hopefully my remarks there meant that. And so I think some of this exploration is trying to get at that. What are the scenarios where we would have an off-ramp? What does that mean? What does that look like? How would you know? I do think it's a science-driven decision. So I don't think we've ever done this. So the red banded example, we didn't actually start a red banded assessment. It was driven by a realization that we were not going to have the data that we needed. So we switched course. But I could see that happening. One would think it would be a rare situation, right? But you start the process of, we're going to start assessing it. You're depending on perhaps a key data source, perhaps an ROV survey, and then all of a sudden that data isn't going to be available. It isn't going to be ready for you to use in that assessment, and you have a fundamentally different suite of information to use to assess. That is a science-driven determination. We've dealt with similar things like that in the past, but we haven't had a clear off-ramp that yes, you can stop in the middle, and what does that mean? And so I think that is like a scenario that I would be thinking about. It's not something you would think would occur commonly, but there's the possibility that that happens where we're dependent on a particular data set and it just simply isn't available on the timeline that we thought it was going to be. So I think that when I think about this, agree, we need to be really careful. But I do think there are examples that, and if we have that clarity on our process and what happens if and where we go when, that's where I think we could have some opportunity. So yeah, I agree with our chair. I think the idea would be that we're going to do some exploration and then come back and have that opportunity to say, yes, this is what we thought we were going to be able to do and what it would look like, or no. And so I think, your comments are well taken that I agree we need to be careful how we set this up and be clear on expectations.
Thank you. Corey, writings, follow up?
Oh,
no,
sorry.
You still have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Thanks, Keely, for the explanation. I understand that. I understand we still have room to go on this. So I will just say I still have some heartburn on that. I really feel that should be, frankly, just inherent in the work that NMFS does. And if it's not, that's a problem. So I think that it should be every stock assessment that they come out with. If there's something goes wrong halfway through, I would really hope that whatever that was, if the data source fell apart or something happened, that, the plug would be pulled and that we would get a very clear communication from those folks on why. And we're human, boats don't make it out. We have extenuating budget circumstances that everyone's facing. So I guess for me, that's something that I'm seeing just inherent there. But Keely, I appreciate your comments. That's just my view, and we'll look forward to sort of seeing this move forward.
Corey Niles, then I'm going to have to pivot to the left. I have two hands there, and I'll try and go back and forth. So, Corey Niles?
Yeah, I think I was going to say, and this is where I think you try to get just clarifying again the way I have stuff to say on the substance, but right now what I see, I think we're getting into the details too much. This is a first meeting everyone's seen this. So, but the short-term stuff is going to go either into the terms of reference, or this next step that Pete clarified with Diana. Then all this other stuff is going to come back, and we're going to get feedback from everybody and decide where it gets chunked off into, right? And so that's kind of what we're trying to get at yesterday. So this off-ramp thing, to me, that's almost a risk management type topic. So I think that's the next step. We come back, we're going to figure out whether, one, get feedback on whether these are the right topics, two, where to really have the discussion in detail, right? So I think if those are the steps in my head, which would helps me. And if I have those wrong, like where do we need to get into the discussion? But right now, this is why we don't do things in one meeting. But we have had off ramps. I don't know we've Yellowtail South made it all the way to Star Panel on day 2, and they're like, now this isn't working. We're not going to. So the question is really for them that the SSC always, is this going to be better than having what we had before, which is the question that they always struggle with. But anyway, so now I'm getting into the details too, but I just wanted to clarify with staff or the chair of like, this is, so we got stuff going to the tour tomorrow, shorter term stuff coming to the next stage, and then these longer term priorities that we're really going to get feedback on and figure out, take up next in some kind of planning. Is that, do I have the steps right?
I believe the steps are right. And Dr. Perry confirms, and I appreciate that comment again. This is an important discussion. We have the guidance. I haven't heard any real changes to it, but the discussion is important to staff to be able to build the next product and hear that. So, Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hassemer. Well, Corey already mentioned, I think, that they have paused assessments before. I think South Yellowtail Rockfish, I think sand dabs, I believe, has happened before, I believe. So that's not, there's off-ramps there. I'm just thinking about this last couple of cycles ago, whatever, when we had a delay in implementing coolback, and in that time period we caught 60-some% of the estimated biomass before we could implement it. And it's pretty apparent to everybody around this table that we knew that wasn't right. But we still went forward with it, even though we objected to it. We had to go with it. And we closed the fishery down, and we should never have done that. And the resulting assessment after that, with more information, more vetting, proved that we were accurate. And that it helped all the people who got shut down. And so I think that's what we're trying to do, so that doesn't happen in the future. I just want to comment on the star panel comment that Lynn had earlier. The original star panels, GAP and GMT were voting members, the original one, but that only lasted for a cycle or two, and that was it. So we've regressed from there. I do like, for the most part, thank you, Asia. It seems to me that I think we ought to encourage, I think we need to encourage members of the stock assessment team to go out on a boat and make a trip. I remember that Phil Anderson went out in our friend Kevin Dunn's vessel and learned so much for a couple days on the water. And there's so many nuances that you can't, you can paint a picture, but when you actually live it, when you actually, you can someone tell you how something works, and then try to, but that you don't really learn by doing it. You learn by you doing it yourself. And I think just a couple days in the water would be very valuable in every stock assessment team to have that experience, because there's a lot of nuances to fishing that no one ever really gets to. I think when they go on a vessel, it needs to be somebody who has been around a while, informative, a well-run operation, someone who has a history that could impart that knowledge that's been gained over decades and to enrich what we got here. I'm really happy to, with the Friday calls, the stock assessment calls have been handled here recently. I think it's a great way to outreach what they're doing. But I think to really find out what we're doing and what really understand the fishery, I think we ought to encourage that for every stock assessment. And I think it would, I don't know how, you can't, I don't know if this would be a requirement per se, but I think we should heavily encourage that. And I think it'd make a far, far better product than we got. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis? No? Anything else here? I know, but as soon as I turn my head, somebody else raises their hand. So, Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. And Mr. Pettinger touched on part of what I was going to say was, yes, there have been times that star panels have recognized that they need to stop, but there's different SSC members and different STAR panel members, and that opportunity and that knowledge is not universal. And so having the menu of things that they can look at and consider instead of when it's becoming kind of crisis mode or panic mode, I think is incredibly helpful. And it's not for us to do. That's I think the important part. It's empowering this group, giving them all the I doubt it's probably even going to be all the options, but a wide array of options of what they can do. Because often we hear, well, according to the TORs, we can only do this, or we must stay within these parameters, or we must do this. And if it's ambiguous, there seems to be unless it's explicit, there's not a willingness to kind of venture out. And so if we can give them the tools and options that are available to them, I think that would be helping them and not for us to do. And so I really appreciate that. And then I heard what Ms. Lent said, and that she had done some work coming up with ideas, and I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but to ask if you might be interested in sharing some of your guidance. I don't know if we can add on to Asia's guidance or have another opportunity for Ms. Lent to share her thoughts.
Well, we're in the process here of providing guidance, so that's at any time. But I think, Corey Niles, did you have your hand up? And try and go in order. Hands are going up, and then I'll look back to my left. But
yeah, I'd be I said I had comments on the substances. I just wanted to get the process right, and wanting to hear Dr. Lent's ideas too. But I think this is, I'm hoping that this is just step one in what's going to be a long process. And yeah, I think you're not alone in not being able to follow all of this and what comes next. But it's a big, but she didn't say it, so I'm going to steal it from her. But Asia, and has been describing the Linker report and this whole process using the analogy of marriage counseling. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. We've had, I think we had a run of assessment cycles where we got nothing but good news, and then the last 3 or so cycles where we got really tough news. I think 2009 was my first cycle too, so I have similar memories to Lynn, but we had a lot of bad news back, not as bad as when Brad started, but so some of us have seen this a long time, and so I can't really collect all my thoughts right now, but to me this is going to be a long discussion, and going back to what I was not at the table for the last discussion, but making hard choices on what's most important to do. And I think Caroline said it, we can fix this process or make it better, but the fundamental issue is it's not going to fix the fundamental issue of the variability, uncertainty in our assessments, and it doesn't seem like that's going away. And maybe when we get to this a couple steps down the line, like maybe our time is best spent there trying to like Keely said, of like some of this is about management response. A lot of it is about management response. So to try to wrap it up, I really, if we're going to fix something, it's best. Yeah, it is. Step one in marriage counseling is probably to hear each other and feel listened to and all that. But eventually we got to get to I don't mean to be just joking about that, but eventually you got to get to like what needs to be fixed or improved. And I don't know that we've got there yet. And I'll try to end it here with again, had similar experiences to Lynn as being felt like treating as a quote unquote manager at Star Panels, and everything I would say would be taken with, with skepticism. And, but since then, every single one of the assessment people we have in the cycle, if you go up and ask them a question, you're like, how could this possibly be true? I don't understand it. And you go to them with humility and wanting to understand, they're going to try to explain it to you. And so that's really where I'm coming from. And I saw the commitment from both sides to keep communicating. I was hearing answers that other people maybe weren't hearing just only because of doing this so long. But yeah, so it really is that communication, and I forgot to thank Asia for putting this together and everyone that worked on it. But I think it's getting us there, keeping the core of the process while improving the communication. And I think that the one step is that I've always been frustrated myself by is this: you got the pre-assessment workshop where you have no idea what to care about. The assessment comes out 2 weeks before a star panel, and then you start to see what's important. You get to the star panel, and they're like, it's too late, we can't deal with it. And that's not just an industry thing, that's a state agency thing. Like, why did you use this historical data series? I've gotten plenty of arguments with doc assessment people about that, and they're being told it's too late. So getting that presentation and then get people thinking before the SAR panel, I think that's a really maybe low-hanging fruit that would have a lot of benefit. Went on longer there long, so now I will stop talking so I can hear Dr. Lent's ideas.
Well, wait, I just want to have a check. We're looking for guidance. We have some here before us. I haven't heard disagreement, but we've had a lot of discussion that'll help staff to shape that. And I don't want to cut off additional guidance, so let's make sure we can build on this. So, Dr. Lent, I'm not sure if you raised your hand or not, but people are forcing you to.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I get for complaining. But I would just say that I didn't have a proposal. If I'd had one, I would have shared it. But my focus was on taking the next step after what we got from the council staff. We're already doing this. Let's make sure we do it. Here's the stuff that's relatively easy to do. Let's try a couple of them for 2027. There are some things in the list that I'm not comfortable with, but that's okay. This is guidance. Let's go forward. And yeah, I just hope next time I can see it sooner. I think I can be more efficient at the table here and provide some constructive background. So thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Asia Shumlo?
So I'll have everyone know I made a table before this meeting lining out the council tasks, and then I wanted to assign motions to people and make sure that we were all sharing with each other. And then, so this feels extra sad that I failed at sharing because I try so hard. So I'm so sorry about that. I want to say that I was cross-referencing. So I was trying intentionally to leave the things out of the Linker report that suggested a lot more meetings. Those are largely the things that I left off were the red item things that were add 2 more pre-assessment workshop meetings. And all, I think that Keely would have yelled at me, somebody else would have yelled that additional meetings was not the right approach. And then I looked at the terms of reference. Yeah, so I'm just telling methodology of how I got to this too. I looked at the terms of reference, and a lot of, and some of what Corey was saying too is that, and Keely also said this, we have 17 other items that are going on that are covering different aspects of things that came up in the Linker discussion. And so it's been really difficult to kind of to pull out pieces that are ongoing already, that we're going to pick up in risk management, that are, that don't have a home. And so what this list ended up as is things that I saw that were in the link that came out of the Linker discussion and the advisory body advice that weren't too cumbersome and that were not already included in the terms of reference. So it's trying to capture the lingering things that didn't have a location, but I also, I'm open to, this is not, it's just guidance. It's not, I am not wedded to any of it. I'm just trying to provide a framework. So I welcome other people's thoughts. I also really like, as someone who's shifted from NOAA to industry and learned a whole lot in that leaving. I honestly think that we should all be doing cross details with each other. I think NOAA should go work at the states. I think the states should go work in industry. I think we should all know each other's jobs so that we're kinder to each other. And I don't think that there's a place for that agenda item, but yes, I think we should all do more cross-learning. I think that that's a really, and I guess that came up in the MREP kind of discussions too. So But yeah, this is all to say, like, this is not, like, I think we have 17 other places to pick this up or other aspects of this up later on, so. Also reduce workload. Thanks. Bye.
All right, thank you. On the guidance, I think Brad Pettinger had his hand up. Then I'm going to give a warning to Dr. Perry there that I'm going to look for kind of a summary and then see what more we need here. So, Brad?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hassemer. Could we scroll up to the short-term priorities? I just want to make sure I get this. A lot of times the data stays the same, but assumptions change. I think it'd be good if key assumptions were identified going into assessment so people understand or which ones are changing. Because I think that I think about the canary assessment, for instance, right? I mean, the assumption was that there's old females, but we're not catching them because we're not serving where they live, and we're not fishing. We can't fish in those grounds. New assessment team comes in, they say, well, they must be dying because we're not seeing them. So obviously, LOC did come out on a whim, but there was an assumption made. One was viable, was good enough in 2015, and one's good enough in 23. They're both equivalent. I'd like to know more about why that was the case, and I think the council should be. I think, depending on how much went into that, it'd be really interesting to know what it took to do that, make the decision, given the gravity what it changed to the fishery. There's big assumptions that make a big difference. I think we need to understand that. And so I think that would be my big wish out here. I will say this. 2 or 3 cycles ago, we had no interaction with the fishing industry and the folks at the Northern Science Center. I mean, so we've been on the right track here. We're doing better, right? But we continue, we need to, we only get one bite at this thing before it gets to us. And we need to do everything we possibly can to make that, it's the very best possible product for the people who represent. So, thank you.
Thank you. So what we have is fairly extensive written guidance here. We can, and I see more hands. All right. Give you more time to think there. Caroline McKnight, then Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. In Freaky Friday job switch, Keely and I are definitely switching seats. But I just wanted to, I guess, ask a clarifying question or just somebody reaffirm for me my understanding of this list of guidance, which is that this is a very specific and judiciously picked list that is in front of us. It doesn't mean that when we hear about this again, which I believe is November, that anything else on the list that was put forward by the ABs or in the staff report couldn't be brought back. And I just want to make sure that, for Rebecca's sake or others that maybe think that there are things that are missing, that yes, we're coming back to this, but some of these may be a no-go. We might hear that it's too much workload or it can't be compensated for in some way, and so we can pick up others. And that was 100% my intent of what is in front of us. So I just want some confirmation around the table that everyone is thinking the same thing. Thank you.
Well, I think you're right, but I'm going to ask Dr. Perry there because, as you said, this is a longer process. So, Diana?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this will be at least one other meeting, maybe 2. We are really hoping, though, particularly for the longer term items, this may be in March of 27, that we're able to come back with you with a plan on how we might try to accomplish those actions. So this is sort of I'm going to say first cut, but we're not necessarily cutting things out. It's more of can we try to find items to focus on, and that focus may shift when we have that conversation in November, but we want to make sure that when we are coming back in March, we have focused on those longer term items and we can come to you with a plan on how to accomplish those, particularly the longer term ones.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. I guess this is guidance. It's just not written verbal guidance. I I would like to see as part of sort of the next steps, thinking about the full continuum of stock assessment methods. Given conversations that we've had around the council, I think that that is something that we are going to be looking at. I get the sense that the National Marine Fisheries Service is already looking at this and that this is something that's already on the table. But I just wanted to sort of give that a verbal and public wholehearted endorsement is something that I think we need to be doing. So as part of that, the 10-year plan that we saw from NMFS as part of our I'm forgetting the agenda item, whatever it was, the 10-year plan around stock assessment, I think that that was a really quality product. We've already talked about that, but I think those things relate to each other in the sense that as we strategically think about doing our stock assessments and doing them in a way that's responsive to industry needs, and within a budget constrained environment, that needs to be done in connection. So I think that those are threads we can put together later, but I did want to put those here and just make sure that full continuum of stock assessment methods is put into that. Two relatively minor things, but I'm hearing a lot, and I think a lot of this is around public communication and inclusion. MREP has been brought up a couple times, including by the SSC. While that content may be fantastic, it's still private and it's still not, even for folks that can go, it's not available to a large range of people. So there are people who will not benefit from that. So I think it would say, let's think of MREP++ and think of other tools, whether that's like the lectures and the activities and the materials that are part of the MREP. Maybe those are made publicly available. Maybe they're put on YouTube, or maybe they're just other products altogether. But ways to take the information that's contained in that and have that more available to other people who can't travel or are not picked to be part of it. So I think that's really important. And just my very small last thing, but noticing one of the Linker recommendations under transparency was develop and maintain audience-specific communication tools that explicitly support the non-fishing community. And that was interesting. I mean, we just think of the main audience as a fishing industry audience. And even as someone who used to work in the conservation community, I still think of the main people we're working with as fishermen. But I think it is really important to think of anybody who's non-fishing also as an audience and one that may also need different communication products to help effectively participate in the fisheries governance process. And I see that council staff has kind of moved that into an above item that is already being done because it's dark green. Thank you, Dr. Perry, again, for this really nice spreadsheet. But just noting that I think that would be helpful if we want to bring folks who are not fishing into this fold and we want to do it in the most inclusive, successful way possible, that thinking about their needs too is important. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I heard there's some additional guidance there. You talked about consideration of the full continuum of stock assessments that everybody is comfortable with that. So let me turn to Dr. Perry. And again, I was going to say we have fairly, descriptive written guidance before us. We can treat that as a motion. We've had a lot of discussion that will help staff consider the council's intent and the desire on that to put into a product that we will see in November. So Diana, maybe you can just summarize what you've heard and the process forward.
Yes, Chair Hassmer. I will try my best to summarize the discussion very briefly. Overall, I did not necessarily hear any objections to the motion brought by Asia, but I did hear the 3 additions from Councilmember Ridings. I did also hear some hesitation specifically around the on and off ramps. All of that has been noted, and where needed, we will be working with obviously the SSC, the STAR panels, and NMFS to try and work through some of those challenges. I have also heard that the learning across the industry and the council, as well as staff, would probably be helpful, but we may not have the capacity to do that. But That is sort of a very, very quick summary of your great detailed discussion. Next steps forward, we will be bringing back what we can in November, and that will hopefully help us move forward with any additional long-term items that we may need to identify and bring back for March of 27.
All right, thank you. Just a reminder, it's not a motion, guidance here that you have. And does that sound complete? Is there more? And I think, as was pointed out, this does not set anything in stone. You're going to have another chance to look at this, add, subtract, whatever you want to do. So if not, I want to make sure we've captured all the guidance. There is quite a bit there. And if we're good to proceed, then I will close this agenda item and we will move on to our next one after we take a 10-minute break. Before we begin this agenda item, before I turn it over to Todd, I want to turn to Executive Director Burden for just a schedule and agenda check-in here. Eric?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, just looking at the balance of the agenda today, we do have groundfish specifications to work through, and as we looked at all the different reports and everything, there's a lot of agreement about how things are coming together, and so there's a good chance we can finalize that agenda item today rather than coming back tomorrow morning. So I'm mentioning that to you all in case you all feel a need to take a beat this evening and work on motions and things overnight. You should let us know. Otherwise, I think there's a chance we can finish it off today, this afternoon, and dispense with the agenda item tomorrow morning. So that's just a notification for you all. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other remarks.
All right, thank you. So we'll see how this goes. And to initiate the process, I'll turn to Mr. Todd Phillips to give us the overview. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. So as the Chair indicated, this is agenda item E6, and this is the 2728 Harbor Specifications, Management Measures, and Exempted Fishing Permits, and the Fishery Management Plan Amendment. Just for reminiscing concept, this process started 364 days ago in sunny downtown Rohnert Park, and we are now at the final action. So under this particular action, you are scheduled to adopt your final preferred alternatives for the 2027 Harbor Specifications and Management Measures. There are three overarching themes and interconnected tasks the Council will be considering. First of all, you will be looking to confirm your FPA for all stocks and stock complexes, which were adopted as the interim FPA at the April 2026 meeting. Second, that the Council will need to adopt their FPA for widow rockfish harvest control rule and resulting harvest specifications. So this, of course, includes your OFL, ABC, ACL. And third, the Council will be looking to adopt a suite of management measures designed to attain but not exceed harvest objectives. For reference, in Attachment 1, which is commonly referred to as the Action Item Checklist, or AIC, as you will hear here, is a summarized list of the management measures that are to be addressed during this action for the Council The principal analytical documents in support of this action are the 2027 Harvest Specifications and Management Measures Analytical Document, which drafted by staff, which is Attachment 2. You have a preliminary draft impacts analysis, which is Attachment 3. Looking a little bit deeper into the action today, the 2728 Harvest Specifications, just as again as a reminder, in April, the Council adopted your interim FPA for all stocks and stock complexes with the exception of widow rockfish. And again, the plan here is to finalize your FPA for those stocks and stock complexes, as well as widow rockfish. And recall back in April, the Council did revise your range for widow forwards two sub-options for analysis. In addition to the default harvest control rule, which is obviously known as Alternative 1, the Council asked for Alternative B, 2B, which is the 20% ramp down, and a new Alternative 2D to be analyzed. Attachment 4 is provided by the Northwest Fisheries Science Center as an update to Agenda Item C3A, Attachment 1 from April, and it provides an assessment of the impacts of this new Alternative 2D for widow rockfish. Additionally, the Council is to be considering exempted fishing permits. In your briefing book materials, you have two applications, Attachment 5, which is from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Attachment 9, which is the midwater trawl and SFFT trawl EFPs. In terms of management measures, you did adopt a preliminary preferred at the April meeting. And those items, again, are shown in the action item checklist. And that action item checklist is referred to by number in both the GMT and the GAP reports. So the last item here, and for your for you to consider is the amendment to the FMP. As we noted back in April, the FMP amendment is necessary to remove the quillback and yellow eye rockfish rebuilding plans. As indicated earlier this week, those stocks are now above B40 and are rebuilt. So the other item that regarding attachment 6, which is in reference to the draft FMP language, is that in the interim between April and June, we did find some duplications as well as a single error in a table within the FMP. That information is also in attachment 6, and that provides you some the clarity of what needs to happen to correct those. So, looking here at your council action, you have 7 different topics for your tasks. So you're, again, to confirm and adopt your interim FPA harvest specifications as FPA for all groundfish stocks and or stock complexes. Adopt final preferred alternative for the 27-28 harvest specifications for widow rockfish. Adopt your final recommendations for your 27-28 EFPs. Of your FPA for the off-the-top set-asides, tribal set-aside amounts, and harvest guidelines, your biennial allocations, and routine management measures for the 27-28 commercial trawl, commercial non-trawl, and recreational fisheries. And lastly, to adopt FMP amendment language to remove the rebuilding plans for California quillback rockfish and yellow eye rockfish from the relevant FMP sections. Looking to your supplemental materials, you have reports from California, Washington, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. You have a tribal report, a report from the SSC, and a report each from the GAP and GMT. And I will note that the GMT is going to give you a presentation regarding the recommendations that is in GMT Report 1. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, my overview is completed.
All right, thank you, Todd. Any questions on the overview before we proceed? Not seeing any. As noted, there are a number of reports in the briefing book. We will start with the management entity reports. After those are complete, we'll go through the SSC, GMT, and GAP reports in that order. So for management entities, I will first turn to David Sones for the tribal report. David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if I needed to read the report. It hasn't changed from the April meeting, but I can read the report if you prefer me to do that.
If it hasn't changed, I don't think you need to unless you want to. It's been in our briefing.
Yeah, and we haven't made any changes, and that's what I'll be referring to when I make my motion. And we can get to the motions.
Let me see if there are any questions on it that, as people reviewed it, came up. I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you.
Then I will turn to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Hessmer. Similarly, our report didn't make the advanced briefing book. It did make the supplemental. A lot of it is the same as what we had provided in April. However, the places that we changed is we are recommending an option for the yellow eye rockfish in the recreational bottomfish fishery. We are recommending option 2, a sub-bag limit of 1, and for canary rockfish, a sub-bag limit of 5 in our long leader fishery. Everything else is status quo to what we have currently this biennium and what we proposed back in April. And then we were still recommending removing the 2 Stonewall Bank expansions. And the piece of nuance that's in there is we're trying to be a little bit broad in federal regulations right now to better align with our state process, which will happen this fall or this winter. And this allows us, by waiting to do our process, this allows us to have this summer's worth of information with a 2 canary bag limit to see how that works. So we expect to refine this through state regulations based on this year, and then depending on if we have to make changes in state regs for yellow eye or canary, then we will come back in March of next year to do concurrent federal regs. But other than that, everything else is the same as it was this last cycle and what we had proposed in April. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions for Ms. Mattis on the Oregon report? Not seeing any, then we'll go to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And similarly, our report has been in for quite some time in the briefing book, so I'll summarize if that is acceptable. Thank you. So the CDF&W report does outline that the measures that were selected for PPA at the April Council meeting continue to be FPA. There are some things that did change from status quo, some significant changes to how we're structuring some of our regulations and introducing some new annual catch targets that were described in detail in April and supported. So I just draw attention to there are changes, but they were selected as PPA and detailed out in April. The report also does provide a section specific to cowcod and yellow-eye rockfish, the seasonal recreational sub-bag limit. It was, again, just an opportunity for the department to lay out some trade-offs between which month of retention might be suited best to choose. Supportive of both, no particular one or the other that was advocated for, but just providing some additional conversation for the gap and public consideration. Beyond that, the rest remained supporting PPA's FPA. And with that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the California report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Caroline. Then we'll go to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. I'll summarize the WDFW report as well. Very similarly, we submitted a report in April that really details and analyze the management measures that we're putting forward. But this report provides our final recommendation for management measures. On the North Coast, our Marine Area 4, which includes Neabay and La Push, we're recommending moving one of the coordinates that define our 20-fathom depth restriction that's in place. This would just simply provide some regulatory clarity to help anglers who struggle with that line. In Marine Area 2, Westport, the PPA would remove the 30-fathom lingcod restriction that's currently in place in May. And in our Columbia River and South Coast Marine Areas 1 and 2, modifying our deep water lingcod restriction to align the closure in Marine Areas 1 and 2, and then modifying the open dates for that deep water lingcod fishery from September. The current time frame is September 1 through 30, and we're revising that to September 1 through 15. Relative to our bag limits, we are proposing to allow yellow-eye rockfish retention under a 1 fish daily sub-bag limit in the month of May and September. And for canary rockfish, maintaining a status quo of a 5 fish sub-bag limit. While the April WDFW report does a thorough job of analyzing these measures, we do provide some more discussion, starting with our thinking around how to allow, or the trade-offs with allowing yellow-eye rockfish retention, and what does that mean, and our expectation of catch for a species that has long been prohibited. And then we also speak to the rationale for the 5 fish canary rockfish bag limit and some of the things that we're seeing in this year's recreational bottomfish and halibut fishery, and how we think that might play out in the future. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the Washington report? Seeing no questions. Thank you, Heather. Next, we have the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Owen Hamel is online. Owen? I'm assuming you're online. Can you hear us? It appears he's trying to talk. Or not trying, he was talking, but it's not coming through. There. All right. Let's come back to the SSC report after the GMT report, see if we can resolve that issue, which means the Groundfish management team. There are 4 of you. My sheet says Whitney Roberts is going to lead the discussion. So if that's true, Whitney.
We are not all Whitney Roberts, but I am here with Will Jasper, our vice chair, Caitlin Lockhart, and Christian Heath on behalf of the GMT.
Well, good afternoon. As Whitney said, my name is Will Jasper, and I, along with our compatriots here, will be giving the GMT presentation on our Report 1 to save you from a great deal of words and hopefully provide a few pictures to lighten things up. We have summarized, or rather, this report is not substantially different. Presentation is not substantially different from what was presented to you in April. There have been a few revisions and changes as appropriate and in line with our reporting. And we have streamlined this presentation to the extent practical while still providing information necessary for council decision making. We have divided this report up into subsections. Next slide, please. So I will be covering AIC items 1 through 5, which is specifications through harvest guidelines. Caitlin Lockhart will then be covering AIC items 6 through 9, catch limits through sablefish. Next slide. Whitney Roberts will cover AIC items 10 through 17. And Christian Heath will cover AIC items 18 through 21. So, next slide, please. Starting with harvest specifications, AIC item number 1. Next slide. So, for all stocks other than widow rockfish, the GMT is recommending the Council's interim FPA from April 2026 as the final FPA. This is outlined in Section 1.3 of Attachment 2 within this agenda item for a description of your exact interim FPA harvest specifications. For widow rockfish, no PPA or interim FPA was previously identified, and the GMT is recommending the Council adopt as FPA the alternative 2D harvest control rule, which is ABC/ACL of OFL -1, resulting in an ACL of 6,238 metric tons in 2027 and 2028. Next slide, please. Next is AIC number 2, area management measures. Next slide. So, the Council's PPA was to remove YRCAs from regulation, including Stonewall Bank expansion areas 1 and 2 off of Oregon, Point St. George out of California, South Reef off of California, Reading Rock off of California, Northern Point Delgado off of California, and Southern Point Delgado off of California. There's also removing the 150 fathom RCA surrounding Losswin Knoll, also known as the 14-mile bank, and to modify regulatory text referencing RCAs and non-trawl trip limit tables. The GMT is recommending the Council adopt PPA as FPA for all of those items. Next slide, please. As outlined in the WDFW report, which Mrs. Hall just gave, or Ms. Hall, The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife has brought forward a modification to the 20-fathom line off of the north coast of Washington, which is bringing in line with a relatively minor change some fishing grounds which are technically shallower than 20 fathoms, but were currently or previously excluded by the existing 20-fathom line. And the GMT is recommending the council adopt as FPA the modification to 20-fathom line in Washington Marine Area 4 to exclude Duncan and Dunce Rocks from the depth restricted area as outlined in WDFW report. Next slide, please. Off the top deductions for research, IOA, EFP, and tribal. This is AIC items 3 and 4. As these have not changed substantially from April, we decided to combine them two for efficiency. And to that end, the GMT is recommending the council adopt the off-the-top deductions as shown in Table 3-1 of our report. You will note that the tribal set-asides under E6A Supplemental Tribal Report 1 match the values of Table 3-1. And while this language is a minor difference between our report, where we recommend that the council adopt the tribal report as FPA, we defer to the council as to the best way to adopt the off-the-top deductions under AIC items 3 and 4 as they are functionally the same in all locations. Next slide. And that brings us to harvest guidelines under AIC 5, and we are recommending the council adopt harvest guidelines as shown as Appendix 2, Agenda Item E6A, Supplemental GMT Report 1 as their FPA. And with that, I will pause and take questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Jasper on that section? No questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the council, we'll start with action item number 6, which is ACTs. And next slide, please.
Are you doing it?
Yes. Sorry, we went in the wrong order. Would have helped if we had sat in the right order, but here we are. So as Whitney said, I'm Caitlin Lockhart, and we are going to be talking about the annual catch targets. And just a reminder for folks, this is a threshold for management purposes for a check-in. And if these are exceeded, it is not a necessity to do any council action, but it's a checkpoint for the council to consider. And we are recommending for FPA that the council adopt PPA, and those are for short spine thorny head north of 3427, copper rockfish south of 3427, vermilion sunset rockfish south of 4010, quillback rockfish off California, and lingcod south of 4010. Next slide, please. Next, we'll go on to biennial allocations. Next slide. This is AIC number 7. So for biennial trawl, non-trawl allocations, the GMT recommends the council adopt PPA as FPA as shown in appendices 1 and 2 of our GMT report, which is inclusive of a few minor corrections and errata detailed in attachment 2. And on the screen here, you can see those biennial allocations that are mostly status quo, but there's a couple of revisions which were discussed in PPA. Next slide, please. Then we go on to the slope rockfish complex south of 4010, which is also called Blackgill Math. And the GMT recommends option 4, which was PPA, as FPA. And the only difference here is that the Blackgill Math has been updated using a rolling 5-year average mortality, including 2025 mortality data with fish ticket and discard mortality estimates. That's an average estimate. Next slide, please. Next, we go on to widow rockfish, and the GMT recommends status quo PPA as FPA, which is to set the non-trawl allocation at 300 metric tons and give the remainder to allocate to the trawl. Sorry. Next slide, please. Next, we have a few other allocations, and this is AIC number 8. Next slide.
These are within non-trawl allocations, and so the GMT recommends status quo PPA as FPA for cowcod south of 4010 and Boccaccio south of 4010. This is commercial and recreational. Next slide, please. Next, we'll go on to sablefish, which is AIC number 9. Next slide. First, we have sablefish north of 36, and the GMT recommends adopting status quo PPA allocation framework as FPA, which is shown in tables 9.2 and 9.3 of the attachment 2. And we are also recommending adopting option 2 PPA to increase the recreational set aside from 30 metric tons to 50 metric tons, which is shown here and highlighted in table 9.1. Next slide. Finally, we'll go to sablefish south of 36, and the GMT is recommending PPA as FPA. This is status quo, and it shows here in table 9.5 the non-trawl shares, recreational set-asides, and the biennial allocation. And with that, I will take questions on that section.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Lockhart on that series? No questions, so Whitney, maybe you're up now.
Yes, let's try that again. Thank you. Starting with action item number 10 for my section, yellow eye rockfish. Next slide, please. So for yellow eye rockfish, the GMT is recommending the council choose PPA as FPA, which is all status quo biennial trawl and non-trawl allocations. Those proportions are 8% to trawl and 92% to non-trawl, as well as status quo within non-trawl harvest guidelines for yellow eye rockfish, which is 20.9% to non-trawl commercial, 25.6% to Washington recreational, and 23.3% to Oregon recreational, and 30.2% to California recreational. And in addition, we're also recommending status quo within non-trawl ACTs for yellow eye rockfish, which is 78.4% of the harvest guidelines for all of those sectors. Next slide, please. For canary rockfish, action item number 11. Next slide, please. The GMT is recommending adopting the status quo PPA as FPA, which is for biennial allocations and within non-trawl share proportions of canary rockfish. And those are shown in the table on the right. You can see trawl is 72.3% and non-trawl is 27.7%. And the within non-trawl shares are 36% to commercial non-trawl, 12.3% to Washington recreational, 18.5% to Oregon recreational, and 33.2% to California recreational. Next slide, please. For the trawl action item checklist, that's numbers 12 and 13, covers at-sea set-asides and shore-based IFQ trip limits. Thank you. For action item number 12, at-sea set-asides, the GMT is recommending adopting PPA as FPA, which are shown in table 12.1 of attachment 2 and on the right of this slide. And there are changes to a number of those stocks that I won't list, but they are also in the same section as that table of the PPA attachment 2. For action item number 13, shore-based IFQ trip limits, the GMT is recommending adopting PPA status quo IFQ trip limits for non-IFQ species as FPA as shown in table 12.7 of attachment 2. Next slide, please. Moving on to the non-trawl commercial trip limits for open access and limited entry north and south of 4010 north latitude. That covers action item numbers 14 through 17. Next slide. For those trip limits I just mentioned, the GMT is recommending adopting PPA as FPA for OA and LE as described in E6A Supplemental GMT Report 1, which includes increases for sablefish, canary rockfish, widow rockfish, yellow eye rockfish, cowcod, yellowtail north of 4010, shelf complex north of 4010 with a sub-trip limit for vermilion sunset rockfish, chili pepper south of 4010, and short spine thorny head south of 3427 north latitude. Next slide, please. Continuing on with some of the non-trawl trip limit adjustments, that also includes increases for black rockfish between 42 to 4010 degrees north latitude, nearshore rockfish between 42 and 4010 degrees north latitude, shallow nearshore rockfish south of 4010, deeper nearshore rockfish 4010 to 3427, deeper nearshore rockfish south of 3427, and quillback rockfish south of 42. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll pass it on to Christian, but I'll take any questions first.
Right, thanks. Any questions on that section? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Whitney. I know this, but it's not coming right now. The rationale for removing some of the at-sea set-asides for some key species, is it just because the history is de minimis impacts, so it's reducing some of the regulatory complexity?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. Yes, that is the case for the ones removing. Those 4 stocks, I can tell you with a little bit more specificity. Dover sole has been very low mortality in the at-sea sectors and low attainment of the ACL, similar to lingcod north of 4010 and long-nosed skate. Petrale sole is also, there's only been 6 years of catch at all in the at-sea sectors since 2002 for Petrale sole, so that one is even more rare. But all of them are very, very low mortality. We're talking about a few metric tons or less, and ACLs are low attainment as well as trawl allocations.
Thank you for the memory refresher. I knew there was a good reason.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any then. Christian, might be your turn.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. Council members, my name is Christian Heath, and I'll be reading the recreational sections. For Washington Recreational, next slide, please. We have the GMT recommendations as FPA, the status quo for management measures, except for the following changes. For Marine Area 4, see slide 8, which was already covered by Will Jasper. For the Marine Area number 2, remove the 30-fathom lingcod restriction line, which is currently in place in May. And to modify the deepwater lingcod restriction in Marine Area 1 so that the closure in both Marine Areas 1 and 2 would be described by a line extending from 47 degrees 31.7 north, 124 degrees 45.0 west, 46 degrees 33.0 north, and 124 degrees 28.55 west. And additionally, modify the open dates for deepwater lingcod from September 1 through 31 to September 1 through 15. For yellow eye rockfish sub-bag limit, 1 fish sub-bag in May and September. Otherwise, status quo for Washington Rec. Next slide, please. For Oregon recreational fishery, next slide, please. The GMT recommends the following as FPA, highlighted in Table 2 from Supplemental ODFW Report 1. Bold indicates changes from the current 2026 regulations. And I'm going to highlight that on the slide, you can see that yellow eye rockfish, option 2, sub-bag limit of 1. And for canary rockfish, option 3, which is a sub-bag limit of 5 in the long leader fishery. Next slide, please. And for the California recreational fishery, next slide, please. Council PPA, the GMT recommends the Council's PPA as FPA, with the addition that for cowcod and yellow eye rockfish, the GMT would also support the April 1 fish sub-bag limit option, though refers to the gap on their preference of either April or December. Next slide, please. And for the FMP amendment, action item 21, next slide, please. The GMT recommends adopting the revisions to the FMP as detailed in Supplemental Revised Attachment 6 to remove the rebuilding plans for both yellow eye rockfish and California quillback rockfish. This includes any corrections in table 3 through 2, or 3.2, sorry. And with that, next slide, we'll take any additional questions on the presentation.
All right, first, any questions on the last section? Or any other questions on the entire assemblage? And I'm not seeing any, so now there is. You were waving your hand. Lynn Mattis.
it was just a thank you to the GMT for summarizing everything for us and putting it into digestible format with the PowerPoint. I remember Mel Mandrup and I sitting up there reading a 40-page document once. So the colorful pictures and everything, I know it takes extra time, but really want to thank you all for doing that and highlighting the places where there are changes from the FPA. Really good job. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very clear. The cross-references and everything really helpful. So anything else? Nope. Thank you. Now we're going to check back in with Dr. Hamel Owen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Not sure what happened, but glad you can hear me and sorry I can't be there in person. I'll be reading from Agenda Item E6A, Supplemental SSC Report 1. The SSC reviewed the revised annual catch limit, ACL, alternatives for widow rockfish. The SSC clarified the rationale supporting the OFL recommendation for alternative 2D, 6,239 metric tons, originally presented at the April 2026 meeting. The SSC discussed whether specifying an OFL and acceptable biological catch, ABC, under alternative 2B is justified. Alternative 1, no action, was not discussed further as the OFL was derived from the default harvest control rule. Jesse Waller of the council staff was available to answer questions and clarify council requests. Alternative 2D represents the SSC specified OFL for widow rockfish, 6,239 metric tons, for 2027 and 2028. The SSC recommends an OFL based on the yield associated with B40% as a justifiable proxy for the maximum sustainable yield, or MSY, and thus the OFL, given that the stock is estimated to be above the B40% reference point. This approach is consistent with recent NOAA technical guidance, and that can be seen in the March 26 briefing book as Informational Report 4, related to specifying reference points identified in National Standard 1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, and prevents overfishing while allowing for long-term optimal yield. The proposed ABC of 6,238 metric tons is applied over the next 2 years, which is consistent with NS1 technical guidance for phase-in provisions. The NOAA technical guidance recommends the use of a proxy, B40% in this case, for BMSY when unfished biomass, or B0, can be estimated more reliably than the biomass that corresponds to MSY. Moreover, when total egg production is estimated, rather than the spawning biomass, as is now the case for widow rockfish, it is appropriate to base the FMSY proxy on the F that achieves that BMSY proxy, rather than on the FMSY proxy for rockfish, F50%. Estimates of BMSY and FMSY based on the stock assessment output are not recommended when steepness is pre-specified rather than estimated. And as an aside, I'll just remind everyone that steepness is a measure of the relative productivity in the stock recruitment relationship, which is particularly important when the stock is below B0. So the reason this is not recommended is because the ratio of BMSY to B0 is effectively set when steepness is set, independent of any data, and thus is unreliable and overly precise. Steepness was pre-specified in the widow rockfish assessment, thereby justifying the use of proxies over model estimates. In contrast, estimates of B0 in the assessment were relatively stable across all sensitivity model runs, indicating the data are informative about B0. The predetermined ACL for alternative 2B is 6,720 metric tons and not compliant with, or is greater than, the OFL of 6,239 metric tons. The SSC reiterates that the application of the approach used to derive the OFL for alternative 2D is limited to this specific case. The SSC recommends that the council request analyses followed by a workshop or a methodology review to evaluate harvest strategies that depart from currently used default control rules, which have been previously evaluated for risk. And then we just have a table of the alternatives and associated information. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions on the Scientific and Statistical Committee report? Keely Kent.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but I want to thank the SSC for responding to the council's request, including my request from the last meeting, to provide a bit more detail around the recommendation for the OFL for widow. I appreciate what the SSC has put together. It is more clear to me, and I think it really helps our record on being clear what we're doing here, because it is an alternate take on what we've put together for widow. So thank you to the SSC, and thank you, Dr. Mel, for presenting this report.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any here. Thank you, Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Sarah Nayani. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I summarize our report? Wonderful. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report is posted to the briefing book. Everything is what you selected for PPA at the last meeting in April, with the exception of the items that we've identified in text. And so for harvest specifications, our FFA is, final forced alternative is the 2D alternative. And then we'd like to go with the WDFW depth restriction changes, the 25M line. Trawl, non-trawl allocations, we didn't have a change here from the council's PPA, but we provided a little more documentation to you guys that one of our fishermen went back and talked to trawlers in the Fort Bragg area who are targeting blackgill to let them know about this new blackgill math alternative. And so we just wanted you to know that we were recommending option 4 that you selected as PPA as the FPA with their input. And then for Washington Rec and Oregon Rec, just support the WDFW Report 1 and ODF&W Report 1. For California Rec, support the CDF&W Report 1, but for cowcod and yellow eye rockfish, the GAP strongly supports the council PPA to implement the December 1 fish sub bag limit, and we provide some rationale for that. And then with respect to the new item that was added since April, it's a fishery management plan. We support the changes in the FMP. And then for the additional item, which is the year-round midwater rockfish trawl gear EFP, we really support keeping that just approving that application and then provide some rationale for it. And then also talk a little bit about the EFP south of 4010. And then we put together our normal tables that we've been doing. And at the end, we just added those 2 new items, item 21 and then the midwater rockfish EFP. And our goal was that you could hopefully just bless this table in your motion or make modifications as needed. So I'd be happy to take any questions on behalf of the GAP.
Thank you. Questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, because evidently I'm the thank you person. Thank you, Sarah and the GAP for the table, and the GMT had that one in their report too. That is actually super helpful as we are drafting motions, and I can point to them. I know it takes time as a table lover myself, but really appreciate the work you guys do to help us with these complex agenda items that have many pieces and parts.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Mattis. Yeah, I should also say the GAP worked really well together. This is just a phenomenal GAP that we have led by Susan Chambers and then my wonderful co-vice chair over there, Louise Zim. The GAP team members are incredible. We're so lucky to have Jesse as our staffer. And then Todd staffed this agenda item and did such a great job. And the GMT having that extra day they were able to fix all their tables and come in and do each section of the specs with us. So it really helped, and it was a good system this time. So hopefully the FPA won't be too complex.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. I think there's at least 2 signups there. First is Donna Kales. Good afternoon, Donna.
How's everyone? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, Vice Chair Smith, and Commissioners. My name is Donna Kales, and my family and I own Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching in Dana Point, California. I also serve as the Vice President of the Sport Fishing Association of California. I would like to thank you for listening to recommendations outlined in the Specs Flex letter from October 2025. I would also like to thank the authors, Sarah Neoni, Heather Mann, and Jamie Diamond, plus the 142 business owners, processors, and fishermen who signed on to the letter, urging flexibility and better ways to manage groundfish. I would like to thank CDFW and the GMT and the GAP for all their help to get to this point. The proposed changes to the rockfish management area, specifically the removal of the RCA lines, represent a significant positive milestone for California recreational anglers and passenger fishing vessel fleet. This action is not giving us more time on the water to catch rockfish, but it is giving us flexibility, which will really help us to better manage our season. These changes will take the handcuffs off and give us more responsible fishing access while continuing to meet conservation goals. Removing the management lines will immediately improve our fisheries. I want to emphasize the tremendous operational and safety benefits these changes will provide, allowing fishermen access to all depths for 9 months of the year. This will help spread fishing efforts throughout the season, impacting the late fall, November, and December months, the most impacted by weather conditions that are unpredictable and challenging. This added flexibility will allow captains to make better decisions based on ocean conditions, fish availability, and passenger comfort. In many cases, it will allow vessels to remain closer to port, reducing fuel consumption, which today we are paying an average of $3 more a gallon than we were last year. It also lowers operating costs and decreases the likelihood of trip cancellations due to weather. When wind is up and traveling farther is not an option, we cancel a lot of trips, hurting our economy and our community. Most importantly, it gives captains greater flexibility to make safe decisions while still providing quality fishing opportunities for their passengers. For California recreational fishing communities, this is a major step forward. It supports anglers, coastal businesses, and working waterfronts while maintaining sustainable, stable fisheries. This is a regulatory change that provides such meaningful benefits. In addition, I would also add that we support the opportunity to retain 1 cow cod per angler in December. It's a Christmas miracle, and I can't wait to catch one. This will supercharge our industry and send a message that stocks are healthy and that you trust anglers to be responsible. On behalf of California recreational anglers, my passengers, thank you for listening to stakeholders' input and moving forward with this important management measure. This is truly significant to our fisheries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me look around, see if there are any questions. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Donna, for calling in and your engagement over the last 300 and some days that we've been at this and having this comprehensive discussion. I think it is definitely a milestone, not only for the removal of the RCA, but some of the other things we can champion, like yellow eye and quillback, that have affected a lot of California. So again, just thank you for your phone call today and being part of the process.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? And not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Donna. And next we have Lori Steele. Lori, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thanks so much. I'm Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. I have also been the manager of the Trawl Gear EFP since its inception in 2017. So thank you first so much for the action taken yesterday under E5 to move forward with eliminating the restrictions requiring the EFP north of 4010. It's been a really good thing to be able to see this EFP through to success and hopefully full implementation. I want to express my appreciation for the work that everyone has done to support this EFP. All of the great statements provided by the GAP, all of the great work by the GMT, NMFS, and council staff. So the last remaining component of the Trawl Gear EFP is the removal of the prohibition on midwater trawling south of 4010 and shoreward of 150 fathoms. There was not participation in the EFP until this year regarding this component of it, fishing south of 4010. So now we do finally have a vessel participating and having a really good year so far, a good season down south of 4010. So I have already submitted a proposal that would cover 2027. I believe it's supplemental attachment 9 under E6 in the briefing book. Initially, I submitted this proposal for 2027, just focused on the possibility that the action under E5 wouldn't get implemented by January 1st, 2027. So the proposal was intended originally to bridge the gap until the EFP action can be implemented. But now, with the need to collect more data south of 4010, this proposal essentially covers the south of 4010 component of the EFP through 2027. So once the EFP action is implemented by the council, the other elements of the EFP would go away, but the EFP south of 4010 could continue through 2027. And if the council is willing to support the EFP south of 4010 through 2028, I would be happy to continue to manage it through 2028. That will give us the required, or the 3 years worth of data that are required by the salmon buy-up. And once we get the 3 years worth of data through the south of 4010 EFP, I hope that the council and NIMS can find a way to eliminate this last provision in the most efficient and expeditious way possible. I'd like to think that it shouldn't require another 2 council meeting process if the data south of 4010 continue to show the vanishingly low impacts, which is exactly what we should expect given the performance of this EFP in all areas, but particularly south of 42 over the last 10 years. So with that, thank you again. This has been a success and will hopefully continue to be for all vessels and processors that have been engaged in it. And with this fishery, or with this new boat participating south of 4010, it's really exciting to see some opportunity really start to reemerge for our fishery in California. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Steele on her testimony. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lori, for being here today. And I just want to acknowledge that it is additional responsibility and a lift to be an EFP manager. And I'm sure, 9-10 years ago when you started this, you were not envisioning being responsible for California-based fishing. So I appreciate your willingness to stay committed to this for the next biennium. I appreciate your eagerness to look up California geography so you understand where we're talking about. And so just thank you. And I look forward to more discussions and coordination over the next biennium for this. And I think it's a very exciting opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions, comments? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I had the opportunity to interact quite a few times with Lori before this meeting. I do appreciate your leadership on this. I think someone wants to call you the goddess or the whisperer of the 10-year EFPs. So thank you for all the time you put into that. Thank you also for giving us heads up and advising us that there was an opportunity in California. In things that I've read in the catch share review, it looks like a lot of doors were closing for California, particularly for the South. So very grateful for keeping your eye on that and anything we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Lori.
Thanks.
That completes all our reports and public comment. Takes us to our action. There was a very long list. I trust you have that on your computers in front of you too, on the situation summary. But I will look around for the first hand to start the discussion process here. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of work has gone into getting us here. This year, or this cycle, we did have a very limited scope on this, without really being able to do many new management measures. We had some hiccups with widow rockfish that the Science Center, the SSC, the GMT, the GAP industry have all been plugging through. So while things may seem like they're fairly simple here today, it's due to a lot of work over the last 364 days or whatever the math is that Mr. Phillips said a few minutes ago. So I hope we remember that when we're scheduling in 2 years, depending on the scope of what our management measures contain. But do I want to acknowledge, all of that effort that has gone in. It seems like there was some really good communication and coordination between the GMT and the GAP on things. And yeah, acknowledging the extra work the science centers did for us. I was remiss yesterday in thanking Ms. Steele for her work on the EFP when we were talking about that, and others spoke to it. I'm supportive of moving doing what we need to do to keep that fishery going until the rule comes in place and allowing for it south of 42. And I believe we're going to be speaking to that. Yeah, I think we're in a good place to move forward fairly expeditiously today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Other discussion? Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to spend a moment to tie back to the previous discussion that we just had about the assessment process in light of what we ultimately got to with the SSC recommendation for widow. And I think the table in the report gets to a situation that I want to highlight and think about National Standard 8 again. National Standard 8 does have language about choosing the alternative that has less impact to industry when we have two alternatives that have similar conservation risk. And when I look at the max risk that B falls below B40 between alternatives 2B and 2D, I don't see a lot of difference. And so this was a case where, I know this was a really long process. I appreciate all of the work that went into reconsidering that assessment over and over again and thinking about it in different ways. But what we're trying to get to with all the risk assessment discussions and the thinking about this is this way that we can create flexibility in the process to look for opportunities to create opportunities for people when the conservation risks are not that great. And I think this is a really good, clear to see example where I don't see a lot of difference in the risk. Again, I really appreciate the work that was done, but yeah, still struggling with the outcome of this one. So That's all.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just have some general comments similar to what Ms. Mattis just commented on. While it took us maybe less than an hour to get through these materials, it really can't quite show how much work has gone in over the last year to get to this point. How many, one-on-one conversations, delegation meetings, stakeholder meetings we've been holding. So while I would agree that we did not have the ability to include new management measures and spend a lot of time, building rationale or talking through those kinds of new changes, a lot goes into even these management, what I might call routine management measures under this particular process. There is still a lot of information that changes and is dynamic and fluctuates. I'm channeling the information that we received, I think, under open comment about the environmental conditions that we're experiencing this year and possibly into next, and how that might affect the decisions that we could or could not be making here today. But all of that is to say that I don't want to minimize the amount of consideration and work that our stakeholders have put into coming up with a simple statement that is, we still want to go with PPA. I don't want to minimize it. I also just want to take a minute to come back and reflect on the comments we just heard from Ms. Steele about this EFP. I very much appreciated the conversation that took place yesterday under E5 about how we can modify and sort of bifurcate this EFP in a way that keeps the right piece moving in the right direction for consideration and regulation, and the other piece to the south really continuing to be allowed so that it can thrive and hopefully meet that 3-year mark and be a good new source of fishery opportunity off California. And then I just, again, want to come back to restructuring. A lot of the items in front of us that we went through quickly are what I would say not changing or remaining as PPA. But there are a few things that do warrant, I think, just a little bit of extra conversation specific to our black gill math. That's one that's changed a few times. I was very pleased to hear that there was some additional conversation about that. And we're still at a status quo or an FPA that hasn't changed from PPA. With that, again, just want to say thank you to council staff and all the support for getting here and getting us to this decision point. Thanks.
Thank you. Other discussion, Heather Hall.
Thank you. I'll just add a couple of comments here too. And thank you, Ms. McKnight, for the comment about the work that goes into PPA. So it sounds really simple, but we met several times with our Washington recreational stakeholders to get to that idea of for our management measures, and really appreciate the engagement that we get. That's just one example of it, and all the thinking and the discussions that go on between the SSC, GMT, GAP really, I think, has set us up here this afternoon nicely for taking final action on specs. I also want to just flag that we're the action here is removing rebuilding plan for yelloweye rockfish. And when I started working on groundfish, the common statement was yelloweye wouldn't be rebuilt in our lifetime. And here we are. And that's pretty exciting. And it feels like we should be celebrating it more than we are. So also thank the council and everyone for the conversations around canary rockfish allocation. This is another place where we settled on status quo trawl, non-trawl allocations. I appreciate everybody engaging in the conversation and thinking about the information that we put forward in our WDFW reports on this. I'll just say, I think what I've heard from the council is an acknowledgement that we should be doing better at attaining our ACLs, and really appreciate that. And that will be moving forward and have the opportunity for further exploration under the risk management project. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Otherwise, I'm going to see if there's not any discussion. Take this up again tomorrow, or are we ready for motions today on this? If we're ready for motions, I think I will first look to David Sones if there's a tribal motion here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we do have a motion to get things started here. Okay. I move the council adopt as a final preferred alternative the tribal set-aside harvest guidelines and allocations as shown in Agenda Item E6A, Supplemental Tribal Report 1, June 2026.
Thank you. What's on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Just briefly, I really appreciate all the work that's gone into getting us where we ended up and being able to meet the obligations of our management measures, and appreciate my staff and the people who have gotten us in for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, David. All right, I'm not sure if there's any order here, so I'll see whose hand goes up first. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we have a motion coming up. I move the council adopt as final recommendations for 2027-2028 exempted fishing permits as follows. Number one, the West Coast Seafood Processors Association and Oregon Trawl Commission year-round trawl gear EFP, Agenda Item E6, Supplemental Attachment 9, for the area north of 4010 North Lat until expected future implementation into regulations, and for the area south of 4010 North Lat for the entire biennium. And number two, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Fishery Dependent Biological Data Collection, Agenda Item E6, Attachment 5.
Thank you. All the language on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that right? Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Len. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just starting out, both of these EFPs have been supported and recommended by the GAP and GMT, so there's consensus there. I'm starting with the year-round trawl EFP, the trawl gear EFP. Again, this is a renewal of an existing EFP, and there are no off-the-top deductions that are needed to accommodate it. This EFP was part of a lengthy council discussion and action that was taken yesterday under Agenda Item E5. The technical merits of this EFP and the data collection to date for the area north of 4010 have demonstrated that this EFP is ready for consideration to be moved into regulation. Putting it here in this particular process is meant to ensure that the activity can continue until such time it is no longer needed as a result of being moved into regulation. So essentially a backstop. We don't want to stop the activity for any reason procedurally. For the area south of 4010, again, there was considerable and lengthy discussion under E5 describing the importance of the continuance of this data collection portion in the south to meet that 3-year minimum requirement. And it is specifically in this area to evaluate the salmon bycatch in closed areas. Moving on to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, EFP. Again, the department values the opportunity to utilize this EFP process to contribute to larger aging data pool and data gaps. As considered under the other part of this action, some allowance of limited retention for cowcod and yelloweye is anticipated to be allowed, and so the minor changes that we made from last biennium are to account for that so that it's enforceable. The data stream collection doesn't stop. Again, this one also does not require any off-the-top deductions. It is accounted for in our standard recreational fishery harvest estimation process, and it really makes use of acquiring the fishery dependent information without having to carve out other allocative needs. With that, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Are there any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline, for the motion. I just want to note, I think, I'm appreciative of the work on both EFPs, but specifically on the trawl gear EFP and sort of the new activity on the portion of the EFP south of 4010. Just generally say, we're really hoping that since it sounds like we now have interest, right, that we have others beyond just the one boat that's participating now that are going to join this EFP. And so I'm just sort of putting that out there. I've had some good conversations with Lori and others, and I'm hopeful that there are some other boats that are going to be interested in joining this activity so that when we are looking at evaluating the data to consider moving that part into regulation, we have a good data set for us to look at. So thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Caroline. Have your hand up? Something more?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Separate from the motions, I would like to offer some additional guidance specific to this EFP renewal for the trawl gear EFP midwater that is for the north of 4010 portion. There is one active participant, as you just mentioned, Ms. Kent, and the hope is that more will be joining. But as described, this EFP as described in the attachment, the EFP currently includes area-based Chinook salmon bycatch caps north and south of 42 North Lat specifically to keep the impacts of the EFP within those analyzed under the 2017 biological opinion and incidental take statement for continuing operations of fisheries managed under our Groundfish FMP. Caps for the 2027 EFP are proposed to be consistent with the previous years at a 1,000 Chinook salmon north of 42 Lat and 100 Chinook salmon south of 42. However, there are no caps in the EFP for coho salmon. So the request is for NMFS to consider whether a coho cap or caps is appropriate when reissuing the EFP, considering the goal of the EFP is to examine salmon bycatch in areas that otherwise are off limits to midwater rockfish trawl activity, and considering that all coho stocks off California are listed. The impacts of the non-whiting fishery, which includes bottom trawl, midwater non-whiting trawl, LE and OA fixed gear, and recreational fisheries combined on coho salmon are analyzed under the BIOP for both Sonk coho and Central California coastal coho. So including a cap on coho is important to ensure fishing activity in this EFP south of 4010 remains within the extent of impacts analyzed for these ESUs in the BIOP and authorized per the ITS. Thank you for that additional comment.
Thank you. Okay. Other items? Heather Hall.
I have a motion.
All right, if that's it on the screen, please go ahead.
I move the council adopt the recommendations of the GAP and GMT as FPA for groundfish specifications and management measures in 2027-2028 as described in Agenda Item E6A Supplemental GAP Report 1, June 2026, and Agenda Item E6A Supplemental GMT Report 1, June 2026 for items 1 through 3 and 5 through 21 from the action item checklist, which is Agenda Item E6 Supplemental Revised Attachment 1, and allow NMFS and council staff the ability to make technical revisions to the package should they arise without having to bring them back to the council.
Thank you, Heather. What I see on the screen appears accurate and complete.
Yes, it is.
Is there a second to your motion? Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks. Well, the idea of this motion is it covers the remaining items in the action item checklist. I think we spoke a little bit about the idea that we've had really good discussions about what it means to move primarily PPA to FPA throughout the 3-meeting process here, but particularly between April and June. I think this is a really rare cycle where we have that. So not any changes or red flags coming to the attention of the council between April and now. That's it. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hall, for working on this. This seems like a very simple motion that contains a lot of stuff within it. It almost feels like a letdown, frankly. But given, as I mentioned earlier, given the reduced scope of what we could do this year, the fact that the FPA is the PPA for almost everything, the state folks were really working to try to make this a simple process, and appreciate the back and forth with my counterparts, with our NMFS staff and our council staff officers. Hopefully this works for everybody as trying to be efficient, especially given that we went so long yesterday. We were trying to make up a little bit of time. So just want to acknowledge that while it may seem simple, there's a lot here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks. I'll just start by thanking everyone. There was so much work from so many people that went into this, so that just has to be acknowledged. And I'm incredibly grateful for how many amazing scientists and industry members and folks who make this all happen. In this motion, I see is contained where we're moving on widow. And I have some really strong discomfort with this. Looking at the documentation that the SSC has supplied, if we're going with Alt 2D or SSC -1, which is what the GAP and GMT suggested, we're looking at an implied P star of 0.4999. To me, what we are saying is that we are willing to flip a coin of whether we are going to engage in overfishing or not. I think this is a dangerous game to play with the species that we know is so important, and precisely because it is so important to our midwater trawl fleet, especially those who focus mostly on rockfish. And we've heard a lot about this in the last year. And so that importance to me is a reason to be thoughtful and careful about how we move forward on this. Both the default and SSC -1 will have consequences for the fleet. That 20% ramp down was raised on the floor in April, and I voted that forward because I wanted that idea to have space. And I really value folks around the council process who have been coming forward with creative ideas about how we can manage better, how we can provide more opportunity. And so I don't want this to be taken as a critique of these concepts that are coming forward. At this moment, on this particular species, I don't agree with the application of that concept. And again, that is because just how important widow is. And as we saw in the SSC documentation, the 20% ramp down is a clear violation of National Standard 1 and National Standard 2. And that was as also described in the draft EA. Regarding the Alt 2D, what we have on the floor right now, we're looking at 1 metric ton. And that as a margin of error is so small. It may be legal, and this is a very clear acknowledgement that that is a legal option. But to me, it doesn't make sense. I think this is so close to be planning for overfishing that I'm struggling to endorse this with a straight face. Sometimes when I'm really struggling with a council decision, I think of myself standing before a judge. How would I defend this? How would I talk about this? In my head, it's Judge Judy. But if I can't make an argument and still feel honest about it, then I know something is wrong. And in this case, that's how I feel. Thinking about this 0.4999 implied P star to me feels like we are coming so close to what is legal. If we move forward with the stock assessment for Widow in 2029, as is currently the plan, and I agree we should do that, and we hopefully do not, but if we do get something back that we don't like, we'll just be that much further in the hole. This time we looked at the stock assessment 3 times to the point where this had basically become a benchmark, if I understand it correctly. And so the results are not easily disregarded. And even beyond the sort of legal BSIA determination, I have confidence in the assessment. I very much look forward to 2029. It sounds like NMFS is thinking about some potential new methodologies that are going to be better, that will have better information. But I do have confidence in the current assessment. We have heard from industry members very clearly that they are seeing more fish in the water. I hear that and I appreciate their input, and I hope we have ability to have better communication, a way that that information can come in 2029. But again, I have faith in the current assessment, and I think it is very clearly good science and something we should and can base management on. Another thing I've really been struggling with, and this has come up earlier in this meeting, is sort of this, I don't want to say values, but it's kind of a values call about how we manage and what our industry wants. Do we manage to big up and downs? We noticed in the last agenda item, we're not hearing we don't want big up and downs, that we're hearing swings are not what we want, that we lose trust and we lose faith from our public when we have stock assessments that come back that are here or there, and we're doing management that feels like it's not responsive enough. And so we're thinking and being told that we need more structure around our stock assessments and that we need management tools to avoid these big swings, that we need to think about tools that implement things like pausing. When I hear that, I think long-term, I want to focus on stability. And I've heard that from multiple council members, thinking about stability as a value that we are shooting towards in our management, which ultimately, when it comes to actually managing, means taking less risk and actually responding slower in both directions, up or down, and not taking more risk with faster responses. Partially why this is so hard for me is because I believe that that values choice is one that our fishermen should largely make. I believe the decision about how that risk is incorporated and how that risk is played out in our fisheries is best made by the people on the water, best made by the folks who are putting things at stake. So I'm looking forward to our risk management coming down the line. But I will say that I'm struggling because I'm hearing 2 things, going something so risky to 0.4999, and also that we don't want wild swings in our fisheries. I respect the recommendation from the GAP and the GMT, as I always do, and I just think that the default is a better choice. All options described by the SSC may be legal, but at the end, I find default overall just more defensible. Speaking to the motion, what I'm talking to is obviously just Widow for the moment. It wasn't pulled out as a standalone motion, and I'm guessing how well this has been pulled together with communication from council members and across the last year, where the states are at least on this. So this has been packaged together. I plan to vote no, but I do want to be clear that I support sort of what is implied on the page for all other species.
Thank you. Other discussion? Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Corey, for your comments on Widow. I hear what you're saying, and maybe I want to acknowledge that when I think about managing Widow in this next biennium and looking at the alternative harvest control rule that we are selecting with this motion, thinking about what's happening in the Widow fishery, there in April, there was a really good discussion in the GAP about the widow allocation, and there was discussion about how the 300 metric tons that is set up for the non-trawl sector is unlikely to be taken. And they had a hard discussion about whether or not they should move some of that fish from non-trawl to trawl in light of the new stock assessment results. And there was a really good discussion there. And ultimately, they decided to stay where they were at. So I think there's likely going to be fish that are uncaught in the non-trawl allocation that provides us with an additional buffer up to the ACL. This is a trawl-dominant species, and we have a really good management system for trawl. Boats do not have the ability to legally leave the dock when they are in deficit, right, when they don't have the quota pounds in their accounts for that fish. That's the control system that this council set up in order to be able to manage that fishery very closely with individual accountability. I think it's a good system, right? I think you're raising good points, and I think that we have a strong management system that we have responsive information during the season about what's happening. So I do take that. I take your comments to heart, but I also think that our system in this case is set up well to be able to allow us to have this flexibility.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Keely, for that. I appreciate that. One aspect of how we do our groundfish management here that I thought was always really impressive and something I've learned more about the years I've spent at this council has been the value of in-season management and what an important tool that is. How much flexibility, however you want to define that word, I'm using it now to say it provides us flexibility throughout a biennium cycle to be able to go up or down. And I think sometimes we forget how important and powerful that tool can be. I appreciate your thoughts on that and why you feel, that provides a sort of measure of security as well as the 300 metric tons that are in non-trawl. I'm really happy that the GAP had that conversation. I also think that we are planning to go right up to the edge. And I go back to 1 metric ton being such a small amount of fish. And I too am very hoping that if we need to, we will be able to adjust this in season. If we're going to go over, that we do not go over by much because we have this ability. I just worry when it comes to folks planning their seasons, when it comes to what they decide to do with their quota. I would rather have it out on the table at the beginning. I think that's a better way to go. And I also just think that it's just too close to the edge. So thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion on the motion? Heather Hall.
Thank you, and thank you for the comments. I want to speak to a couple things. I think this widow rockfish situation has provided the opportunities for some really good conversations, and I haven't been one of the people in those deep into those conversations, but I do appreciate that the conversation around risk and balanced with impacts on industry is really important, and it's one that we've probably said this every day this week. We're talking about in multiple different agenda items, and so I think in this situation where you look at the risk across the 3 different alternatives, they're not drastically different, and this option, this FPA proposal here does try to strike that balance to recognize the need of industry. I also want to say too that appreciate your point about widow being included in this big motion, and it was not intentional to try to bury it, and so thanks for raising that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you so much for the motion, and I just want to bring up comments from Ms. Kales earlier. The opportunity that that we will get for California recreational fishermen with the season that we're putting forward here will affect everybody. California is really diverse, and I know we say that, but our world of fishermen, recreational fishermen, is everything from shore-based fishermen to float tubers to kayakers to very small aluminum skiff to center consoles and up from there. And in the last several years of these really restrictive swings of RCA lines, inside 50 fathoms, outside 50 fathoms, inside 20, outside 50, all of these different areas, it really excluded a lot of our private recreational, small boat, kayak, nearshore fishermen from being able to participate at all. And so, and it also really hampered people who rely on access to the islands, whether the Northern Channel Islands, the Southern Islands, wherever it be, to prosecute multi-day fisheries. And a lot of trips were canceled because they wouldn't be able to deal with the weather situation on the far side of the line, or switch between bluefin or white sea bass and rockfish, or halibut and calico bass. This will provide that flexibility of, really the issue was a transit issue. And so this will relieve that for California recreational fishermen, and it will provide more opportunity. We still have restrictions with vermilion and copper and other things, but this will go a long way for a lot of people. So thank you.
Asia Shumalo.
Thanks. I just want to comment on Widow one more time, because I think about it a lot, because I'm doing in-season management for the CPs right now, and I've been looking out across our overall catch in the past 10 years, especially for these constraining species like canary and widow. But what I do know about this fishery overall is that we've rarely had ACL overages, let alone OFL overages. And that as the numbers have gone down, we've avoided rather than going right up to the numbers. And so I just want to be clear that the impact is going to be borne by industry, especially as the numbers go down. Fishing will constrain rather than going right up to the number. I think that's going to be the result that we see. I'd be willing to bet on it. And I know, Ms. Kent said this is a trawl-dominant fishery for widow. We have impeccable management. We are doing our hardest work to keep the numbers low, and I know that the same is true. What Keely said about the IFQ sector as well is true. So I know that the margin is really slim in terms of the numbers that are laid out in Magnuson, but I'm also really confident in this the work that this council does and the work that our fishermen do to keep below the numbers that are set. So that's all.
Thank you. Other discussion? Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, just maybe add some clarity to this. To the comments that Corey made, I think we've left 1.3 million pounds in the water every year, the last 4 years.
So Brad, I just want to make sure the comments are focused on the motion and its impact on management.
So what I'm saying is that I think that overfishing, I'm perfectly happy with the numbers that are in front of us. The issues that got us into overfish status in the early 2000s will never happen again under the regime we have right now. Impossible. It'll only happen because of stock assessment interpretates what the fishery's done over the last few years, and it's not because of the actions this council's done or the fleet.
Thank you. Other discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I'm going to call a question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Motion passes with 1 no vote. Corey Ridings. Thank you, Heather, for the motion. I'm not sure at this point if I need to look for hands or check with Todd on what else on that long checklist needs to be done here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to refresh my memory, with the FMP language was included in that motion, yes? Okay.
Let me look around to the people who made the motion. And Heather Hall?
Yes, it's action item number 21.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Hall. I was up on the screen for a while and my brain just turned off, so I appreciate it. So looking to your task list here, the council has accomplished all of those tasks, and you have adopted your harvest specifications for the next 2 years. Adopted the Widow Rockfish, OFL, ABC, ACL, your EFPs, your off the tops, et cetera, and your allocations. And congratulations, the council now in the FMP will have no overfished rebuilding plans. So you've done some great work, and I appreciate it. And with that, I would say you've achieved your motion, or your action here.
All right, thank you. Any closing comments? There have been references that this has been a year's work. I think it's much longer than that if you go back to the stock assessments and the work that fed into all of this. So appreciate everybody's dedication and work on that. It appears we have completed this agenda item, so we will close that for the day, and I will turn to Executive Director Burden for any comments or updates.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very nice work today, everyone, and congratulations on, what was the wording you used, Todd? Like no more rebuilding plans. So that's monumental. Let's see. Tomorrow we have our workload planning discussion, and per usual, we'll have the supplemental workload planning documents that should be posted. If they're not posted yet, they will be very soon. We've also been chatting about a second closed session tomorrow morning. At the moment, that is still the plan, is to come back and have a second closed session just to finish off some of the personnel discussions that we were having earlier in the week. So that's all I have for you this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Right. Let me see if there are any questions for the Executive Director.